soul and the infinite soul cannot be housed in a body that is weak. You need a strong body and a strong mind to really manifest your infinite potential. And about mental health, interestingly says that ultimately, since the code of the universe is that divinity and you house that code, to understand the universe, you really have to look inwards. Rather than running outwards, the answer really lies inward, and it actually requires a systematic inquiry into your own self, understanding where you're coming from, actually asking these questions about what is the purpose of life. What kind of consciousness do I have? That actually gives you a good sense and a good perspective that you're neither the center of the world, but then the world is also centered within. That gives you perspective that you're probably a speck in the larger cosmos, but that you also house that divinity, and that gives you strength to do the best, be the best singer, be the best runner, be the best sprinter, because you are really trying to move towards that infinity as you acknowledge and understand what your true space in the world is.
Right. This is extremely insightful because moving on from the idea of the self to the society, we know that Swami Vivekananda's influence was pervasive across ideological divides, be it somebody leaning towards the left or the right. We know that he was seen as a figure who inspired many, and across religious boundaries as well. What is in the modern times when we see this kind of everyday wars, highly volatile situation, what do you think the book has to offer in terms of its ideas on nationalism, inclusivity? We have been speaking about the idea of oneness, but how do we make it kind of more approachable in terms of social harmony and so on in these times?
So if you think of the conflicts that the modern world is faced with, and I really feel that it's probably always been the same. So we are probably in better times, quite contrary to how we think about this. But what are the problems we are facing? India is forever ridden with the questions around caste and social justice. Gender is another problem, and interreligious strifes are. It's not an India question, it's a global question, civilization wars. From nukes to environmental pollution, right? We are all fighting. Looking at different, and we try to build that into this book, Living in the Vivekananda Way. When we talk about caste, Swami himself speaks about this question, and he says that whether we agree or not, all Indians are essentially Vedantists. And when we say we are Vedantists, we understand that the anchor is one, and we are really, the existence, our own Astitva is really one. And since we understand that the nature of divinity in our own Atma and Paramatma and all that we see around is really the same, then we understand that the soul cannot have your Atma, your divinity, your infinite potential, cannot possibly have a caste, cannot have a race, cannot have a color, cannot have a gender. And in fact, a great Marxist, Mr. Reba, once said that you cannot be a great Marxist until and unless you read Swami Vivekananda, because back in the days he pronounced that there is all these distinctions that we see, which are social distinctions, are really artificial. And at the very core, whether you look at it from a spiritual lens or now from a scientific lens, we are all one. So the questions like caste, questions like one race or one religion, thinking that we are the privileged ones, and this sense of us and others, sense of privilege, sense of dominance, have to be really seen in this perspective that ultimately that's not really true. That illusion of racist supremacism, that illusion even of religious fanaticism, because in fact Swami Vivekananda in his opening speech at Chicago opens up with this sentence that yes, sisters and brothers of America. It's not like हाँ नमस्ते भाइयों बहनों. Sisters and brothers of America really is a Vedantic thought that back then he's trying to say that me, a brown man from India, I'm not very different from you. We're all sisters and brothers, and we are really one. And in that address, he talks about, Gita's flow, to say that even people from different religions, different philosophical contexts, are all trying to reach the same absolute, are all trying to reach the same answer. And he says that probably that's the role that India has to play to teach this universal message of oneness, which can address problems of religious fanaticism, which were as true now as it were then. About gender, he says that, back then he says that women should have a right to do and choose and live the way, their lives the way they want to. They should not have a man dictate the way they should be leading lives. So again, when you talk, and of course there's so much more that he says about gender. He says, it's almost like a bird, like how a bird cannot fly with one wing. Women and men really represent the two wings of a bird. So, when you look at the fundamental oneness of human soul, you sort of start rising above any sort of distinctions like race, like, social caste. In fact, Baba Saheb Ambedkar once said that the greatest soul that ever walked on earth was Buddha, and the greatest man was Swami Vivekananda, because he sort of declares the fundamental unity that all human beings have, and sort of dismisses the illusions of social divisions that the society has created. And moving forward, now that we are dealing with problems like imminent nuclear war, environmental pollution, people always say, what's the use of talking about oneness and spirituality and everybody's fighting, and tomorrow you're sort of risking getting nuked and bombed, and you're talking about environmental degradation. I feel that since we are in a time where everybody thinks that my God, my race, my color, my gender is superior, we will come to a time, whether in terms of international diplomacy to stop wars, whether it is to build a sense of universal consciousness to actually protect your environment, or whether it is to build religious or social harmony, one will need a universal template which should act as a meeting ground for people of different geographies, races, countries, to come together and understand that there is an illusion of social distinctions that we create, and there is one universal truth, which is that we are all part of one. In fact, Swami Vivekananda predicts the future and says that I see a world where people will all have different philosophies, but it will really be a unison of different philosophies, all sort of going towards, realization of that one universal truth, that we are all part of one. And there will be a common understanding in humanity, which will then help us understand that our challenges are common, and that the solutions, whether it's environmental degradation, to the problems of diplomacy and wars, to social injustice, they all have to be fought and addressed coming from a place of oneness. Otherwise, we risk things getting worse.
Right. So you've already mentioned the Chicago speech, and we all know that Swami Vivekananda was such a global phenomenon. So maybe it will be of interest to some of our young audience to know a little bit more about his international impact, starting from his Harvard connection and how he influenced so many varied figures from Tesla to Tata in India, and his connection across disciplines as well, from humanities to science and technology.
Right. So I'm an alumna of Harvard University, and this is something I got to know while my time there. And I was quite surprised, because as a student you feel कि हाँ स्वामी जी went to Chicago, किसी ने उनका travel fund किया होगा, कहीं से scholarship मिली होगी, he sailed the boat, reached, and then became so famous and pronounced Vedanta. But then as I started reading about Swami Vivekananda, I realized that things weren't that straightforward. As with all of us, life was as hard to him as it is to all of us. And once he reaches Chicago, through donations and all. In fact, so let me start chronologically. When he's on a steamer to Chicago, he meets Mr. Tata, J.R.D. Tata, and they have a long discussion on how India needs to build its strength around material sciences. So Swami Vivekananda, which you would typically imagine as a saffron-clad monk, is talking about promoting science in the country, having scientific institutions in the country, promoting material sciences, even writes a letter talking about, we are today talking about Make in India, he's talking about how manufacturing should be set up in India. And if you must have all heard about Indian Institute of Science, IISc, right? Go to its website and you see in terms of what were the early influences that shaped Mr. Tata's thinking about establishing the then first scientific institution in India, and you see Swami Vivekananda's influence, because when Mr. Tata is setting up IISc, he writes to Swami Vivekananda and says, I cannot think of any other man than you to be at the helm, somebody who has a certain purpose. Spirituality gives you purpose, so that science is more purposeful and is more purposefully driven. So that's the first impact that you see, that while on his way to Chicago, he ends up influencing somebody as starting as Mr. Tata to open the first scientific institution in India. Once he reaches Chicago, he realizes that he's reached the US too soon. The World Parliament of Religions is a couple of months ago. He has no money. It's very cold. He's living literally in barrels. He's going here and there. He faces a lot of racism in the US. It's very cold. He has nowhere to go. And then once on a train journey, he meets somebody called Miss Sanborn. And she realizes that, okay, here's this monk who's come from India, who's here to attend World Parliament of Religions. And she tells him that why don't we meet Professor John Wright, who was a professor of Greek at the Harvard University. And she refers him to go and meet Professor Wright at Harvard University. He goes to Harvard University. He sits down with this professor, tells him what his message, and not just his message, what India's message is to the world on Vedanta. And then, Professor Wright tells him that, you need a letter of recommendation to actually go into the World Parliament of Religions. So the letter of recommendation that Professor Wright of Harvard University writes for Swami Vivekananda says that this man here is more learned than all your professors combined. And to show him the light means showing light to the sun. In fact, there are accounts of how Swami Vivekananda gives various lectures at the Harvard School of Divinity. There is this gazette that comes out. It's called Harvard Crimson. Then Harvard University recounts that here is this, fearless, fiery Swami Vivekananda from India, who has so scientifically spoken about the nature of reality, Vedanta. And in fact, he was even offered a chair at Harvard as well as Columbia University, which he obviously says no to. Later, the establishment of Vedanta Society in New York, anybody who understands the impact of Vedanta in yoga and US will know that Swami Vivekananda actually introduced the Western audiences to what the Indian spiritual tradition really means. And even Rockefeller, people must have heard, today we are talking about, from Bill Gates to Nikhil Kamath, we are talking about philanthropy, but not very many people know that it was, in one of the conversations that Vivekananda had with Rockefeller back then, he said, what use is all this wealth and money if you cannot learn to give it back to the society? And thereafter, what I found very, very interesting, because I'm a student of science, is that his exchanges, his letter exchanges, and his meetings with the scientist Nikola Tesla. We all heard about the equation E is equal to mc squared, right? We all know that, okay, energy and matter are, interchangeable. Back then, Swamiji and Tesla are conversing that Tesla really likes this idea of Vedanta where prana and akash actually come from a primitive energy, and how force and matter can be interchangeably shown as manifestations of energy. And Swami Vivekananda is writing a letter that Nikola Tesla has called me because he says that these are the kind of fundamental equations which will change the face of science and physics, and it does. So those kind of that impact tells you that when we think about spirituality, it's not about rituals, it's not about spiritual traditions only, but having a spiritual outlook can really change your outlook towards the way you see science, towards the way you see world, towards the way you behave in the society, and of course his impact in the West. And he made so many disciples, one of the famous ones being Sister Nivedita Margaret Noble, who was from the UK, who came down to India, taught the entire message of oneness. In fact, they were the ones who, for the first time, opened schools for girls, young girls in India. So his impact in the West, continues to be. In fact, one of the best written works around Swami Vivekananda have been written by American authors, by British authors. In fact, when Swami Vivekananda met with Max Muller, who's a very, very famous historian, he's the one who shared writings on Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa, and of course the big impact that a lot of international historians had from on philosophical thought. And of course Swami Vivekananda was a big medium and a big inflection point.
Yes. This has been such a thoughtful and deeply engaging conversation, which I'd like to continue, but I'm told that we have to wrap it up now. So I would just finally ask you if you would like to read a section from the book, just to give a glimpse of what it is all about. Then we can open it for discussion.
So the book is, for the new comers to this room, the book is called Living the Vivekananda Way, Practical Spirituality for Modern Youth. It of course starts with the life and biography of Swami Vivekananda, his impact in the West, and then it talks about decoding these spiritual teachings in a simple to understand language, and concludes with what message did he have for the youth. So I'll read something out of chapter around spiritual teachings, and it's on page number 52. It talks about the divinity of soul. So some pretext to how we try to interpret this, and then a quote directly from Swamiji. Vivekananda emphasized the divine nature of the soul, asserting that each person was already capable of exploring their divinity, irrespective of their caste, gender, religion, or race. Drawing from Vedanta, he stated that every living soul was inherently part of a larger universal soul or existence. This means that each of us already possess a divine element at our core. This divinity can be explored, realized, and actualized, allowing every human being the potential to unlock limitless possibilities that already reside within themselves. To quote Swami Vivekananda, "Let every man and woman and child, without respect of caste or birth, weakness or strength, hear and learn that behind the strong and the weak, behind the high and the low, behind everyone, there is that infinite soul, assuring the infinite possibility and the infinite capacity of all to become great and good."
Well, on that note, I urge all the people in the audience to grab a copy of this book, Living the Vivekananda Way. Thank you, Dr. Ananya, for this very insightful session. If there are any questions, we can take it up now. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone here. Thank you, KLF.
Thank you for this enlightening and enriching session with us and reminding us of the universal truth of oneness. Thank you, Dr. Avasthi. Thank you, Ms. Bhatt. And now I'd like to ask Arpita and Tamanna to provide our speaker with their citations.
And they will come or they will sit and then starting like that.
From the stage first.
They were there and then it Hello. So, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Kalinga Literary Fest. Well, history gives us story, but it's writers and storytellers that decide how we understand them. For centuries, our epics have been told from a fixed point of view. Yet, there are some voices who step away and choose to ask questions away from the center point. And they thought that there may be some another truth apart from the center point. Today's session, Retelling the Past and Shaping the Futures, bring us together one of the amazing storytellers. We are honored to have with us Mr. Anand Nilkandan, known for reimagining mythology, changing ideas about heroism and morality. Joining with him is Miss Anuja Chandramouli, whose retailing claim mythological women, complex thinking, feeling individuals, and guiding the conversation is Miss Sudha Mishra, who will bring us depth and clarity about the discussion. So I would really like to invite, sir, please come to the stage.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall begin this very, very interesting dialogue on retelling the past and shaping the future. We all know stories have been the earliest of the tools that humanity invented to make sense of the world. Long before history was documented in writing, it was told. It was told through stories that were shaped by perspectives, memory, and the then cultural understanding of the people. But the past doesn't stay confined in the past. It keeps revisiting us, it keeps speaking to us, it keeps questioning us, and often unsettling us. And therefore, we are going to engage in a very interesting dialogue, and we are fortunate to have with us Anand Neelkantan and Anuja Chandramouli, who are the very distinguished voices of the modern world, who look at the mythological texts and history from a fresh perspective, and they retell them from the margins. They try to look at these historical segments and stories from the perspectives of those who have always been overshadowed, who have always been marginalized. They give voices to the voiceless. When Anand writes, when he writes Ramayana, he places Ravan in the center at times, or very interestingly, he talks about Ram's sister or Ravan's sister. And the characters who have been always demonized or villainized, he tries to humanize them. Very, very interesting way of looking at those things. Anuja is known for giving a nuanced female perspective, feminine perspective to the past, to the mythologies, and to the history. So in Anuja's writings, the female characters get a woman's voice, and that's how they get justice. And they feel more human. They feel more relatable in her writings. In her latest novel, The Wife and the Dancing Girl, she retells the story of Silapatikaram. And if you have learnt about the story of Kannagi and Kovalan, right? Yeah, so beautiful reinterpretation of the work. So I start this conversation with a very fundamental question. What compels you to revisit the stories which are already so deeply entrenched in our cultural memory? Why?
The answer is in the question itself. They are deeply entrenched in the cultural memory. So we are not talking about the past, we are talking about the present. Why Ramayana or Mahabharata stays relevant is because they are talking about the people of now. They are talking about the human nature doesn't change. And whether it is whatever good and bad about Indian society, you can trace it to all these storytelling and epics. A society becomes the story that it tells itself. So whether the evils of the society is like caste system, patriarchy, they have the roots in these epics. The good of the society, whatever we call the tolerance, different forms of worship, everything gets tolerated, deep philosophy, that also have the roots in it. So it influences our day-to-day life, it influences even at home, what do they call the mothers and grandmothers? If some girl becomes bold, immediately they will call them Shurpanaka. From where does this come from? When a boy becomes naughty, it's very endearing Krishna. But when the girls become naughty, it's Shurpanaka. All these things have the roots from the mythology itself. Not just that is at a lighter level, but even otherwise, how we look at the society, how certain people are getting marginalized, how certain sections of societies does not come to the mainstream, how this has been used as a tool for oppression and suppression, then the same tool has to be used to take out whatever the evils have come into the society. Hence, we are using the same. You can see that Uttar Ramayana was specifically added. If you really see at the Ramayana, Uttar Ramayana looks like a propaganda story. The totally characters behave totally different from Ramayana, whether it is Ram or Sita. Everyone behaves weird in Uttar Ramayana if you really see, because it was written much later. That's why many scholars say that it was added. So why they were using it as a tool? So a Rama who goes and goes to Shabari or to the Kevat Guha, suddenly you find this Rama who goes and cuts the head of Shambhuka. Why? Because somebody is using Ram, somebody is firing from Ram's shoulders to create an agenda. So when you write, when you use Ramayana, you are using the same Ramayana to defang these kind of things. That's my answer.
Anuja, anything from your side on this? Why? Why revisit?
For me, again, we're not revisiting. It's already there. It's very much a part of our life. And the way I see it, in a very simple way, it's like driving a car. I'm a lousy driver, by the way. I may have a license, but I definitely should not use it. But the thing is, I know the basics. You're at the steering wheel, that represents the present. You're looking ahead, that is the future. But you cannot not afford to look at the rearview mirror. You have to see what's happening out there. It shapes your present as well as the future. So I feel that's what we are doing. Anand already said that you're using storytelling to fix some of the damage done by storytelling. Because in India, we take our stories very, very seriously. We kill for the stories, we live for the stories, we love the stories. And I feel at its heart, mythology as well as history, there's no good, there's no bad, it's neutral. It just is. But the thing is, we say, no, this is how it is in the Ramayana, this is how it was in the Mahabharata. The women were like this, the women were like that. Everybody knew their place. See, modern times, these feminists came, they ruined society, they ruined the world. That is the human element right there, where you take something that is, very precious to all of us. That's the actual inherited treasure we get, and we've weaponized it against women, against minorities. So what we seek to do is reclaim humanity. See, the feminist thing, you talk about it and immediately there's something wrong with the wiring and everyone's like, shut up, feminists have done enough. So, and again, 2025, we still have to clarify that feminism is about equal rights. It's not about giving anybody an unfair advantage, because let's face it, patriarchy cuts both ways. It's not like men have it easy in this system either. If there's a war to be fought, we send the men only, let them go die. Women and children are protected, no? I'm saying why? Everyone has, equal rights. Women would also, and men also have to bear the burden of paying everybody's bills. Even today, a guy is not, that guy who's earning much, bringing in the big bucks, he's not respected. Whereas women bring in the big bucks, that makes you some sort of feminazi automatically. So that this is some of the things we are challenging. Equal rights for everybody, equal load sharing, and we do it with stories because we hope that we can change the world one story at a time.
Fantastic. Okay. Anand, when you were writing Asura, the very first novel, you chose to give the narrative Ravan's perspective. What were you doing when you were writing the story of the vanquished? Were you trying to humanize Ravan? Or were you trying to question this entire moral absoluteness that all our epics try to project?
I think our epics in the original form never projected it as a story of good versus evil. So that is why you find in many temples Ravan also is worshipped in many places. Ravan is a Paramabhakta of Shiva, and if you go by the Purana itself, Ravan is the cursed bodyguard or Dwarapalaka of Vishnu, who comes as Jaya and Vijaya. Takes birth as Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu, Ravana and Kumbhakarna. Comes in southern tradition Kamsa and Shishupala, in the northern tradition Shishupala and then Davakra. But So there is nothing like evil per se. It is the Leela, it is a game in which they are taught. But what happened in the medieval era, these tales were taken and twisted, and the lynching of Ravan, at least in some parts of the country, it started. Not in every part of the country, but in some part of the country, especially this happened after the Islamic invasion. Lot of the way in which the world is seen, the good versus bad, the duality, that got imbibed into Hinduism also, and suddenly there is a good side and a bad side. Ram is a good side, Ravan is the bad side. The story was never told like that. So I was going back to the roots rather than the original ones, rather than trying to twist it. So Ravan, I was humanizing him. I was not justifying his action, nor was I justifying Ram's action in that. To create that balance in the Asura Tale of the Vanquished, I had used another character called Bhadra, who is the common man. And I was trying to show whether Ram rules or Ravan rules, the plight of the common man remains the same. So Bhadra is a citizen of Ravan, is one of the foot soldiers of Ravan. He is like the guy who roams around in today's politicians, will have all their chelas, right? So he is that one of that guy who is the henchman for the politician goon. He does all the dirty work but gets discarded when time comes. He then becomes the citizen of Ram. So he is the washerman who is blamed for Sita's exile, the convenient, scapegoat. So Bhadra is the same guy. So I tell the Ravan story and Ram story through the eyes of a common man who would have perhaps lived in that era, to show that the plight of the common person doesn't change, whatever it is. Thus, had I just used Ravan as a storyteller, because it's in autobiographical mode, no, 2 chapters alternate between Ravana and Bhadra, and I keep changing the perspective in that. It will become, everyone will tend to, you call Mughamba and ask him to tell, he will also justify his part. You call Trump, he will also justify his part. All kind of villains are the same. You call anyone, you can name that instead of that, whoever has offered good days, good times to come, Ache, then anybody you can replace, they all will justify their part. So Ravan also will be justifying his part. So to create a balance in the perspective, I also put a perspective from the bottom, that is Bhadra from the common man's angle. And that is how I contemporized it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this beautiful answer. Okay, Anuja, in our society, usually the best way for social conditioning of women is deifying them. Our society deifies women, or if they do not fit into the so-called norms, we demonize them. So when you were portraying Ganga or Mohini or so to say Kannagi, what were you doing with these characters? Were you trying to look at them as a common woman or as a deity or as a demon? What?
No, I think you got to the heart of it, because I think when we deify these women, the goddesses, for instance, in the Devi Bhagavatam, they show that Devi occupies a throne and the four
vanquishing the woman's voice. Of course, patriarchy, you know.
So Devi's throne is supported, according to Devi Bhagavatam, by Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva and Dharma. They're saying this is her exalted position which she occupies, and I can't help but think that it's overcompensation. Because you look through the news, you don't even have to look at the news headlines, you just have to look around you. Where are women given this exalted position in society? No, even if you want to wield power, you have to wield it like a man. You have to prove that you can play with the boys, right? Whereas in mythology, they say, see, goddess, in India, in Indian culture and tradition, we treat women on par with goddesses. Who the hell wants to be a goddess? It's very hard to be a goddess. You can't set one wrong foot forward. You can't even fart. It's not acceptable. if you are a goddess, okay? And then she mentioned the flip side, this very problematic dichotomy we have. If you're not the goddess, you are the whore. And what do we do with whores? We stone them to death. So a woman goes to college, you know, she just hops on to the bus, public transport, and she's wearing jeans and a kurta. And then there will be 4 people who say, you're not wearing a dupatta. That means you're asking to be groped and fondled and molested, whereas you are just trying to get to college in one piece. You know, so this is what happens when people judge you. Either she's a goddess, you know, she's perfect, she doesn't fart, or she's a whore. Stone her to death. And in the history of the world, throughout the history of the world, no woman has ever entirely been a goddess or a whore. We are complicated. Yes, see, every time I say something, you get that. So yes, we are very complicated creatures. Ask my husband, he'll tell you. You know, simple. He asks me, do you want ice cream? I'll say, what, you're trying to make me fat? And if he doesn't buy me the ice cream, I'm going to get mad. What, you think I'm fat? I shouldn't eat ice cream. So we are like that. We are complicated creatures, very unreasonable. I reserve the right to be as unreasonable as I please. Okay, we need to claim that space for ourselves, and yes, we are flawed, and it's our flaws that make us human, that make us perfect. So when I write my stories about Ganga, Mohini, Shakti, I am looking at the human aspect of these goddesses, because come on, let's face it, when you look at it from a certain angle, did God create humans or did humans create God? So we are a reflection of each other. So I am trying to, recapture that very intimate space where, we are on par with each other, that oneness, where we are all on par, we get close and we can experience the divine better that way, without this problematic dichotomy. So with Ganga also, when she's asked in the Mahabharata, just one quick example, she's asked in the Mahabharata to bear, the Ashtavasus. She has to carry these children and, sacrifice them to her waters. When a man writes this story, he forgets about the horrors of having a child. Everyone says it's a magical time, but I have 2 daughters. Let me assure you, it's not magical. You feel fat, bloated, gross. It's like your body has been captured by an alien. Nobody wants you to tell that mummy means unconditional love. No, for me it was very horrible experience. And there will be moments when you want to fling your screaming child out of the window. And you are raised in a civilized society, so you control that base urge and you try and be a good mother. Okay? Yay, there you go. So Ganga is being asked to carry 8 children and 7 of them have to be sacrificed. So Ganga, in my version, she says, you know what? I choose satisfaction over sacrifice. What do I get in return for this very, very onerous chore that is demanded of me? And she says, this is something she chooses for herself. She wants to, partake of the Ras Leela. Experience love without that gross after effects, no? Everyone knows when romance is happening, it's beautiful, but there's a lingering aftertaste. When men are being jerks. She says, I don't want that part. I want the awesome part. I want to be in that Ras Leela where there's no time, there are no laws. Radha can be older than Krishna, his milk mother, she can be married, but there are no rules. There's only love. And it is a perfect circle, no beginning, no end. She says, I want that for myself. And of course, according to the Devi Bhagavatam, Radha is an Amsa of Ganga. So, we women also know when we are asked to do something awful, we should make sure we get something in return for it. No playing the sacrifice card, like those black and white heroines, you sit and cry in one corner and then smile for the guests and cook a nice meal and serve 100 people. Nobody cares whether you're well rested. That's what I'm trying to do.
Very true. It's really commendable that you are justifying those voices, you are revisiting them, and you are helping in shaping the future. Well, another question, how do you negotiate the tension between the creative freedom and cultural sensitivity? Are you not scared when you write? Are you not scared? It's a question for both of you. One by one, both of you can answer.
I liked Anuja's take on how women should be. I also request that men also should be allowed like the men in the Puranas, like Indra, who gets Ahalya, or like Krishna. If that is allowed, this also is fine. That's a society we all should be aiming at. Without any guilt. Krishna has 16,008 wives and he still has Radha and it is glorified. I try to do that, I will be lynched. Isn't it? So it cuts either ways. So about creative, answering the question about creative freedom before she can answer back, let me go into the next question. Otherwise it will never end.
No, how do you negotiate this tension? Like, you have to have this creative freedom, but at the same time, you are also cautious about the cultural sensitivity. When you retell a story, there is this consciousness.
I deal it with writing from every side. So I wrote Asura from Ravan's point of view. At that time I was writing Siya Ke Ram from Sita's point of view in television. So if somebody comes to beat me from this side, I'll show this side. And then I wrote Vanara, which is Bali's perspective. Bali is the hero. And then I wrote Bhakta Hanuman, where Bali is the Sankat-Mohan Mahabali Hanuman, where Bali is the villain. So I wrote Valmiki's women, where I wrote about Shurpanaka, Shanta, and all those things. And on the other side, I was also writing Srimad Ramayan in Sony TV. So I have both the cards. I write from every angle possible. And that is one way I deal with it.
That's how you save yourself.
So far.
Anuja, your take on this.
Yeah, I think cultural sensitivity is very important because this is, as I mentioned already, these stories are very, very precious to all of us. They have sentimental value. We treat it like Garki Kana because your grandparents were the first to tell you these stories. So there's all that. So it's not nice to simply provoke just to grab eyeballs on Twitter. I've seen it happen where you deliberately say controversial or disrespectful things just to get people to pay attention to what you're saying, and I feel that's very unnecessary because at its heart, as I already mentioned, they are neutral. Women are empowered in our Indian mythology. It's just that over the years we lost. Yes, of course, thank you. So we lost track of what was being conveyed. We started focusing only on appearances, certain characters. Let's face it, most of these stories were told by men. Women's voices were silenced, which is why it became perfectly acceptable for men to have thousands of wives and be called studs. Whereas women, you so much as looked at a guy who's in the river and you're cursed for your troubles and you're made a rock for the crows to poop on. So, you see that.
You know what happened to Indra, no? After what he did to Ahalya?
No, Indra is still considered a stud. And I've always felt that this itself reveals a lot about the insecurity that characterizes the male ego. I see it as one big exposition on male performance anxiety. Which is why you're told, oh yeah, he had 16,000 women, and I'm thinking, no way. No way were those women satisfied in any sense of the term. You need the glamorous lens of mythology to make it sound good. So seriously, it is just, it's an ode to male performance anxiety. So you don't take it too seriously at this point. But, I'm not being disrespectful here. This is just stating a fact. Okay, and so the way I see it, when you handle this material, if it comes from a place of respect, there we go.
I think we should have a
you
little
talk
distance
about male
between
performance
us.
anxiety and the universe protests. So because because these are things men do not want to talk about. Because if you see the Ramayana or the Mahabharata, there are very few natural births, the way we consider a normal delivery, It's about birds carrying semen, it's about, putra yagas being performed and golden chalices filled with divine payasa, which has to be served to the wives because, they weren't being, because there are so many issues here which
Or
men
just,
don't want to talk
sun
about.
coming to
So
the
you
window
have-
and blessing with the boy.
Exactly. So you have all divine immaculate conceptions happening everywhere. So, you can state this and, while also being respectful of the original material because it doesn't hide any of this. It's right there. You're just reclaiming the narrative. And as I mentioned, the key words here are respect, sense, sensitivity. Okay, so and then you're good.
Thank you, thank you. It's very interesting to see two different perspectives side by side, and then this little interesting quarrel going on. Well, then another curiosity that I have is when your characters speak from the margins. In your stories, usually the marginalized characters speak. When this happens, what is its impact on the readers? How are you shaping the future? Does it actually change the ethical framework of the readers? Or is it just complicating the older narratives? Is it actually shaping the future?
No, actually, I'll just to get on.
No, the timing will go off if you talk now. I timed it accordingly when it...
Yeah.
No, see, today we are talking about LGBTQ plus rights. We are talking about the Rainbow Brigade and all that. But if you look at our Indian mythology, it was already there. It was there in the Kama Shastra, the Kama Sutra, the Padma Purana, where you talk about those who do not subscribe to the idea of conventional sexuality or gender identity. It was always considered to be something that is fluid. So if you take Mohini, Mohini is an avatar of Vishnu. Vishnu is the, badass, right? He's the protector, and he's always called when there's an emergency, and he's like, yeah.
The moment you question the men.
So Vishnu is the protector, and then Vishnu himself decides that sometimes a man cannot do a woman's job. The feminine touch is needed. So he is Mohini, the enchantress. And Mohini is very much a part of our lore, though, the jury is out on whether she's one of the Dasavatars, because she's there across many yugas. Because, a woman's work is never done. Everyone needs you, you are good at your job, people become dependent on you. But the point is, we had a transgendered god as part of the pantheon. It was very matter of fact. Nobody was saying, oh, this is a trans character or anything. We were very matter of fact about it. Take Ganga's story, Bhagirath's birth. Everyone knows she's the mother and we tell this story. But Bhagirath was born to two queens, to both his mums, because these were, again, daddy was performing penances. He couldn't impregnate his wives, but they needed this special child. So Bhaga means vulva. So again, we are talking about a lesbian union which brought forth a child. There are so many examples like this, which means we were very liberated folks at heart. And then Victorian morality came in and we were told that you have to wear a bra because that's a class symbol. Whereas in our temples, women had proper posture and gravity-defying breasts without Victoria's secret. So with these Victorian norms only, we started becoming more puritanical, and we see a little bit of that when these communities are discriminated against, which is why we have to go back to our roots and not be ashamed of the many sides of human nature.
Wonderful. Yeah. Yes, Anand. You have to say something on this.
Yeah, for once I have to agree with her. This
Finally.
No, the morality what we are talking about now is a imposed one, not just during Victorian era, even the dress changed during the Islamic invasion. So you can find in the temples or the old Buddhist paintings, most of the women are bare-breasted, just like men. We had only one kind of cloth for both men and women across the country,
yes.
And there was no separate men's clothes and women's clothes.
Unstitched clothes.
Unstitched clothes. And all kind of marriages are told in the Purana. Some might be very violent, but all of them were told, and Gandharva Vivaha was one of the accepted thing. You find so much stories of adultery, you find so much stories of sexual fluidity in the Puranas that the entire thing, like what we talk about Indian morality, a girl goes in a skirt, suddenly Indian culture, as if it is dependent on that, goes, they should just go and see or read a bit of our Puranas, or go and see some paintings in the ancient temples, or look how Devi is depicted, look how all the heroines of the old classical things, how they are depicted, or even how Kalidasa, poets like Kalidasa, Shankaracharya describe even a mother goddess, which gets nowadays in the newer versions that is cut. When you go to the internet and you find them in the books, most of them, internet, they have cut all these things. Even as a praise to the mother goddess, there is a kind of sensuality and sexuality presented to that. Not, and it has its own beauty. Go and read Saundarya Lahari, go and of Shankaracharya, go and read the ones in which Kalidasa has described the goddess. So this, suddenly all these things changed, especially during the Victorian era, where everything was shamed. Even the last century, in the early 1900s, even the Devadasi system, it had already deteriorated by that time from what it was. But the entire music and dance, they were the people who were keeping the music and dance tradition alive. The entire thing was Brahminicized, especially in the south. Other parts of the country also it happened. Rukmani Devi Arundel, who had put the Kalakshetra, great lady, but she Brahminized the entire thing. And then all the Sringara Baba were taken out from most of that. Even the name Bharatanatyam is relatively new. It was called Sadiratam before that. Similarly, the Mohiniatam, the classical dance, it itself means, the name itself is there. No? From most of the medieval earlier poetries were sensual. They all became Bhakti era poetry, and it became a Bhakti temple tradition, Bhakti kind of things much later into it. So how we got sanitized and how we are so insecure about normal things in life, we owe a lot to the Victorian era morality.
So what I see from this is you, both of you, are introducing a kind of what we call, instead of moral absolutes, you are projecting this grey morality. Grey morality. Nothing is absolutely white, nothing is absolutely black. Humanizing everything. Well, so again, the question remains the same. What impact does it have? The kind of work you people do you have anything in your mind? What impact are you trying to create on the readers or on the future generations with writings like these? How are you shaping the future?
That is the dream of every writer, no? Trying to interpret the past, influence the present, and shape the future. That's what everybody writes for.
Yes.
So naturally, we hope that we are shaping the future. We are at least showing that these tales are not black and white, and there is not just one version. And all the tools that were used to keep you, they were all medieval era invented tools to keep you tied up. You go into the roots, you find a very confident society which had the confidence to debate, discuss, defy all these things. And it was not like there is no concept of blasphemy. Every god was criticized. Every rule, there was a breakage of rules. Just read Mahabharata, there are no rules. You talk about divine birth, but Vyasa goes and does Niyoga. There is no divine birth there. So it has got all kind of births. It has divine births, it has normal births, it has Niyoga.
Yes.
Now, when I am writing TV, it is very difficult to... The TV people are getting scared to show Niyoga when I write Mahabharata.
That is the question.
The brother comes... The stepbrother comes and impregnates the widow of
the elder
his
brother.
younger brothers.
Yes, younger brothers.
So if that is right, why Bali was killed? All these questions comes, no?
Exactly.
If Vyasa does is right, his younger brothers, wife is impregnates. Then why is Vali, the big debate comes, Vali takes Sugriva's wife, and that is why I killed Vali, Rama says. So all these things are put, they didn't hide anything, because these books were meant as Dharma Shastras, and it doesn't mean they are 10 commandments or any number of commandments.
They are not absolutes.
They are there to discuss and debate, and that is why there used to be the debate on Dharma, and these were used to make people understand what is right or wrong, rather than instruct people this is right and you should not do any of these things, or you will become Tandoor in hell. That was written much later in Garuda Purana.
True. Yes, Anuja.
No, the interesting thing here, more than the rights and wrongs of Niyoga and all that, I find the most problematic aspect is the question of consent. Imagine a girl is told, you know, you will just go wait in your royal chambers, you will receive a visitor, which is kind of like, if you are a girl, you think about, my God, that sounds horrendous, where, you know, they kind of valorize unquestioning obedience in women. Which is some of the things we discussed already, this unreasonably high standard of conduct that is imposed only on women. So you grow up hearing stories about these goddesses of, you know, these wives, these chaste wives, you know, who lived only to serve their husbands. I will wash his feet and sustain myself on that fluid. I'm sure they didn't do pedicures back then. I'm sure it was toxic as hell. But for me, this is Tirtham. I will sustain myself on this, and everybody claps their hands, you know. And it goes on like that, these unreasonable standards for women. So I like to go back to stories. Let me give an example. Everyone talks about women who did so much for their husbands, who sacrificed, who bore everything. If your husband wants to visit a prostitute, I will carry on my shoulder. I didn't make up the story, by the way. It's there in the Ramayana, it's Nalayani's story. So I just like to shine the spotlight on other stories where there are sensitive men. Actually, they are there, you know, in Indian mythology. For instance, take the story of Ruru and Priyambada. How many of you have heard of these two? See, as I expected. As I expected, nobody knows, because Priyambada was the Apsara Menaka's daughter. You know, since she was born on the wrong side of the marital bed, the practice was to leave this baby at a Rishi's ashram and let this child be raised by the Rishi. Okay, so Priyambada grows up to be this very beautiful girl. They're always beautiful. And she's engaged to Ruru, a very nice young chap, sensitive, sweet chap. And just shortly before the wedding, she is bitten by a snake. And it's a mortal bite. She's going to die. So Ruru immediately, you know, sacrifices all his ascetic merit to get his betrothed back, his fiancée back. He says, I will give half of the lifespan allotted to me for her. You know, so this is such a sweet thing. So they grow old together, they die together. Why aren't we told more stories like this, where, you know, there's a give and take, where there's a sweet, loving relationship? Why is it always about toxic animals, which become the hit movie, no? So why not? Actually, the truth is, in the real world, women have a soft spot for sensitive guys more than the toxic alpha. That's the truth. So let us shine a light on these stories also, and let this influence next gen, let them grow up hearing this, that it's okay for guys to do sweet things. Nobody's going to call them a wuss or anything.
Yeah, this is how, you know, this reminds me to the story related to the birth of Dhritarashtra and Vichitravirya, where the queens are not able to conceive and therefore they are sent to their stepbrother, one by one. And he is blind because she is scared of the man, and she closes her eyes, and therefore Dhritarashtra is blind. Right,
It's always her fault.
Yeah, that is how it is justified. Why Dhritarashtra is blind? Because she closed her eyes because she was scared of the man. And Vichitravir has jaundice. He is born with jaundice because she turns pale out of fear when she looks at the man. So every time the woman is the victim, not victim, culprit. Right. All right. Last one interesting question. If, according to you, one character from the past can shape the future, which character would you choose? Any one character from the past which can guide the future?
Ravan.
I knew that. Okay, would you explain why?
See, Ravan is, I had in fact written a non-fiction book on it called Asura Way. Ravan is the need of the hour, because we live in Kali Yuga and it is the age of materialism. Ravan is per se not perceived as evil, he is perceived as the epitome of materialism. That's why the thing of Suvarna Lanka, he rules for 10,000 years and then only Rama is born. So 10,000 years this guy had ruled with all the glory, Okay, he had his character flaws, but he took his people to the prosperity. If there is going to be a leader like that, he took his people to the prosperity, to the epitome of prosperity for 10,000 years, and great wealth he created, and each of them died for him. He had the greatest loyalty from his people to the core. Imagine it, and he led a glorious life. So if I am born as some character, I want to be the Ravan and have the private island, private jet, and everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, there are plenty of things to admire about Ravana, but the thing is, there's no getting away with it. He has a track record for being a rapist, a repeat offender who gets away with it, which is why there's a certain appeal for men who want Ravana Rajya back. Which is why I have issues with Ravana. Which is why I will say Shakti is the way forward, because they say, without Shakti, Shiva himself is Shava, or a corpse, because she animates everything in existence. And here, see this, I'll share a little bit a personal experience here. I used to do content writing for a news website, which means at the time I was covering the Nirbhaya case, which broke my heart. Because I have 2 daughters also, and suddenly you're looking at the world and you're like, how can we raise daughters in a world like this? And you have so much fear inside you. And I was up at an unearthly hour at night when the news broke that she had passed away. And I'm in tears because I was rooting for this brave girl to live. And so I'm sitting there in the dead of the night thinking about it. And I was thinking of something I'd read in college, where again, we were talking about rape, eve teasing. And I remember reading a very powerful article which spoke about how, we need to be taught that Shakti resides in all of us, and Shakti is a very powerful force who rides an apex predator into battle. When all the gods have failed, they go to Shakti as a supplicant, asking her to come and help. And the thing with Shakti is, it's not like waiting for a knight in shining armor to come to rescue you. You have Shakti inside you. Be there for yourself. You are the hero, the villain, everything in your own story. So embrace the Shakti within. Whether you are a man, woman, or if you don't identify as either gender, it holds true that Shakti is inside, and Shakti is the way forward. Embracing Shakti.
Thank you, Anuja. So that is my latest book, Mahishasura. So I'll be launching it tonight. So she has already told the entire story.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
That's a little description to your book.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you for these very interesting counter narratives. Well, before I ask the last question to them, I want the audience to be ready with their questions if you have any. So I'm giving you time to prepare your questions, and within 2 minutes or 3 minutes of last question, we will start the audience questions. All right. So one last question. If you could, change one of the inherited understandings or inherited perspectives about the mythology, one lesson that we all carry with inheritance about mythology. So if you had to change one of them, which one would be, and how would you change that? One understanding about our mythology that you wish to change.
I wouldn't change anything because, see, I feel that control is an illusion. I can't really pretend that I'm actually changing the world when I write my stories. That's the hope. But I just feel, the way I see it, India has had a rich tradition of storytelling, and I'm just part of that process. I'm just immersing myself in this river of consciousness, which was there before us. It'll be there long after we are gone. So everything's a process. Every faulty, what we think of as faulty, okay, it's being politicized, it's being weaponized, all of it is part of the process, and sometimes you have to make mistakes to arrive at a higher truth. So I really wouldn't change anything. I'm content to just immerse myself and experience
it. It's not about changing the mythology. My question is about changing the viewpoint of the readers. See, we are raised, so am I, we are raised listening to these epics from our parents, and they tell us it from the perspective they want us to train. Right. So if you had to change this perspective in people about mythology, is there any one particular lesson that you want to change about mythology?
I will say there are a lot of things to admire about India and its culture, but one thing which to abhor is the caste system. So anything that supports it, anything that supports Chaturvarna, anything that supports Manusmriti, we should reject it. We have the freedom to reject. If Gita has verses on it, it is time to purge it. Because Gita is not the holy book, it is one among many holy books. As per the time and the place, the dharma, definition of dharma changes. Whichever way, even Gandhi tried to explain it away, lot of social reformers tried to explain it away, why Chaturvarna is not Jadi is different, Chaturvarna is different. These are all scholarly debates. In practice, this has spoiled. As time went by, the entire caste system, whether it originated from Chaturvarna or other things, entire caste system made the culture rotten. And any text, whether it is Ramayana, Gita, Purana, any text where this is justified, you should not try to explain it away. If it has to be purged, it has to be purged. It is there in that, but it is not applicable today. Every era needs its own Dharma Shastra. So if one thing I will take out, all the evils of Indian society, you can place it at the steps of Chaturvarna and Jadi, including patriarchy.
Thank you for being so straightforward and bringing this up. All right, so now we open the floor for questions because we are running out of time. So please be very precise in your questions. If there is anyone who would like to ask anything. Yes, please. Okay, for the audience, I'll just quickly sum up the question he has asked. He's trying to ask whether Ramayana and Mahabharata are just man-made stories, or is there some historical relevance? Is there some historical fact behind these stories?
Is that the one? If you go by Ramayana, it doesn't have any historical fact. So it is up to you to depend on whether on Ramayana or whether our inferiority complex. Because in Ramayana, 100 references come saying that many Ramayans have happened and in every era it keeps on happening. If it's a historical fact, it won't happen like that. So it is up to us to whether to respect what is told in Ramayana or whether to think that it is historical. Maybe every story will have a kernel of historical truth. But if you are respecting Ramayana, then we cannot take it as history. Because in Ramayana is Kavya, it is not history in Ramayana. So it depends on which one you want to take.
Krishna like that, but it is the people who are Mohammedan, suppose they are denying, they are not ready to believe this. Why it is so?
Why should
that's why I put such a question.
There is a concept called Ishtha Devada.
Even the Christian people or other stream, they are not ready to believe this.
Why should they?
That's why I put such a question.
Why should they? Even in Hinduism, lot of people, there are so many darshanas in Hinduism.
Sir, my question, why I put such a question? Because some section of the people, they believe these epics, but some sections of the society, they don't believe. So,
revenge? Sir, that is the beauty of our culture, no? You have the freedom to believe and not believe.
We are bound to believe because we are having that Hindu tradition. But some Mohammedan people, they are not ready to.
They need not know.
They are not ready to believe this concept.
That is the beauty of our society. No, among Hindus also there are so many people who may reject Ramayana and Mahabharata and accept only Shakteya or Shaiva. There are so many sects are there. Some people reject, Advaitis reject all these things.
The Mohammedan
So,
people, they know
not
only,
Mohammedans,
only the Allahs. Allah is the only one God. But our God is.
No, that is that is the beauty of the society. You know, people have the freedom to believe in whatever they want or not believe in whatever they
It's
want.
to war.
All right.
War, even the universal. If the universally one thought will be there.
Can we please
Ma-
summarize
madam.
this into one very small, keep it very brief.
Why I put such a question? If the universal thought is same one, then there will be a question. There will be no question
How
of.
can the whole universe have the same thought? We cannot do
That
that. No,
leads
it's
to
not
war
possible.
also.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions, please? Yes? Well, I had many more questions, but the time doesn't permit. For example, I would really love to know from you, when you say many Ramayanas, many lessons, so how? Many lessons means what? Multiple people having multiple lessons, or one Ramayana having...
No, there is no one Ramayana. There are thousands of Ramayana.
Yes, just like A.K. Ramanujan has written 300 Ramayanas.
There are much more than that.
So, many questions, but the time doesn't permit us. And I'm so thankful to Anuja and Anand for being with us today. It was really a pleasure talking to you. And though I have been watching you people in interviews for very long, I've been following you people for very long, but having this interaction face to face, it was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Stay there. Thank you. So, we are really glad. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the characters who are other than the central character. Thank you, Anuja ma'am, for highlighting the feminine point of view in our mythology. And thank you, Sudha ma'am, for asking the right questions and getting us to know the wisdom these two peoples have. So, now I would like to request Tanuja and Arpita to come here and felicitate our guests. Well, to all our dear audience, our digital partner, The Hindu, one of the most renowned newspaper in India, they have announced a high discount monthly subscription. So you can go and grab it in the central hall, and they will also give you a free eco-friendly bag. So you can go and grab that offer. Audience, please be seated. Please be seated. Our session will continue.
Hello. Hello.
So audience, our next speakers are on the way and they'll arrive soon. So any one of you want to say something about KLF or ODI literature or anything? Please come if you have written anything of your own. And how do you feel? You can also say that.
theorist, translator, and curator. His poetry collections include Vanishing Acts, Central Time, John a Whale. He is acclaimed for his translation of the 14th century Kashmiri mystic Lala, published as I Lala, the poems of Lal Ded. Ranjit Hoskote has curated major international exhibitions, including India's first pavilion at the Venice Biennale, and has been honored with awards such as the Sahitya Academy Translation Award and the Sahitya Academy Golden Jubilee Award. Joining us today is Surya Mishra, a distinguished Odia literature and public intellectual, widely known for his contributions to the contemporary literature scene and cultural discourse. We are joined by Suman Barsa, a literary voice and academic whose work engages with questions of identity, memory, and lived experiences within contemporary literature. This conversation will be moderated by K.K. Das Sir, a founder member of the Kalinga Literary Festival, whose interdisciplinary background across social sciences, philosophy, and public policy has shaped many of KLF's conversations over the years. With this, I would like to welcome all three speakers and our dear moderator to take the stage and begin this session. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. So the language of the communication will be English, unfortunately, because we Hindi थोड़ा थोड़ा चलेगा, sorry, चलेगा, चलेगा, अच्छा. So दक्षिण एशिया में कविता का रूप कैसा है? How is the tradition of poetry in a South Asian context? ये हमारा टॉपिक है और हमारे साथ जो तीन लोग हैं, एक उड़ीसा को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, उड़ीसा के फाइन पोएट्री ट्रेडिशन को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, सूर्य मिश्र जी, और वो ऐसे पोएट्री लिखते हैं जो इंसान के भाव भंगिमा और उसकी जो वृथा अहंकार है उसके साथ डील करते हैं. तो वो कैसे यहाँ रेलेवेंट है वो उसके ऊपर भी बात करेंगे. रंजीत हस्कोटे जी वो हैं जिनको आप काफ़ी लोग जानते हैं, ए सेलिब्रेटेड पोएट इन हिज ओन रिगार्ड, known at the global level, also an art critic. You also do curations? Yes, and translator of highest order, recognized globally for doing translation across genres. So someone who would bring maybe all of us together in such a way that there is a seamless understanding of what South Asian poetry is all about. Can there be a South Asian imagination of poetry? क्या हम दक्षिण एशियाई कविता के ऊपर कोई एक साझा, एक कंसेंसस डेवलप कर सकते हैं कि ये भारतीय पोएट्री है, ये नेपाली पोएट्री है, ये श्रीलंकन पोएट्री है, लेकिन एक साउथ एशियन पोएट्री, एक साउथ एशिया के तरीके से देखने की हमें चाहिए क्या? क्योंकि हमारे पास एक साझा विरासत है जो शेयर्ड हेरिटेज है. हम देशों में जितने सारे देश यहाँ पे हैं, मालदीव से, श्रीलंका है, ये एक पॉलिटिकल इमेजिनेशन है एक लेवल पे, एक लेवल पे की ज्योग्राफिक इमेजिनेशन है, एक लेवल पे कल्चरल इमेजिनेशन है, और इन सब में जो सिमिलैरिटी है वो सिमिलैरिटी कल्चरल भी है और हिस्टोरिकल भी है, और उसमें कंटेस्टेशंस भी हैं और डिफिकल्टीज भी हैं. चाहे वो डिफिकल्टी भारत पाकिस्तान कश्मीर को लेकर हो, चाहे वो डिफिकल्टी अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान को लेकर हो, चाहे वो डिफिकल्टी बॉर्डर्स को लेकर हो, चाहे वो डिफिकल्टी तमिल और सिंघलिज आइडेंटिटी को लेकर हो, या फिर वो डिफिकल्टी जो भारत के अंदर भी है, जो हम एक दूसरे के साथ डील भी करते हैं, रिजॉल्व भी करते हैं, नेगोशिएट भी करते हैं और वो स्पेस क्रिएट भी करते हैं. तो ये जो नुआंसेस है, इसको सबसे बेहतरीन तरीके से एक कवि जो अपने कविता के बियॉन्ड जाके सोचते हैं,
अपने पेन और प्लेजर के बियॉन्ड सोचते हैं, शायद वही कर सकते हैं। तो हमारे पास ऐसे 3 पोइट्स हैं, 3 लेखकों लेखिका हैं। वर्षा जी हैं जो खास करके नेपाली भाषा में लिखते भी हैं और एंगेज भी करते हैं, और अंग्रेजी भाषा में लिखते हैं और अंग्रेजी के प्रोफेसर भी हैं और पोएट्री पढ़ाते भी हैं। तो यहाँ नेपाल इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि नेपाल भी, हम अगर देखेंगे कि अभी सार्क जो इमेजिनेशन किया गया था, पॉलिटिकल इमेजिनेशन, कि साउथ एशियन रीजनल कोऑपरेशन, एसोसिएशन ऑफ रीजनल कोऑपरेशन, वो अपने आप में थोड़ा लिम्बो में है और वो कोई काम नहीं कर रहा, क्योंकि भारत पाकिस्तान के बीच में भी झगड़ा चल रहा है लगातार, और उसमें जो कल्चरल इमेजिनेशन पहले से है, हिस्टोरिकल इमेजिनेशन पहले से, सिविलाइजेशनल इमेजिनेशन पहले से, उसकी जो बांधने का डोर है वो मुझे लगता है पोइट्री के अलावा और शायद कोई नहीं कर सकता। गद्य की जो प्रोज राइटिंग है उसके अपने लिमिटेशंस है। पोइट्री क्या करता है, उस लिमिटेशन, जैसे अमिताभ बच्चन कोई डायलॉग में बोलते हैं कि मेरा सब लाइन खत्म हो जाता है, मेरा लाइन तभी शुरू होता है, ऐसा कुछ डायलॉग है ना कोई मूवी में। सो इट्स ही सेज मेरे से लाइन शुरू होता है, सो व्हेन ऑल लाइन्स एंड अप माय लाइन स्टार्ट्स। सो आई थिंक पोएट्री इज द ओनली जॉनर ऑफ लिटरेचर व्हिच कैन प्राउडली क्लेम कि ऑल अदर फॉर्म्स व्हेन दे स्टॉप, perhaps I take over. Maybe art also can claim that. So poetry and art, when they come together, they can perhaps deal with the most difficult human emotions that may have been articulated but perhaps not negotiated. Maybe there is no need of negotiation, we don't know. But poetry creates that genre, creates that capacity, has the potential, has that agency. So that is where I want to start, that given the differences that we have, given the uniqueness and similarities that we have across the region, हम कवियों ने कैसे अपनी व्यक्तिगत भाव से लेकर सामाजिक भाव तक गए, और उसको क्या हम एक साउथ एशिया का बाइनोकुलर से देख सकते हैं। सवाल जो है, कैन वी डेवलप ए जॉनर एंड से इज देयर ए साउथ एशियन ट्रेडिशन इन पोएट्री? इफ दैट इज a central question, then asking all of us to see in our own work how we have negotiated that space of going beyond the regionality, reaching out a more cross-cultural, cosmogonic, maybe imagination. So how do we engage with that? I will start with Surya sir, who is our local hero, and who writes poem. ମୁଁ ଚାହିଁବି ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କୁ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ ମଧ୍ୟ କରିବି, ସେ ହିନ୍ଦୀରେ ଇଂରାଜୀରେ ଯେଉଁ ଭାଷାରେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି କୁହନ୍ତୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଗୋଟେ ପୋଏଟ୍ରି ନିଜ ମନରୁ ପଢ଼ିବେ, ଯାହାକୁ ସେ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ପଢ଼ିବେ, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ସେ ମଣିଷର ଭାବକୁ, ସ୍ୱଭାବକୁ, ଅଭାବକୁ, ବୃଥା ଅହଂଭାବକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ସାଥିରେ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି, ଏନଗେଜ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ଉତ୍ତର ପାଇଁ ଛାଡ଼ି ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି। ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କଠୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା। ୱିଲ୍ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ଫ୍ରମ୍ ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟ ମିଶ୍ର। ସରି ଆଇ ସେଡ୍ ଇନ୍ ଫ୍ୟୁ words in ଓଡ଼ିଆ। Right.
I understood everything you said in Oriya.
Dear Kamalakant, who is moderating, my dear poet friend, translator Ranjit Haskote, Barshaji, dear friends, I think we will be comfortable in Odia and English also. I think so. South Asian poetry, आमे प्रथमे जानिबा जे South Asian countries covered in the rubric of South Asia. These countries, usually we know, such as Bangladesh, Pakistan, as Mr. Das said, all these countries, most of these countries got their independence in first part of 20th century, 1920, 30, 40, or 47, all these things. Bangladesh 71. So second part, first, most of the countries have got their independence in first part of the 20th century. Now thing is that all these countries have their glorious civilizational past and their glorious literature also, their heritage also. No doubt that they lack all these things. Thing is that South Asian writing, actually there is no, as he said, there is no limitation to South Asian, this is the South Asian writing, no. We have created this paradigm. The critics have created this paradigm.
So do you say artificially created? An artificial imagination imposed on us?
No, no, no. In that way, I am not sure in that way. But I said that before that we said colonialism. All this colonial rule, colonialism. Colonialism at best ends with the end of Second World War. Then followed post-colonialism. South Asian literature, I may call it new literature, which comes after colonialism, after post-colonialism. It is a recent development for last 40 to 50 years. I tell it new literature. So what is the characteristics of the new literature? 3 characteristics, in my opinion. 1, it expresses the anxiety to decolonize our voices from significantly marked world influences, West influences. 2, we want, but these literature, the people, the writers want to find their umbilical cord with that connects our voices with our socio-cultural past, socio-cultural roots. 3, it is our natural tendency, it is human tendency, and it is our tendency, South Asian writers' tendency to find their identity and establish a certain distinction. That's why I call it new literature. These are the 3 outlines I attribute to.
आपने जो 3 बोला, anxiety, socio-cultural roots, and identity.
Anxiety for decolonization. Second, identity. Third, to return to umbilical cord with our socio-cultural roots. Okay, this is it.
Okay, thank you. So I will come back to Ranjit sir. Building on what I made a small comment before starting the session, and then what Suryaji has contributed is that he's giving new literature as a kind of a paradigm to South Asian literature, and then perhaps maybe Ramayana, Mahabharata, or Kamban's Ramayana, or the historically whatever was written before maybe Britishers came or before Mughals came. Was there a conceptualization of South Asia, maybe Indian subcontinent at some point of time? Maybe in the Indian ancient mantras, we called it Bharat Deshe, Jambu Deshe, Jambu Pradesh. So the imagination of the world from the Indian perspective is existing. It is not that something very new, existing. So in that context, when you talk about South Asia, it's a United States identification of a political region, maybe to identify them, how to deal with them in foreign policy, engage them in a military and Cold War context. Maybe that is true. But if that word is an imposing colonial or neo-colonial or imperialistic design on us, poetry will continue to resist that in one way or the other. So how do you look at this imagination when we say, should we keep the session, South Asian imagination and poetry? So is there a good thing to keep that as a title? And is there something that we really have a South Asian binocular? And the way he has, I think, delineated anxiety, then identity, then root, going back to root. Something like that. Over to you. Yeah, over to you.
Let me respond. I mean, thank you very much for both your introductory remarks and wonderful presentation of these ideas. What I have to do is probably a little bit of ground clearing, which you just also alluded to. We all use this term South Asia because it's convenient, but we have to remember that it was originally invented by the State Department. It comes out of a post-World War II scenario where the US is the new dominant global power, and the State Department and the CIA are dividing the world into convenient regions. So South Asia, Southeast Asia, West Asia, all of this. And with that goes a whole academic machine of area studies, so in some sense, when we use that term South Asia, we have to be aware that we are effectively taking forward a certain kind of State Department discourse. But having said that, there's a second kind of ground clearing that I want to do, is that we then fall into some kind of error of imagining ourselves to be local as against something we imagine to be the global. I think it's very important that we recover our own sense of historically always having been globally oriented. I think this kind of binary is not helpful. What I find much more helpful is ways of thinking about cultural circulations, for instance, that are associated with the work of Sheldon Pollock, the Sanskritist, and Richard Eaton, who was a historian of a later period. Pollock reminds us of what he calls the Sanskrit cosmopolis, which was this wide swath of the world, literally from Balkh to Indonesia, where Sanskrit was a binding and unifying language with its literature. So technically, a grammarian from Java would understand what a poet in Ujjain was doing. It was a language, it was a culture that connected people. And Eaton's idea of the Persian, he calls it the Persian cosmopolis, you could call it the Iranosphere, as I do, which also extends in a transcontinental way and connects places. And India or South Asia has been fortunate to have had access to both of these, to have played a pivotal role in these circulations. So it also plays out in small ways. For instance, when we talk about our regional languages, and there's a kind of an insecurity about that, look at the empirical facts. Hindi, Urdu, Gujarati, Bangla are global languages.
Yes,
they're spoken across boundaries, they're spoken in the diaspora across the world. Yep. So I think to name just these, there's also Malayalam, Tamil, Oriya, wherever Indians have gone, they've taken their languages and literatures with them. Yeah. So I think for me, a cardinal step here is to reimagine our place in the world. And a third thing I'm going to say, which is we have to remember that there was a very powerful political imagination that we've had here from the 50s onwards, which was to think about the world and its future from the position of the global south. Yep. I'm thinking of the non-aligned movement. Yep. It was a way of saying we don't necessarily take instructions from one or the other superpower, that our concern with our imagination, our living conditions, our cultures, our economies comes from where we are rooted. So it was a way of really thinking about the world from the perspective of the formerly colonized societies. And I think that's still relevant. Even if NAM or SARC are today somewhat defunct, we need to revive that sense of confidence about where we place ourselves in the world.
I think that makes a lot of sense there. Thank you for building on the first round of discussion where we're building whether South Asia really deserves to be there in the poetic imagination, or there are little small contestations exist. Yes, we have to understand in a nuanced way that South Asia may be an imagination that is today politically relevant or perhaps geographically and international relation diplomacy wise relevant. लेकिन हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि दक्षिण एशिया हम जिसे बोलते हैं, इन राष्ट्रों के, इन देशों के, इन समाज के साथ हमारे पुरखों से नाता रहा है, और इस नाता को हम तोड़ नहीं सकते. इस नाता को रिवाइव रिन्यू करने का अलग अलग तरीका सोचा जा सकता है. There are different ways of shared cultural practices, shared heritage and history. Yes, we can fight over them as well, because we have been fighting over borders, we're fighting over, हम सीमाओं के ऊपर झगड़ा भी करते हैं और हो सकता है सीमा के बाहर जाकर गले भी मिलते हैं. और एक एग्जांपल है कि मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो पढ़ाई कर रहा था, वहाँ पे जो भारत और पाकिस्तानी मिलते हैं, क्रिकेट के मैच देखते हैं, तो हो सकता है पाकिस्तानी ये भी कह रहा है कि भारत का ये खिलाड़ी अच्छा है, और भारत अगर जीत भी जाता है तो पाकिस्तानी भारत के गले भी लगता है और दोनों साथ में बियर पीते हैं. मेलबर्न की बात कह रहा हूँ, ऑस्ट्रेलिया की. तो हो सकता है इंग्लैंड में वही हो रहा है. तो डायस्पोरा की जो इमेजिनेशन है, जो यहाँ से विदेश में जाके रहे, उनकी जो इमेजिनेशन टूवर्ड्स द रीजन है वो डिफरेंट है. और हम जब पोइटिक इमेजिनेशन की तरफ जाए, हो सकता है हम एक आइडिया को फोर्स कर रहे हैं कि एक दक्षिण एशियाई लिटरेरी इमेजिनेशन है क्या. अगर है तो कविता के रूप में वो कैसे आया है. तो एक छोटा सा इन्फॉर्मेशन है, क्योंकि सार्क जो प्लेटफॉर्म रहा है, साउथ एशियन एसोसिएशन फॉर रीजनल कोऑपरेशन, वो उसका भी एक लिटरेरी अवार्ड होता है. और वहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोगों को लिटरेरी अवार्ड दिया गया अलग अलग देशों से। और उनको क्यों दिया गया? क्योंकि इसलिए दिया गया कि वो सोच पा रहे हैं ह्यूमन बाउंड्री और बॉन्डेज के बियॉन्ड में। और यहाँ पे सीताकांत महापात्र जी को मिला है सार्क लिटरेरी अवार्ड। तो हमारे उड़ीसा में काफ़ी लोगों को मिला, काफ़ी इंडियन लिटरेरी फिगर्स हैं जिनको मिला है, बांग्लादेशी, नेपाली एज वेल। तो मैं नेपाल की तरफ जाना चाहूँगा, सुमन वर्षा जी की तरफ। नेपाल का जो साउथ एशिया में पोजीशन है वो बहुत ही क्रूशियल पोजीशन है। वो पोजीशन ये है कि नेपाल एक बफर जोन की तरह काम करता है, जो टेंशन को एब्जॉर्ब कर सकता है औरों के देश में के बीच में है। और नेपाल भी ऐसा रहा है कि दक्षिण एशिया में जितने सारे मल्टीलैटरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, सार्क का हेडक्वार्टर है काठमांडू में। तो इस तरीके से नेपाल, जब साउथ एशिया की बात हम करें तो नेपाल कैसे देखता है अपने आप को, और वो जो भूखंड है दक्षिण एशिया उसको कैसे देखता है, और खास करके साहित्यकार उसको कैसे लेते हैं? जी।
Thank you, KK sir, for this profound question. And I'm very privileged to be here with you all distinguished panelists. What is that today? South Asian poetry, is nowadays trending the boundaries. It is changing the boundaries, breaking the trend, trend of using language, subject matter, and the theme. वो तोड़ के न्यू डेफिनेशन की तरह जा रहे हैं साउथ एशियन पोइट्री, स्पेशली हम साहित्य की बात करते हैं तो अर्लियर पोइट एंड द पीपल फोकस ऑन रोमांस, नेशनलिटी एंड दैट especially spiritual theme. You have our Surya sir told about Ramayana, Mahabharata, that is the historical subject matter. We go through that all because हम बड़े हुए हैं ये सब पढ़ के. And Nepal is autonomous country. We see the South Asian other countries as a friend, and हम लोग साउथ एशियन कंट्रीज़ को बड़े ध्यान से देखते हैं, बड़ी मित्रता के व्यवहार से हम जानते हैं। लेकिन हमारा नेपाल इज़ एन ऑटोनॉमिक कंट्री, हमारा एक स्वायत्त देश है, हमारा अपना ही संस्कृति है, अपना ही भाषा है, अपना ही साहित्य है, उसके ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। बट नाउ डेज व्हाट हैपन, आवर कंटेम्पोररी पोएट्स आर राइटिंग ऑन द थीम ऑफ that body, politics, power, and gender.
Gen Z.
Nowadays Gen Z is the burning issue, and our Gen Z is in that phase. They want very short and thematic, and because they are bringing up with the short video, 16 seconds YouTube reel.
Instagram reel.
That is called that sort of generation are there, isn't it? And their mindset is
उनके लिए जो पोइट्री जो है वो इंस्टाग्राम रील है.
That's why we have to think about them as well, and what their choice is, what they want, what the new generation ideas, that we have to think about them, and we have to go through their idea, because we have to listen them, we have to learn from them, because Gen Z is one of the burning generation nowadays. They are very crucial generation, and we have to hear from them, and what sort of idea, what sort of thinking, what sort of their intention, we have to engulf it into poetry. We have to give them message through poetry, because poetry does not have one language. Poetry is boundaryless. Poetry connects all of us. That's why our poetry should be precise and simple and clear, so that they can understand it clearly. And from that poetry, we should show them how our country is, and what sort of relation we have to keep through the what is called neighbor country, and what sort of policy we have to make, and we have to think about their idea and their concept, and we have to incorporate it into our literature.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
वर्षा जी मैं उसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा मेरा ऑब्जर्वेशन ये है कि कविता और कवि जो है, क्या उसका रोल ये है कि समाज में होते हुए चीज़ों को प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए मैसेज देना, या समाज में जैसा हो रहा है वैसा प्रेजेंट करना?
नहीं, समाज में जैसा हो रहा है वैसे प्रेजेंट करने का मतलब क्या है? जो है वो दिखा रहे हैं हम, वो तो फिल्म भी दिखा सकते हैं, इट मीन्स वो क्या है ना, कैमरा भी फोटो खींच सकते हैं, लेकिन उसमें कैसे करके हम आइडिया डेवलप करके कैसे करके उसको चेंज लाना है, ये जो हो रहा है उसके आगे जाना है, वह वो हो रहा है वो ठीक नहीं है, वह उसको थोड़ा दूसरी नज़र से देखना चाहिए. वी हैव टू write literature in a creative way, creative thinking. Whatever the society is going on, if we show only that, then our idea, our literature is not that much important and issue based, isn't it? That's why, yeah, we have to show them by correcting it. Okay. And what should be the society in future.
Right.
We have to show this way.
Right. हम नॉर्मली क्या करते हैं, सोशियोलॉजिस्ट जो हैं, जो सोशल साइंस पढ़ाते हैं, वो बोलते हैं सोसाइटी आज इट इज, समाज जैसा है वैसा हम बात करते हैं. फिलोसोफर क्या करता है, समाज कैसा होना चाहिए. तो क्या कवि सोशियोलॉजिस्ट है या फिलोसोफर है या दोनों है?
या कवि फिलोसोफर भी है, सोशियोलॉजिस्ट भी है. उसको समाज में रहते हुए समाज को, तत्कालीन समाज को दिखाना भी है, लेकिन वो तत्कालीन समाज हम कैसे एक आइडियल समाज बना सकते हैं, वो दर्शन के थ्रू भी हम ले सकते हैं. इसीलिए राइटर को एक चुनौती होता है. ऑलवेज राइटर हैज़ टू फेस द चैलेंज बिकॉज दे हैव टू मर्ज आइडिया and the society both in them, and to show the reader what should be we are.
इसी क्वेश्चन से मैं सूर्य जी के पास आऊँगा, क्योंकि वो उड़िया लिटरेचर में कविता के द्वारा उन्होंने 10 से ज़्यादा वेरी वेल रिसीव्ड पोइट्री कलेक्शन के पोइट हैं, और लगातार अलग अलग जगह पे लिखते रहते हैं, बोलते रहते हैं, एंगेज करते हैं. So I will use that word kind of a very rarely people use with poets, public intellectual. हाँ, so public intellectual का मतलब हो गया कि जो intellectual thought process है उसको public के पास लाना, उसे intelligible करना. और बहुत लोग होते हैं बहुत ornamental language में बोलते हैं, कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता. तो उससे अच्छा है कि आप उसको simplify करें. तो इसीलिए व्यासदेव की जो भागवतम लिखा हुआ है उसको उड़ीसा में कोई नहीं समझ सकता, लेकिन जगन्नाथ दास का अगर भागवत बोलोगे वो समझ जाएंगे. सो आई विल कॉल जगन्नाथ दास एज ए पब्लिक इंटेलेक्चुअल फॉर ओडिशा. सो इन दैट सेंस ही इज ऑल्सो ए मॉडर्न पब्लिक इंटेलेक्चुअल हु ब्रिंग्स दैट नॉलेज ऑफ द सिविलाइजेशन, नॉलेज ऑफ सेल्फ, नॉलेज ऑफ मे बी इंक्वायरी टू द पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म. तो मेरे पापा वहीं बैठे हैं, जो उपनिषद का जो प्रिंसिपल उपनिषद है 11, उन्होंने ओडिया में उसको समराइज किया है. तो उसमें एक श्लोक वो लिखते हैं जिसमें मैं वो श्लोक पढ़ता हूँ, वहीं पे मैं शुरू करूँगा. न शब्दम विधि न मौनम तयोर मध्य यत तदेव सत्यम. उसका उड़िया में कर रहा हूं. ना शब्द र चित्कार रे, ना मौन र शांति रे सत्य रही अच्छी यार मध्य रे. अगर मैं हिंदी करूं इसका, शब्द के चित्कार में नहीं और मौन के शांति में नहीं, हो सकता है जो सत्य है इन दोनों के बीच में कहीं. सो हम वही कहना चाहेंगे कि पोएट जो है, क्या वो ट्रूथ की तरफ काम करता है, या ट्रूथ, जैसे ट्रूथ सब्जेक्टिव है, सत्य भी जो है वो सब्जेक्टिव है, एक दूसरे की देखने की नजरिया में डिपेंडेंट है. तो कवि उस सत्यता को सोशियोलॉजिस्ट की तरह देखता है, फिलोसोफर की तरह देखता है, आज ईज देखता है, और टू बी वाला बोलता है, या कुछ नहीं बोल के कुछ सवाल खड़ा करके छोड़ के चले जाता है कि आप देखो आप क्या करना चाहते हो. जैसे 18 अध्याय कृष्ण जी अर्जुन जी को बोलने के बाद बोलते हैं कि मैंने जो जानता था बता गया, अब तेरे मन में जो आए तो वो कर. सूर्य सर.
To be very frank, poetry is a very, though
tricky task.
Though we say many things on poetry, poetry is a very, very difficult matter, subject to discuss. ओडिया कहले भल लगिबो जे कविता जे कविता लेखुच द पोएट इज नाइदर ए फिलोसोफर nor a
Sociologist. Simply a writer.
Simple witness.
Yeah.
To existence. He's a simple witness to existence, to happenings, to incidents, to characters, to scenes. He's a silent observer for the entire scenario, but he describes the things he sees, the things he realizes. His motive is not to change the society. Society changes by reading the works, by realizing the concealed message. Thought. Poet does not give any message. He is not intended to give message. He writes what he sees, what he feels, and between the space, ये जो मौन और शब्द चित्कार जो कहले, he writes words, he decorates the words, he put forth his words, and the space, between the space, you find silence. That is also redemption. That is also solution. So a reader will just aptly utilizes his emotion and to some extent intellect and imagination to know the lines, to grasp the lines, to visualize the scene, recreates the scene, and then thinks what is the message about it. So if it's possible, the writers could have given slogans, and they can come to a road, the highway for holding placards. No, a writer or a poet cannot do this. He can only say, his only work is to see, write, think. He is a thinker. Then again, another dichotomy comes. He is a philosopher, he is an observer,
Also maybe a dreamer.
dreamer,
Also maybe a dreamer. Yeah.
and solution giver. So it is a dichotomy. So a poet, what he is not.
This is a fantastic title. A poet, what is not.
Then Indian poetry, I am coming to a point, Indian poetry, भारतर कविता विषय रे कहले जो जेमती आपण रामायण हो कि महाभारत जहाँ किसी पढ़ी आमर जो बड़ पिलार ऊपर आमर हेरिटेज पिलार ऊपर छिड़ा है काव्य मान सब केमती छिड़ा है कहीं ता रिजन हो कारण हूँ इट टचेस योर हार्ट इट गोज बियॉन्ड योर इमेजिनेशन even more than that. Example, we have 5 koshas, as Indian Shastra tells, we have 5 koshas in our body, in our self. Annamaya kosha, pranamaya kosha, manamaya kosha, vijnanamaya kosha,
Anandamaya.
and then anandamaya kosha. Real poetry touches your anandamaya kosha. Maybe karuna, but it attracts your anandamaya kosha. That ananda is again that Ananda, Sat Chit Ananda, or Satya Shiva Sundara. Actual poetry, a good poetry, a successful poetry gives you truth, beauty, and feeling of welfare. Wishing all wishes for mankind. It is real poetry.
Right.
Indian poetry, this is the Indian poetry system, I believe. But we are going through evolution. We are many things happening. Our impact is there. Many impact are over us. Communication, science, explosion, our association, like South Asian literature, all these things. So poetry also evolves.
Right.
Poetry grows. So this is my idea.
Thank you so much. I think you beautifully summarized. आपने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से उसका संदर्भ रखा कि ट्रूथ और ब्यूटी दोनों को एंगेज करता है, लेकिन ट्रूथ भी जो शब्द है वो अपने आप में वैरिड है, अपने आप में सब्जेक्टिव है एक लेवल पे, अपने आप में रिलेटिव भी है, लेकिन सारे सत्य जो सब है वो सब सत्य अपने आप में ऐसे खुल के नज़र आते हैं। और हो सकता है कवि की जो लेखनी है वो पाठक को विजुअलाइज करने में हेल्प करता हो। अभी हम कभी की स्किल सेट पे नहीं जाएंगे हाउ टू बिकम ए पोइट, बट हमारा जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है इस सेशन का, हमारे पास इंस्ट्रक्शन आ गया कि अगले 5 मिनट में ख़त्म करें। लेकिन मैं रंजीत सर के पास जाना चाहूँगा कि जो डिस्कशन हम कर रहे हैं कि पोइट्री क्या है, तो क्या हम, पहला हमारा डिस्कशन था कि क्या हम साउथ एशियन पोइट्री इमेजिनेशन हमारे पास है, क्या उस तरफ हमें देखना चाहिए या उसे अपने हाल में छोड़ना चाहिए कि ये अपने आप में इवॉल्व होता रहा है, या फिर उसे एकेडमिकली एक बंधन में बांध के बोला, जैसे थियरीज क्या करते हैं, एकेडमिक बंधन भी देते हैं एक जगह पे हेल्प भी करते हैं। अगर आप मैं बोलूँ पोस्ट कॉलोनियल थियरी ऑफ पोइट्री, और फिर आज आई कॉल डीकोलोनाइजेशन थियरी, और फिर से रीजनल साउथ एशियन कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पोइट्री, तो क्या ये बंधन होगा या एक अप्रोच होगा, या फिर हमें इसे छोड़ देना चाहिए अपने हाल में और देखना चाहिए कि पोइट्री अपने हिसाब से इवॉल्व करता जा रहा है? सो हाउ डू यू लुक एट इट?
See, having been on both sides of this, both as a poet and a critic, I'm very aware, as all of us are aware, that you need a kind of academic framework to arrive at an account of what's going on. But the tragedy with academic accounts is that they then have a reality of their own. And eventually there are many, many works of the poetic imagination that will simply escape the kind of pattern and continuity that as a critic you want to impose. So I'm actually very, very interested in works that break away from what you might expect. Now, for instance, the 3 works that over the last 2 years I've been looking at, rereading. One is Mohan Rakesh's beautiful play, Ashar Ka Ek Din. The other is Kumar Narayanji's...
Mohan Rakesh, the famous playwright and theatre.
That's right, yeah.
Theatre personality.
Yeah, so that's one. The other is Kumar Jiva, which is a book-length poem by Kumar Narayanji. So these two, and Andha Yug, Dharamveer Bharati, these 3 works I've been returning to and revisiting and rereading. It strikes me that it's not very easy to place any of these 3 works in some simple context. They're not necessarily post-colonial, nor are they archaic.
Any watertight academic compartment.
Yeah. I mean, so I would rather start with practice than theory. So what is it that these 3 authors, all writing between the 50s and 70s roughly, what are, and that's the bell. Now, just a very quick note to say that they actually remind us that we have to defy the binaries. They don't, all 3 work with epic material, all 3 work with historical material, but they bring that back to a very vexed and turbulent contemporary. Mm-hmm. So what I would think of, it's a simple gesture. I think what our greatest poets or dramatists or novelists in South Asia have done is to look back, to look forward. So and that's a crucial gesture. I think that's something that I would hold on to in the middle of all this. Right. Which also reminds us that even in our tradition, while the poetics might be premised on Ananda or the Shantarasa, there's a great deal in the actual writing which reminds us of how uncomfortable and uneasy it is to be a human being. Yeah. You know, I mean, the Mahabharata, when I think about it, for me it's the figure of Ashwatthama who always leaps out. You know, so I'll leave you with that thought.
There can be calls for political change also. Singhasan khali karo janta aa rahi hai. So poetry is not necessarily only about talking about human predicament within oneself. It can also give a call, clarion call for politics. So I would just, the use of word, why are we using binaries, not trinaries and quaternaries? All them all, okay, right. So, Suman ji, last thought on, हमें दक्षिण एशियाई साहित्य की तरफ देखने की जो ज़रूरत है, क्या हम वैसे देखें या जो नेशनल बाउंड्री के अंदर हम जैसे साहित्य को देखते हैं और जैसे वो अपने आप में पनपते हैं, अपने सामाजिक परिस्थितियों को रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, हमें उससे देखना चाहिए और बाउंड्री के बाहर डायस्पोरा जो बाहर हैं वो एंगेज कर ही रहे हैं. तो साउथ एशियन इमेजिनेशन, लिटरेरी इमेजिनेशन को एक एकेडमिक और टीचर और प्रोफेसर ऑफ इंग्लिश लिटरेचर होने के नाते आप कैसे देखते हो? आपका फाइनल कमेंट क्या है?
थैंक यू फॉर द क्वेश्चन. ये क्या है ना, साउथ एशियन लिटरेचर को we cannot confine within the South Asian countries, isn't it?
That's a very good statement.
Yeah. Because we have widely, we have to see it widely, because as you told that diasporian literature is nowadays burning issues, and people are going from their own place to another place, and they are seeking and they are longing their nation as well, and they are writing their emotion through the means of poetry or other means of fiction or non-fiction, isn't it? So that we have to think widely. We cannot bound it within the country, within the nation, within South Asian country. We have to think it widely. And I have already told you that, as Surya sir also told, beauty is truth, and truth beauty, as John Keats also very earlier days he acclaimed, or he has given us the very good one concept on poetry, and through imagination we create that, isn't it? In the same way, we can also say that beauty is poetry and poetry is beauty. And why do we confine that beauty within our nation, within South Asian country? We should spread this beauty all over the world, all over the nation through poetry.
Right. I think developing on what you said, my framing of South Asian literary imagination as a term limits our imagination in a way. That is one. Second is national. I think Nepali poetry or Bhojpuri poetry is equally global poetry rather than only just South Asian poetry. कल जब शाम को प्रतिभा राय जी बोल रहे थे कि लैंग्वेज की अपनी एक सीमा हो सकती है, साहित्य की कोई सीमा नहीं है. लैंग्वेज कैन बी हैव ए रीजनल, कोई कल रीजनल लैंग्वेज, लेकिन रीजनल लिटरेचर बोलना अपने आप में एक पैराडॉक्सिकल एंटीथेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट है, क्योंकि लिटरेचर जो है वो भाषा के बाहर है. तो हो सकता है हमने साउथ एशिया ना बोल के इसको अभी ऐसे कर सकते हैं कि कोई भी भाषा के ऊपर कोई भी साहित्य, कोई भी कविता की परिकल्पना की जाती है, वो यूनिवर्सल कॉन्शियसनेस को अपील करता है. सो थैंक यू फॉर दैट, एंड द टाइम इज देयर. आई कैन assure you that we could have done this discussion for longer as well. There is so much to deep dive. पोएट्री क्या है, पोएम क्या है, लिखना कैसे है, लोग कैसे पढ़ रहे हैं उसको. रंजित जी कैन टेक ए मास्टर क्लास ऑन दैट फॉर द एंटायर डे, and Satya ji can read his entire poetry, and she can highlight what Nepal is doing and across the South Asia. So with that limitation of time, समय की पाबंदी को ध्यान में रखकर हम अभी सभी को धन्यवाद बोलते हुए कह रहे हैं कि थैंक यू फॉर ए वाइब्रेंट कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड क्वेश्चनिंग द वेरी इमेजिनेशन दैट कलिंगा लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल के इस थॉट प्रोसेस को आपने चैलेंज किया. अच्छा किया कि हम साउथ एशियन इमेजिनेशन के अंदर बंधे ना, उसे विश्व इमेजिनेशन की तरफ जाएं. एक पोएम आपका, और छोटा छोटा पोएम, एक दूसरा लाइन का आपका लास्ट में. बिल्कुल ओडिया विश्व का पोएम है, कोई बात नहीं, छोटा ही चाहिए.
खूब छोट कविता जो मैंने ओडिया अच्छा शुणिपारे. मो कवितार किसी आधुनिक ना कि लगे सेमती. खूब छोट कविता मैंने छंदरे पढ़ीदेवी. कविता लिखी हसर कविता लुहर परश नाही जही. कविता लिखी हसर कविता लुहर परश नाही जही. विचारी एकथा निशी थरे थरे रही दूर नभे चाही. कविता लिखी हसर कविता लुहर परश नाही जही. विचारी एकथा निशी थरे थरे रही दूर नभे चाही. एकाड़े खसिला शिशिर बिंदु आकाश शुष्क छाती तलू. गोलाप कलिका जागुथिला जेबे निद तेजी आखि मळू मळू. से परसे तार वर्ण फुटिला तंद्रा तुटिला पलकरे. पागल हेला से निरेखिब बोली परदिन प्राते रवि करे. विचारिली मने ताकू चाही लुहर परस बिनाए जगते हसर कविता फुटे नाई. लुहर परस बिनाए जगते हसर कविता फुटे नाई. थैंक यू.
Anything you would like to cite? Few lines of couplet or something? Anything short, one line at least. Yeah. अगर आपके पास कोई छोटा पोएम है वर्षा जी, 2 लाइन का. कोई.
That is lose. Lose your sense of smell. Ignore the fragrance of culiar. Don't run after the aromas. Roam around freely, keeping out of the fear from being trapped. Leave blissful life with the aspiration of your wings. This is the one stanza of my poem.
Very good. Yeah, please.
Gosh, okay. Krishna's end. This comes from a lifelong fascination from childhood with what happens when a god dies and what happens to the world. Yeah? Krishna's end. Gurgle of rising waters, the tide is right, cries of gulls. You thrash through sludge to stay in the dance. Stay, slay, let go the blade. Take the arrowhead aimed at your heel. Falter, fall, struggle to your feet in the forest of the gods as it sinks. Virama, the lock on your tongue breaks. You find it in you to pause and praise again. The currents rush through and past you, stirring up white waves. You pluck stories, let go. Touch lives, let go. Hoot, screech, roar, whisper, ask forgiveness, forgive. Discover again every voice that spoke through you, and now you lose your voice. Your wound tells you what must be done. One last look back at the fading mangroves, beyond which the city you ruled till an hour ago is burning. You slip into the weighted canoe. The tide is ripe.
Profound. मैं एक छोटा सा पोएम मेरे पास है, मैं हिंदी में लिखा हूँ, वो आपके लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. अकेलापन का शोर. अकेलापन शोर करता है, पर क्या मैं उसे सुन पाता हूँ? अकेलापन शोर करता है, पर क्या मैं उसे सुन पाता हूँ? या मैं अपने शब्दों से उस शोर को ढक देता हूँ? या मैं अपने शब्दों से उस शोर को ढक देता हूँ? क्या किसी के पास बैठ जाना भी सेवा हो सकता है? खत्म. Thank you. So this poem is inspired by my father's writing. My father is sitting there. So गोस्वामी अनाम चरण दास, तो मैंने उनकी ओडिया राइटिंग को हिंदी करा है. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the speakers for this exciting and enriching experience about the beauty of our ever-evolving South Asian poetry. Now I'd like to request Arpita and Tamanna to facilitate our speakers.
देवाशीष हमारी इंस्पिरेशन है और कविता से लेकर शुद्र गल्प शॉर्ट स्टोरी सब देखना है. Let's move on to the next session of today's great day, Voices and Votes, Odisha's Electoral Renaissance 2024, invites us to look at elections not merely as outcomes,
but as expressions of public will, regional aspirations, and democratic participation. Odisha's recent electoral movement offers a chance to reflect on how voices take shape, how votes are cast, and how democracy renews itself through dialogue. We are joined by Netaji Abhinandan, whose engagement with Odisha's political landscape brings insight into the changing nature of electoral discourse and citizen participation. He will be in conversation with Mr. Sambit Tripathi, who will guide this discussion with journalistic clarity and balance. I invite you all to listen closely, not just to positions, but to perspectives, and to engage with this conversation as participants in an ongoing democratic story. With that, I would like to invite Sambit Tripathi and Netaji Abhinandan. I would hand over the session to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How much time do we have? How much time? 45 minutes. Okay. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving this space to an important topic. This is a book which came out post-elections 2024, I think 3-4 months back. And it is written by an academician, but he also has different facets to his personality. Netaji, he teaches, he's a professor of political science in Ravenna University, but at the same time, he has other credits to his CV. The first is, he is also a researcher of Odisha's history. Pacha Parada. Pacha Parada is the title of the research work that he is doing, that looks at Odisha's history right from the beginning of civilization. And the second part, I got to know when I was having a conversation just now, there's a word called Epistele. So he brings out a book called Chitti, the periodical called Chitti, which is a combination of a lot of letters, the way we have lost sight of how to write letters. So that is something he is doing. But here actually this is a book that is written on 2024. The game changers, the people, the personalities, the processes which brought about the change in the political mandate in Odisha. It was a cataclysmic moment and also is a very transformative moment for people of Odisha. So I'll start before asking some questions. I'll just ask how he has summarized. So I'll start with the last page. He writes, so from here the final reflections, we'll go to different questions. The 2024 Odisha elections unfold as a rich case study in the art of political transformation, a testament to the alchemy of democracy, where the will of the people reshapes the contours of power. This was no ordinary electoral contest. It was a seismic shift that dismantled a quarter century of single party dominance, replacing it with a new vision of governance. Odisha's voters, in their collective resolve, crafted a narrative of change, rejecting the familiar rhythms of continuity for the uncertain promise of renewal. This transformation was not merely about the triumph of one party over another, but about the electorate's assertion of agency, a reminder that democracy thrives on the courage to demand accountability. At its heart, Odisha's story is one of adaptation and reinvention. The state, long defined by its steady governance and welfare achievements, found itself at a crossroads where past successes no longer sufficed. Voters sought a government that mirrored their aspirations for inclusivity and responsiveness, choosing a leadership that spoke to their cultural and economic realities. So this is how he has ended. To begin with, I will straight away ask you the first question about something which has been the defining feature of the entire campaign called Odisha's Asmita. So this is something we have devoted one chapter on this. And also you have brought out various fault lines. So how do you look at and how do you conceptualize Odisha Asmita, number one? Number two is how does one reconcile the various fault lines which are associated with Odisha Asmita, which you have brought out, like the difference between how the Western Odisha perceives Odisha Asmita vis-a-vis the coastal Odisha, what is the divide between the youth and the generational shifts within Odisha Asmita. So Odisha Asmita is not what I feel is a monolithic thing that you have described in your book. So over to you to describe how have you looked at Odisha Asmita and the various nuances associated with it.
Namaskar, good afternoon. At the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude to KLF for providing me this opportunity to talk about my book. And I'm also grateful to Sambit Bhai. It is absolute an honor to have a dialogue with you, whom we all looked upon as a role model and icon during our JNU days. And I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of my co-author Preet Bubna, who is in the audience, and also two of my friends Omkar and Deepak, who had been part of the process of writing this book. 2024, as you mentioned, was a political earthquake, and for the first time a new term, Odia Asmita, entered into the political lexicon of Odisha. What was Odia Asmita? I understand by Odia Asmita a kind of self-awareness, who we are, what is our identity, what is our culture, what is our heritage, how do we preserve our history. But Odia Asmita, for the very first time, became a potent political tool to mobilize voters and assert regional autonomy. And this Asmita narrative, for the first time, successfully shifted the focus of the electoral debates on policy issues and governance issues to the issues of cultural, social, and regional identity. And there was a sense that somehow there is an outsider who is there to usurp the political power from the people of Odisha. That was not the case till Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik was in full control. But the moment people could feel, or there was a perception, whether the perception was right or wrong, but there was a perception that now if Biju Janata Dal wins back or comes back to power, he might hand over the reins of power to an outsider who is not an Odia, and thereby the fate and destiny of a state which was founded on the basis of the principle of Odia language. Odisha was the first state to be established on the basis of language. The fate and destiny of that state would be handed over to someone who doesn't belong to the soil. So that there was this perception, and BJP in a way very successfully managed to ignite that kind of a sense among the people of Odisha, that you see that if you do not reject this kind of political rule, you will be ruled by someone who is not an Odia.
But as you have mentioned in the book, like Odisha is also governed by Jagannath consciousness. So that is quite inclusive in its nature. And like Odia Asmita, you have also mentioned is something like xenophobic. So how does the two reconcile each other?
No, yes, there is a dichotomy, but you are very much right that Jagannath culture is all about inclusivity. It's all about combining all the diversities of Odisha, because even there is Sabar culture, this the tribal aspect of Jagannath rituals, and this Daitapatis and all that. But when the question came that under an outsider's watch, the Ratna Bhandar of Sri Mandira would be under threat. We do not know, the keys of Ratna Bhandar were missing. And this struck a emotional chord among the people of Odisha, that nobody knows whether the things are there intact inside the Ratna Bhandar or not. And this keeping all the four gates of Sri Mandira closed, only one gate was open. So somehow this Jagannath culture was used during the time of elections to create that sense, the sense of insecurity among the Odias, that you see that your Ratna Bhandar is not secure, your Sri Mandira is not secure, and there is an outsider who could use this for his own benefit.
Great. The second thing which is quite connected with this, you rightly said, it struck an emotive chord
Yes.
within the hearts of the people. In the book you have written, there's a chapter on bureaucracy and its role in the 2024 elections. So there's a very beautiful phrase where he says that they were system driven, not soul driven. So there were more of PowerPoint presentations, spreadsheets, and what was happening, there was a lot of investment and a lot of things happening on the infrastructure part. But in terms of migration, joblessness, in terms of combating malnutrition, in terms of promoting the culture, so the soft part of the state were probably missing. And there are two questions here. Number one, what makes bureaucrats so powerful? You have mentioned it. I want you to tell the people here what makes bureaucrats so powerful in a state like Odisha, and how it is again connected with our temple edifice, number one. And number two, how the people to some extent they accept it, and beyond a point they don't accept it. How you have connected the two?
This question captures the crux of the whole argument of the book. The point is, as long as the bureaucracy used to deliver the goods to the people were happy. And Nabin Patnaik had this excellent system of welfare populism. All the schemes like Kaliya, whether or the Mission Shakti, or this Biju Kalyan, Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, all of these welfare schemes were working on the grassroots and people were happy. But when this perception emerged, now this bureaucracy is usurping the political power, then there was this sense of resentment. First, you see that participatory governance cannot be replaced by bureaucratic expertise. There is no alternative to political leadership. And political leadership cannot be replaced by a apolitical technocracy. And in the last term of Nabin Patnaik, what was this? It is all about perception that a bunch of bureaucrats who used to run a coterie, they are running the system. Bureaucracy is party, bureaucracy is government, bureaucracy is administration. So the local leaders or the leaders who were there on the grassroots, they felt neglected, they felt sidelined, and they felt cornered. So there was a political disconnect between the people and the administration, and there was this sense that bureaucracy is going to take over the whole system of administration. So bureaucratic overreach, political disconnect, and this, yes, that might be one of the most efficient systems. Things were being delivered, but this sense that this apolitical technocracy can never be a substitute for political leadership, political management, political connectivity.
In what way, in your book also you have written, there are specific instances what you have cited where the political class was reduced as an appendage to the entire bureaucratic process. That is one. But coming back to my first question, very nicely, what I wanted you to tell is that how the Jagannath consciousness shapes our relationship with the bureaucrats, and that is how probably this is something which is why I am mentioning here, because this is a different facet to the whole narrative that you have tried to create in the relationship between the common citizenry and the bureaucracy, and how it is mediated by the Jagannath consciousness.
This, yes,
the difference.
Yes, It's a wonderful question. The point is that Jagannath, we do not see Jagannath merely as a god. Jagannath is part of our family. Whenever there is a marriage, we send the first invitation to Lord Jagannath. He's just like a normal person. The whole thing started from this Navakalevara, 3-4 years back, when this Brahma Vibrat happened. And this change of this Brahma happened during the daybreak. A minister is sleeping inside the Daitapati's camp while they had gone to fetch the daru. So all these things that there is somehow a political neglect of the what you call the essence of the Jagannath culture, and the system started being affected from that period only, that Nabakalevar period, and this whole Parikrama Prakalp and this closing of the 4 doors, somehow that was, as I had said in the beginning, at the outset, that somehow that kind of insecurity which could be whipped very successfully by BJP created a sense of insecurity among the people of Odisha, that our Lord Jagannath is in danger, his Ratna Bhandar is in danger, his culture is in danger, and it would hamper our identity.
Thank you. Next, one of the chapters is devoted towards the decline of the Biju Janata Dal, very formidable regional party, led by a very important personality. What are the factors, as you have detailed in the book, what are the factors that led to the decline and decay of a party?
One thing I always tell my students, political science, that if you see, there is no mention of political party in the Constitution of India. But we have a multi-party system in a democracy, and India is a thriving democracy. There are political parties in a democracy, but there is no democracy in political parties. So what was Biju Janata Dal all about? One person, one chair, one stage. Every decision is being taken by one person. And when that one person was taking all the decisions, everything was fine. But when people started feeling that even that one person is not taking decisions, there is someone behind him who is taking all the decisions at the cost of political processes, then there was this, the disconnected started. And also, if you see that even today, there is no second line leadership which was groomed by Naveen Patnaik in Biju Janata Dal. So even today the question haunts all of us, after Naveen who? When this question was asked when Nehru was the Prime Minister, after Nehru, a book had come out which also mentioned Biju Patnaik as one of the probable contenders for the post of Prime Ministership after Nehru. There were several names. So after Naveen who? So there was no collective decision making, there was no second line of leadership, and there was no democracy in terms of political processes. So, in a way, Biju Janata Dal was on the path of this downfall as the popularity of Naveen Patnaik started declining.
So, what are the lessons for other regional parties in this? Like there are a lot of regional parties you have also mentioned. So, Biju Janata Dal is a template of growth and a template of decay. So, what the other regional parties like the DMK or the party in West Bengal, Mamta's party in West Bengal, they have to learn from BJD?
Definitely, this is a very cautionary tale. This 2024 was a cautionary tale for all the modern democratic systems, that you cannot have unbridled, unchecked power. And if you see that now you asked about Tamil Nadu, Stalin is very cunningly cultivating Udayanidhi as his successor. There is Abhishek Banerjee in TMC. Mayabati couldn't do that. Mayabati failed miserably. And all these political parties are mostly dynastic, except BJP and communist parties. So these dynastic parties, if the successors could manage to hold on to that traditional constituency base, they would succeed. If they fail, the party would fail. And you must have a second line of leadership. And it is not only about leadership. It is about your ideology. It is about your vision. It is about your programs. It is how you connect with the people. You cannot take Indian voter for granted. That was the message after 1975 in 1977 elections, and that was the message in 2024 election. You cannot keep Indian voters fooled all the time. You cannot take them for granted. They are the conscience keepers of Indian democracy, and they take conscious decisions, and they know what decision to take. So every political party must have programs to connect with the people, and the democracy cannot only be election centric. Democracy has to be a sustainable process. Every day, every month, there has to be a continuous connect program with the voter. Without that, no political party would succeed, and if there is no leaders, if there is a leadership vacuum, that would also lead to downfall of a party.
That leads to the main question, the main narrative. What were the strategies that made BJP a winner? And the second part, to what extent the combination of, you have written there are one chapter fully on Narendra Modi and one chapter on Dharmendra Pradhan. So this combination at the national level and regional level, and how they crafted a strategy that finally proved to be a winner.
I'll start from the last. The point is that even perhaps the BJP didn't expect to win these elections. But there are two things, Narendra Modi and Dharmendra Pradhan. Narendra Modi successfully nationalized Odisha's political space. This time, 2024 campaign, if you see, that it was intensely personal campaign, and he was highly visible. There were innumerable rallies, road shows, connect programs, starting from urban centers like Bhubaneswar to tribal regions like Mayurbhanj. So Modi kind of successfully sold this idea that, and this double engine narrative. There was this double engine narrative.
Modi's guarantee.
Yes, Modi's guarantee and double engine narrative. Very right. The point is, and this Modi's this assertive leadership, aggressive campaigning, coupled with the noticeable retreat of Navin Patnaik from the political scene. Navin Patnaik started appearing very less and less in political rallies. So this retreat, his absence, his lack of visibility, here Modi's campaigning, aggressive campaign. Not only Modi, Amit Shah came several times. Himanta Biswa Sarma was virtually here.
I think Navin Patnaik, you have written, he did 30 road shows, as against around 200 to 300 road shows by Modi and the entire galaxy of important leaders.
Yes. And so that is one part. Now I'll come to Dharmendra Pradhan. Dharmendra Pradhan was the chief architect who ensured the local implementation of the national strategy. He was the conduit between national leadership and the local party system, and he in a way successfully unified the party, which was in a way to some extent very fragmented. Secondly, if you see that for the first time he created a war room in 2024, and he focused on grassroots level mobilization. There was innumerable padayatras. Instead of big rallies, he focused on padayatras, and volunteers were sent to different booths, booth management, grassroots management, and he infused a new energy to the organization, and he gave that direction. And I would say that Dharmendra Pradhan ensured a very disciplined, data-driven counter to BJD's campaign. So all the counters to BJD's political campaigns were not only hollow, or it was not merely a political bluffing. It was all data-driven. So there are war rooms, there are booth management, padayatras, grassroots level management. So Dharmendra Pradhan was the chief strategist. He was the chief architect. He was the organizational man. He played a key role in bridging this gap between the what national leadership wanted him to do and the local leadership.
And you have mentioned in the book, what about, rightly you have mentioned about the way the electoral politics has changed the narratives changed, how narratives have built. So the importance of media, and especially the importance of social media, and how BJP was able to better leverage. In fact, we had the perception during the campaigning that BJD had a very good war room. BJD had the lot of means at its disposal to decide the content of social media. But you have given a different picture, saying that the BJP was way ahead in terms of leveraging the social media to its advantage. Can you just throw light on that?
I cannot agree with you more. You are absolutely correct. And this Odia Asmita thing was very effectively used by the BJP social media cells, and they had so many memes and so many what you call slogans and all the bye bye Pandian, Odia Asmita, and the failure of Navin Patnaik to speak proper Odia, even failure of BK Pandian to speak proper Odia, and the way he was projected as an outsider or in a way a threat to Odia identity. So there was an overdrive of social media campaign, and juxtaposing that, they used Narendra Modi's leadership. So if you go for Modi's leadership, you'll get a double engine government, you'll get double benefits, and the process of development would be expedited. So in a way, it was not only about memes, or it is not only about targeting Pandian. It was also about Odia identity, and Modi also during all his rallies harped on this Odia identity time and again, raising questions about Navin Patnaik's health, raising questions about Odia Asmita, starting his speech with Jai Jagannath, Jai Ma Samalai, and all these things. And this was, so it was a very successful media campaign that was launched by BJP to counter BJD, and BJD in a way failed in that speech.
Narrative and communication. So I think broadly we have covered the various facets of the book about the author's thoughts. I think this is a topic where I feel there might be a lot of questions. So over to you for questions you can ask. Yeah. Devasis.
Thank you, sir, for your question. There is no second opinion about it, that yes, the BJD is on a decline path, that we must accept that. The way they are bickering and the way the things are going on inside BJD. Yes, there is ample space for a new regional party in Odisha. Efforts are being made, as you must be reading in newspapers that I can take name, Mohammad Mukim is also hinting about creating a new regional outfit. There are so many meetings that are happening. So there is a space for a new regional outfit in Odisha politics that I can very well, it is my personal opinion, that if all leaders, the disgruntled leaders, some of them are Spain forces, but still, if there would be a new narrative, a new outfit, a new ideological orientation, and if they are successful in bringing diverse sections of people to a single platform, yes, there is scope and there is space, and I see the possibility that is happening in near future. That's my perspective.
Because why? Volunteers are there. Can you please volunteers, any volunteer? Give the microphone, please.
With the fact that social media buzz was, there was a meeting of Amit Shah and Pandian over here. Okay. As you rightly said, that Dharmendra Pradhan was the chief architect for winning of BJP over here. I agree, I concede that. But unfortunately, he didn't become the leader, which Odisha missed. Number one. Number two, because after Navin Patnaik, there was a leadership required in Odisha politics. I'm coming to question. Like Dharmendra Pradhan or Apreya Sadangi or some top leader. This chief minister nobody heard of, neither he is known for his political acumen or competence or leadership. Okay, so I'm not criticizing that. I am very concerned about Odisha leadership and this thing. Second thing, my question is actually that can you write off a party after 24 years consistently winning election, in spite of winning 1% more vote in the election than BJP and having 51 seats perhaps in the assembly? Will it be justified?
So, sir, I am not writing off a political party. They are writing themselves off in a way. The way they are functioning and the public spectacle of their tu me me is for everyone to see. So it is for them to rebuild their house. As a political commentator, there is nothing to comment on it. And there had been so many conspiracy theories about the possible BJP alliance, walkover and this and that. There is no way we can verify the veracity of those conspiracy theories. But the point is that yes, there is a leadership vacuum, and yes, I also agree Dharmendra Pradhan perhaps would have made a very better chief minister than the present one.
To add to him, I'll just like to reply about the decline of the party. The first thing is that he has written in the book, there has been a consistent decline over a period of time because of over bureaucratization. The disconnect. He brought out this concept of disconnect between the grassroots politics and at the top leadership. Now, any political party is based on cadre. You do not have cadre at the grassroots, you are not able to thrive. Somewhere or the other, post 2019 or 2014, there has been a decline in the cadre-based engagement of the Biju Janata Dal, which got reflected in 2024, and it is going to decline further without power. So this is where the challenge before the leadership is. He also has written about this. Probably I thought I'll just add to that. No, last question. Bye.
What I'm saying,
we can have a conversation outside because we have shortage of time. 5 minutes. Bye.
Sir, in Odisha, the future of a new political party, we saw in the past that Damaraut, Bijoy Mahapatra, and also Periman Mahapatra, they founded the new party. And I think the success of BJP in the 24 election, it was the Subhadra Yojana. They said in the two times they will give them money. And the 300 unit Bijuli free, and also 305.
Time
so the future of the new party in Odisha.
Okay, sir, let us wait and watch. The coming years will be very interesting, I can assure you that. Let us wait and watch. There will be new outfits, there will be so many new alignments, realignments, or new alliances would be made. So let us wait and watch, let us not speculate. But I can assure you that next 1-2 years would be very, very interesting from the political point of view.
Any other question? Okay. Ask final question.
Good afternoon.
Let her ask. This is a young girl, please.
Good afternoon, sir. As you discussed that this previous election, the BJP's approach was very vociferously alluring for the people of Odisha. What do you foresee, or how do you sum up its political campaign, and what's the future that BJP had if it continues with the same approach for the people of Odisha? Do you see it winning again in the next elections?
That I cannot right now kind of predict. I am not a political pollster that I can predict the verdict of 2029 elections. But winning elections is one thing, and governing the people and countering the real issues and challenges and problems is another thing. How far they would succeed in meeting the expectations of the people, that time would tell. So they are in midway. Let us not jump to the conclusions.
If you look at the statistics, to add to him, whenever BJP comes to power, it wins next 2 terms. So till 2034, be assured that we will have BJP government in Odisha.
So my question is.
This is the last one.
My question is, विकसित भारत विकसित ओडिशा स्लोगान देकी जेतिकी बर्तमान चली कैंपेन मत लगुच बीजेपी अप टू 47 पर्यंत नो एमती कौन पार्टी आसो ओडिशा रूल कर मत कहीं जना पड़ूनी. आर यू एग्री विथ दैट और नॉट विथ डबल इंजिन स्लोगान?
आदौ नुह कारण आमे जदि 2047 जाए गोटे सरकार को क्षमतार रखीदबा ताहले आमे ओडिशार लोक मानकु बोका बोली भाबुचे एवं सेमानंकर कौनसी बौद्धिक विचार शक्ति नाही बोली गोटे विवेचना करुचे. आमे लोक मानक ऊपर छाड़ी दबा सेमाने सरकार प्रदर्शन देखिकी सेमाने विचार करिवे सरकार भलो कि खराब, ए सरकार आउ थरे आसीबा दरकार किंबा आर परिवर्तन दरकार. तेणु लोक होउचंती शेष स्वर जे कोनसी गणतंत्र रे.
Dhanyavad. I think we have adhered to the timelines.
Thank you for such an exciting and enthralling conversation about the political discourse of Odisha. Thank you, sirs. Now I'd like to ask Arpita and Tamanna to felicitate our guests.
Please be seated. We have another session before lunch. Everyone, please be seated. Everyone, please be seated. Jay Prakash Pandey sir is coming soon, so please be seated. We'll start our session soon. ओके ऑडियंस प्लीज बी सीटेड, सर इज हियर। तो कभी कभी हम एक इंसान के साथ बैठते हैं, बातें करते हैं, उसके साथ घुल मिल जाते हैं, और फिर अचानक एक पल ऐसा आता है जब हम बोलते हैं कि मैं उन्हें नहीं जानता या फिर मैं उन्हें नहीं जानती। तो आज का हमारा ये सत्र इसी विषय पर है, पहचान दूरियां और उनकी सच्चाइयों पर एक गहरी बातचीत के लिए हमारे साथ है उर्मिला सिन्हा मैम, उर्मिला सिरीस मैम, जिनकी लिखावट और पत्रकारिता हमेशा समाज और इंसानी रिश्तों के बीच फासलों को समझाने की कोशिश करती हैं। और उनके साथ है जयप्रकाश पांडे सर, जो अपनी सोच और लिखावट से समाज के विचारों पर एक गहरा प्रश्न पूछते हैं। तो सर, मैं आपको इस मंच पे बुलाना चाहूँगा।
नमस्कार। कलिंगा लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल में लोग भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। पहले तो नहीं आ रहा कि आप सबको हिंदी कितनी आती होगी या नहीं आती होगी, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग मेरी बात समझ पाएंगे। उर्मिला सीरीज की ये पुस्तक है, मैं उन्हें नहीं जानती, और इस पुस्तक के बहाने उनकी समूची सृजन यात्रा पर है। उर्मिला जी हिंदी कथा संसार की एक ऐसी रचनाकार हैं जो मनुष्य की स्मृतियों को, उसकी घटनाओं को, उसके जीवन की उतार चढ़ाव को लिखते समय भी सकारात्मकता का कोई छोर छोड़ती नहीं है। यानी मनुष्यता और मनुष्य के का जो आत्म है और उसकी जो ताकत है, इनकी रचनाओं में उसे बार बार स्थापित करने की कोशिश होती है। तो एक ऐसी रचनाकार जिसने अपनी रचनाओं में मनुष्य की सशक्तता को स्वर देने की कोशिश की, उन्होंने अपना जो नई कृति हुई उसका शीर्षक मैं उन्हें नहीं जानती क्यों लिखा। यहाँ से मेरा प्रश्न शुरू होता है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जयप्रकाश जी, और आप सभी को नमस्कार। मैं उन्हें नहीं जानती। पूरे जीवन में बहुत सारे ऐसे अनुभव हुए जब हम बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ रहते हैं, 24 घंटे रहते हैं, उनसे बातचीत होती है और बहुत गहरे रिश्ते भी होते हैं, आत्मीय रिश्ते होते हैं। लेकिन अंत में हम पाते हैं कि ना तो हम उनके अंतर को जानते हैं, ना उनके मन को जान पाए, ना उनकी रुचियों को जान पाए, और ना उनका एक दूसरे के साथ जो रिश्ता है वो जान पाए। तो ये जो रहस्य है, मन का रहस्य है, रिश्तों के बीच फैला जो रहस्य है, वो मुझे बहुत ही विस्मित करने वाला था कि हम नहीं जानते कि हमारे बहन भाइयों को या हमारे दोस्तों को या हम जिनके साथ काम करते हैं उन्हें पढ़ने का शौक़ है, या वो फिल्म देखना चाहते हैं, या वो डांस करना चाहते हैं, या वो लिखना चाहते हैं, या वो कविता पढ़ना चाहते हैं, या नाटक करना चाहते हैं। हम जानते ही नहीं हैं उनके जीवन के बारे में कि आखिर में उनके सपने क्या हैं और वो उन सपनों के साथ कैसे जीना चाह रहे हैं, उनके अपने दुख क्या हैं, उनकी अपनी पीड़ाएं क्या हैं, उनकी अपनी त्रासदियां क्या हैं। पूरी एक उम्र निकल जाती है किसी भी स्त्री या पुरुष की, और वो अपने अंदर बहुत सारी चीज़ें छुपा कर आपके साथ रहता है और आप उसके बारे में बिल्कुल नहीं जानते कि वो क्या लेकर जी रहा है, सोच रहा है, कर रहा है। बस आप बाहर से देख रहे हैं कि वो सुबह से शाम तक काम पर जा रहा है, या महिलाएं घर का काम कर रही हैं, या बच्चे अपना कर रहे हैं। उनका अपना मन क्या है वो उजागर करने की कोशिश में मैंने ये कहानी लिखी है कि अंततः हम जाने अपने आसपास रहने वाले लोगों को, किसी को भी। उसमें जंतु भी शामिल हैं, उसमें हमारे पालतू कुत्ते बिल्ली वो भी शामिल हैं कि वो क्या, उनके मन में भी क्या चल रहा। हमारे प्रति, तो वो एक जानने की प्रक्रिया है, एक लेखक के तौर पर, मनुष्य के तौर पर, रिश्तों के तौर पर।
आपका जो कथा संसार है वो बहुत सारे लेयर्स जो होती हैं समाज की, उनको कहीं न कहीं प्रभावित करता है। आप अपने आसपास के कथानक को, कथा संसार को जिस तरह से व्यक्त करती हैं, वो कहीं न कहीं पाठक के मन में यह प्रभाव छोड़ता है कि उसने भी ऐसी स्थितियां देखी हैं, इन स्थितियों से वह गुजरा है। लेकिन वह हर बार, हर कहानी में, अभी आपका पिछले दिनों कुछ कई कहानी संग्रह भी आए थे जिसमें आप अतीत की स्मृतियों से, यानी अपने बचपन की स्मृतियों से भी कथानक पात्र उठाती हैं और उन्हें व्यक्त करती हैं। आप का जो अपना अनुभव संसार है वह बतौर प्राध्यापक भी रहा है, युवा पीढ़ी से लगातार आपके सरोकार रहे हैं। मेरा प्रश्न यह है कि जो आपका बचपन था और जो वर्तमान की युवा पीढ़ी है, उन्हें जो बचपन आपको जिस तरह से प्रकृति, जंगल और आसपास का पड़ोस जो मिला होगा वो बहुत आत्मीयता से भरा रहा होगा। जो लोग आपके घर में काम भी करते रहे होंगे वो भी बहुत उदार रहे होंगे। अभी आधुनिकता के प्रभाव ने मनुष्य को मनुष्य से कहीं न कहीं दूर किया है। मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि इन दोनों संसारों को जब आप देख रही होती हैं तो उन्हें कैसे दर्ज करती हैं अपनी रचनाओं में, और क्या कुछ आप बदलाव देखती हैं, या मैं ये जो समझ पा रहा हूँ वो केवल मेरा भ्रम है और हकीकत कुछ और है?
नहीं नहीं, आपका बिल्कुल भ्रम नहीं है। आप भी बहुत लंबे व्यापक अनुभव संसार के बीच रहते हैं और किताबों के माध्यम से तो रहते ही हैं, दुनिया भर की किताबों को जो आप पढ़ते हैं सभी विषय की। ये बिल्कुल सच है कि बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है। ये जो बच्चियां बैठी हैं और मेरे बचपन की जो बच्चियां, जो मेरी सखियां या सहेलियां थीं, हम लोग आपस में इतना ज़्यादा घुले मिले रहते थे कि हमें बाहर कि हमारी ये चाची है, हमारी ये ताई है, हमारी ये भाभी है, हमारी ये बुआ है, हमारी ये जीजी है, मतलब इतना बड़ा संसार था उनका कि हमें घर वालों का कभी कमी महसूस ही नहीं होती थी कि कौन क्या रिश्ते हैं या क्या नहीं है। पूरा एक संसार रहता था जिसके साथ हम बहुत गहराई से जुड़े रहते थे, और ये रहता था कि उनके दुख हमारे दुख हैं, उनका रहस्य हमारा रहस्य है, उनकी कहानियाँ हमारी कहानियाँ हैं। वो कन्या कहानी में जैसे एक बच्ची है, वो किसी से नहीं कहती है, अपने माँ बाप से किसी से नहीं कहती, कहती है किससे, मुझसे कहती है, तो एक कहानी का जन्म होता है। बहुत सारे ऐसे पात्र आए हैं जो बाद में स्मृतियों के माध्यम से आए हैं, जिनको बचपन से मैं जुड़ी रही, जिन्होंने मेरा पीछा कभी नहीं छोड़ा, किसी ना किसी रूप में वो जुड़ी रही, मेरे साथ चलती रही और याद रही, स्मृतियों में रही। और मुझे कई बार लगता है कि तब मैं उनको जानती थी, देखती थी, मेरा कितना गहरा या उनका कितना गहरा जुड़ाव मेरे साथ है कि वो आज भी मेरे साथ चल रही हैं। आजकल तो इतनी छोटी छोटी दोस्तियां रहती हैं, इतने ऐसे सतही संबंध रहते हैं और इतनी छोटी बातों पर झगड़े हो जाते हैं, संबंध टूट जाते हैं, बातचीत बंद हो जाती है कि आश्चर्य होता है कि आखिर ये संबंध फिर जाएंगे कहाँ, हम किसके पास जाएंगे अपनी चीज़ों को लेकर, अपनी भावनाओं को लेकर। तो ये बहुत ज़्यादा बदलाव आया। पहले जैसे किताबें ही एक माध्यम थी, किताबों के माध्यम से, अब या तो ये हो सकता है कि बहुत सारे माध्यम आजकल आ गए हैं कि आप ठीक है, हम आपसे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं तो ठीक है टीवी देखेंगे, फिल्म देखेंगे। हम लोगों के बीच कोई बातचीत, संवाद नहीं होता था, तो बात नहीं हो रही है, लेकिन कैसे चिट्ठियाँ लिख रहे हैं उनको, लंबी लंबी चिट्ठियाँ लिख रहे हैं और तरह तरह की कविताएं लिख रहे हैं, मना रहे हैं। तो संबंधों को जोड़ने के जो माध्यम थे वो मन में इतने ज़्यादा पुख्ता रहते थे कि वो किसी ना किसी माध्यम से खींच के लाते थे, जोड़ते थे, चाहे वो चिट्ठियाँ हों, चाहे कविताएं हों, चाहे मिलना जुलना हो, चाहे आपस में खेल हों, या बहुत तरह की चीज़ें गांव में रहती हैं, या पता चला सारे लोग खेत में ही जा रहे हैं, या पता चला झूला ही झूल रहे हैं, बात नहीं कर रहे पर झूला झूल रहे हैं, बात नहीं कर रहे पर खेत पर जा रहे हैं, बात नहीं कर रहे पर कुएं पर जा रहे हैं। तो ये वो जो संसार था मनुष्यता का, दोस्ती का, प्यार का, आत्मीयता का, उस तरफ लौटने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि मैं कॉलेज में 37 साल रही और मैंने बच्चियों को देखा कि वो बहुत अकेली होती जा रही हैं, बहुत अकेली होती जा रही। उनके अपने पास कहने के लिए कोई नहीं है, क्योंकि परिवार कुटुंब जो है वो अलग हो गया, परिवार की व्यवस्था बिखर गई है, घर में दादा दादी नहीं है, नाना नानी नहीं है, ताऊ चाचा नहीं है। हम लोगों के लिए तो कंपलसरी था, हम लोग सोचते ही नहीं थे। मतलब जो मेरे पिताजी थे, मैंने कभी नहीं वो ताऊ जी, मतलब मेरे लिए ताऊ जी मेरे हिस्से के थे, बड़े भाई मेरे हिस्से के थे, तो ये भेद कभी आता ही नहीं था। और लेकिन आज परिवार इतने सिमट गए कि कुछ रह ही नहीं गया। बस माता पिता से भी, अभी किसी भी से आप बात करिए, वो कहते हैं हमारी बच्ची से तो बात हुई नहीं, मैसेज हो गया, चैटिंग हो गई, फ़ोन आ गया, वो कहते हैं हम करें क्या, कैसे बात करें, किसी के पास समय नहीं है, किसी के पास कहने की वो नहीं है। तो ये जो बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है, उस नाते मैं उसको देखती हूँ और कोशिश करती हूँ कि सीधे मंच से भाषण नहीं दे सकते हैं तो कम से कम अपनी कहानियों के माध्यम से, अपने किरदार के माध्यम से वो बात मैं कह सकूं। और मुझे ठीक लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं वो पाठकों तक वो बात जाती है। जैसे अभी मैंने एक चिट्ठियों वाली कहानी लिखी कि दादा चिट्ठियाँ लिख, तो इतने सारे पत्र आए, इतने सारे पत्र आए, कोई कहता मैं रो दिया और ऐसा इस तरह की चीज़ें आना चाहिए। या विदा होती बेटियों की माँ, तो माँ क्या महसूस करती, बेटियाँ महसूस जब जाती हैं, तो ये ऐसी भावनाएं, संवेदनाएं जो कहीं ना कहीं जैसे लेयर मतलब पड़ जाती है या धूल पड़ी हुई है, लेकिन धूल हटाएंगे तो कोई बीज दिखाई देगा। तो मैं कोशिश करती हूँ कि आपके अंदर की जो भावनाएं कहीं न छुप गई हैं वो बाहर उभर कर आएँ और आप महसूस करें कि जो रिश्ते हैं वो कितने महत्वपूर्ण हैं, और वही रिश्ते आपकी सबसे बड़ी जीने की ताकत होती है।
उर्मिला जी, लगातार आप सेवानिवृत्ति के बाद भी और उससे पहले भी बाहर जाती रही हैं। दुनिया के सबसे बड़े देश, ताकतवर देश हम कहेंगे, अमेरिका की यात्राएं भी लगातार आप कर रही हैं, और आपकी एक बहू भी अमेरिकी है। मैं यह प्रश्न इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं कि जो भारत में आज की युवा पीढ़ी है, जिसका आपने उल्लेख किया कि आजकल की बच्चियां, मैं समझता हूं बहुत हद तक लड़के भी अकेलेपन का शिकार इसलिए हो रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके संबंधों का जो आधार है वो बहुत छोटी चीज़ों पर टिका है, क्षणिक चीज़ों पर टिका है। हम इसका दोष उस पीढ़ी को न देके उस रफ्तार को देना चाहेंगे कि जिसके समय में अभी जैसे समाचार भी देखते हैं तो क्षणिक कुछ चीज़ें याद रहती हैं, कुछ नहीं याद रहती हैं। उनके पास सूचना का एक विराट संसार इस समय है, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से, समाचारों के माध्यम से। टाइम स्पेन नहीं है, बहुत तेज़ी से चीज़ें बदल रही हैं उनके सामने। अब AI भी आ गया है। मैं समझता हूं कि जिस रफ्तार में दुनिया बदल रही है उसका पहला जो चरण है वह अमेरिकी समाज में देखने को मिलता है, बाकी देशों में धीरे धीरे पहुंचता है और विकासशील देशों में भी धीरे धीरे पहुंचता है। भले ही हम कितने भी ग्लोबलाइज हो गए हों, लेकिन तकनीक के तौर पर, बाकी चीज़ों के तौर पर हम अभी उस रफ्तार को नहीं पकड़ पाए हैं जिस रफ्तार को अमेरिकी संसार पकड़ रहा है। लगातार हम जो पढ़ते हैं, हमारे जैसे लोग जो पढ़ते हैं, वो ये पढ़ते हैं, पाते हैं कि आज के समय में अमेरिका में भी बहुत सारी समस्याएं विशेषकर युवाओं के बीच में हैं। दोनों ही स्थितियों को, दोनों ही समाजों को जो आप देख रही हैं, मैं चाहूँगा कि उनको तुलनात्मक रूप से आपने जो महसूस किया है बतौर कथाकार, घर परिवार से इतर, उस समाज को कैसे देख रही हैं, और अगर आपको व्यक्त करना हो तो उसे कैसे व्यक्त करेंगी, और अगर आपको समाधान देना हो, यानी मेरे प्रश्न के 3 चरण हैं। पहला आपने जो देखा, दूसरा उससे जो महसूस किया उसको अभिव्यक्त करने का माध्यम, और तीसरा अगर सलूशन देने के लिए कहा जाए तो क्या हो सकता है?
जी, एक तो ये कि यूरोप के कई देशों की मैंने यात्रा की, और अमेरिका तो लगभग अब आधा जीवन का हिस्सा निवास ही बन गया है, और बहू है तो निश्चित ही सारी चीज़ें वो हैं। तो इन तमाम देशों में एक तो हम देख रहे हैं लोगों की संख्या बहुत कम है, अकेलापन बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया है, पैसा है, साधन हैं, लोग नहीं हैं, उनको देखभाल करने वाले बच्चे नहीं हैं। यूरोप के बच्चे किसी और देश में हैं, वहाँ के बच्चे कहीं और देश में। तो ये जो अकेलापन है इसने एक अवसाद का रूप ले लिया है, और बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब अलग अलग तरह की दुनिया में जा रहे हैं। जैसे अभी अमेरिका में अभियान चलाया जा रहा है नशा मुक्ति का, फॉर्म भरवाए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि नशे के शिकार हो रहे हैं, परिवार टूटे हुए हैं, शादियां टूट जाती हैं, एक महिला 3-3 4-4 शादी करती, ऐसे ही पुरुष भी करते, तो उनके बच्चे उसके पास, उसके बच्चे उसके पास, कुछ पता ही नहीं चलता है किसकी माँ है किसके पिता हैं। और जीवन शैली वहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा आत्म केंद्रित है। आत्म केंद्रित मतलब हर व्यक्ति अपना काम करता है, मतलब कोई वहाँ तो कोई मेट का सिस्टम नहीं है, हर व्यक्ति को अपना काम करना है, उनकी अपनी जीवन शैली है, कोई क्वेश्चन मतलब उनके ऊपर नहीं कर सकता, और उनकी अपनी जीवन शैली है, उनकी संस्कृति है। एक तरफ वो ये बुरा मानते हैं कि किसी बच्ची को आप हाफ पैंट पहन के देख रहे हैं तो आप अशिष्ट हैं, दूसरी तरफ उनके यहाँ वो संस्कृति है कि उनकी वेशभूषा बिल्कुल खुली हुई है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं है, रोक टोक नहीं है। तो ये जो जीवन शैली है, संस्कृति है, और लंबे समय से चली आ रही जो स्वतंत्रता की अपनी भावना है, उसमें कोई इंटरफेरेंस वहाँ नहीं कर सकता। अपने यहाँ समस्या क्या हो रही कि वही चीज़ आ रही है कि बहुत ज़्यादा टोका टाकी होने लगी। आजकल रिश्तों में यही बच्चे बिल्कुल वो नहीं चाहते कि कोई इंटरफेरेंस करे, माता पिता पूछें, क्वेश्चन करें। उनके यहाँ तो ये सालों से चला रहा, वर्षों से चला रहा कि आपको यदि दूसरे के रूम में जाना है तो आप परमिशन लेकर जाएंगे। तो ये जो अकेलापन है, संबंधों के बीच जिस तरह की चीज़ें आई हैं, काम करने के जो दबाव हैं, पैसे का जो दबाव है, सपनों का जो दबाव है, आर्थिक रूप से जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां इन दिनों चली आ रही हैं, और बाजार का जो प्रभाव है, और जिस तरह से युद्ध और युद्ध का जो असर, और वहाँ की अर्थव्यवस्था, सारी चीज़ों ने वहाँ के मनुष्य के जीवन को बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित किया है। दूसरा कि आपको भत्ता मिलता है, तो उनको क्यों इतना अमेरिका का अभी जो चीज़ें चल रही हैं, उनको पढ़ना ही नहीं है, पैसा मिल रहा है, आराम से अपनी ज़िंदगी जीते हैं, कोई प्रयास नहीं करना है, कोई संघर्ष नहीं करना, आराम की ज़िंदगी अपनी जी रहे हैं। तो दोनों ही उसमें एकमात्र एक उदाहरण अगर मैं अपनी बहू के माध्यम से अगर दूं, बहुत सारे देशों के माध्यम से, कि वो लोग भारत की पारिवारिक व्यवस्था से बहुत प्रभावित हैं, यहाँ की संस्कृति से बहुत प्रभावित हैं, यहाँ का जो कल्चरल जो वैल्यूज हैं या रहने की जो हमारी स्टाइल है, उससे वो लोग बहुत प्रभावित हैं। और वो लोग आते हैं कि इसी तरह का जीवन हमें जीना चाहिए, इस तरह से हमको पति प्यार करे, इस तरह से उसकी देखभाल करे, इस तरह से उनके बच्चे रहें, उन बच्चों को उतना अटेंशन मिले। तो वो लोग कोशिश कर रही हैं, मैंने देखा वहाँ की महिलाएं कि बच्चे भी पैदा कर रही हैं वो लोग, और अब ज़्यादा ध्यान दे रही हैं कि उनका परिवार बना रहे, टूटे ना। अब वो लोग हमारे यहाँ टूट रहा है, वो जोड़ने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा बदलाव मैंने वहाँ पर देखा, यूरोप के देशों में भी देखा, यहाँ भी देखा, यूरोप के कुछ देशों में है जहाँ अपने बुजुर्गों की बहुत ज़्यादा इज्जत करते हैं, मानकर चलते हैं। और लेकिन अब अमेरिका के परिवार भी, वहाँ की नई लड़कियाँ, नए लड़के अपने संबंधों को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और इसमें बच्चों की भूमिका रहती है कि किस तरह से, हालांकि बहुत जल्दी बहुत सारी चीज़ें नहीं बदलती हैं, लेकिन उनमें एक आकर्षण है भारत के प्रति, भारत की जीवन शैली के प्रति, भारत की संस्कृति के प्रति, भारत के धार्मिक व्यवस्था के प्रति, शादी ब्याह के प्रति, पहनावे के प्रति। तो ये तमाम तरह की चीज़ें जो आवागमन बढ़ा है, और भारतीय बहुत ज़्यादा वहाँ हैं, वहाँ से लोग आते हैं, तो बहुत गहरा प्रभाव जीवन शैली पर पड़ा है। और उस तरह से जैसे वो लोग वनस्पति या वीगन हो रहे हैं, नॉनवेज छोड़ रहे हैं, उस तरह की चीज़ों की तरफ जा रहे हैं। तो ये चीज़ें तो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभाव पड़ा है और बदलाव भी आ रहा है, और मैं लगातार देख रही हूँ। लेकिन मैं एक बात की बहुत तारीफ़ करना चाहती हूँ कि वहाँ मेहनत बहुत करते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करते हैं, संघर्ष करते हैं, सारा काम खुद करते हैं, बच्चों को संभालना, जॉब भी करना, परिवार को भी देखना, अपने जो उनके जानवरों को बहुत ज़्यादा रखते हैं, कुत्ते बिल्लियों के बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेमी हैं, तो वो बच्चों की तरह उनके लिए होते हैं। तो मेहनत बहुत करते हैं और कोई लेयर नहीं है, जो मन में है वो बाहर है। इस मामले में वो बहुत ज़्यादा ईमानदार हैं अपने संबंधों को लेकर। यदि उनका किसी से प्रेम है तो है, नहीं है तो नहीं। वो झूठ और बेईमानी इन संबंधों के मामलों में नहीं करते। जो मैंने अभी तक देखा, जितना मैं देखी, जितने लोगों से मिली, उतना उनके जीवन को समझ कर लगा कि नहीं, बहुत सारे मामलों में मनुष्य चाहे किसी भी कोने पर हो दुनिया में, वो एक जैसा ही महसूस करते हो। ये बच्चियां यहाँ बैठी हैं और मैं एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ कि एक बार मैं अस्पताल जा रही थी तो किसी से मिलने, तो एक बहुत अच्छी घर की महिला थी। जैसे आजकल बच्चे चले गए और अकेले कैसे रहें तो हॉस्पिटल में रख देते, तो उसने, ये शायद आप लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं वो प्रेरित करे, उन्होंने मेरी साड़ी का पल्लू पकड़ा, बोले मुझे बात करनी है, मुझे बात करनी है। तो मैं घबरा गई कि क्या बात, नहीं मुझसे बात करो, मुझसे बात करो। तो वो जो आदमी था वो आया, उस पकड़ के ले गया। फिर मैं जब वापस आने लगी तो बोले मुझसे बात करो। आप समझ सकते हो कि एक बुजुर्ग अकेला व्यक्ति आपसे बात करने के लिए कितना तड़प रहा है, कि वो अजनबी से भी बात करने के लिए तड़प रहा है। तो मैं बस यही चाहती हूँ अपने कहानियों के माध्यम से, किरदारों के माध्यम से, कि हमारी जो बुजुर्ग पीढ़ी है उसके साथ हमारी युवा पीढ़ी, नई पीढ़ी अपने रिश्तों को नए सिरे से सोचे, उनकी जिम्मेदारी ली, उनके बारे में सोचे, उनका दुख दर्द समझे, उनके अकेलेपन को बांटे। मैं मतलब एक लेखक के रूप में ये कोशिश करती हूँ कि ऐसे किरदार मैं लेकर आऊँ कि कहीं ना कहीं वो छुएं और थोड़ा सा प्रेरित करें बच्चों को।
मैं चूँकि हम लोगों का ये हमारा संयोग कहूँ कि दुर्योग कहूँ कि कलिंगा लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल में हमारी जितने भी सत्र हैं मुझे विलम्ब से मिल रहे हैं और समय से समाप्त करने के निर्देश के साथ, उस हिसाब से 2 मिनट मैं विलम्ब हो चुका हूँ, यानी 2:10 तक हमारा यह सत्र था। लेकिन एक सवाल मैं अवश्य पूछूंगा। आपके लेखन संसार से अगर मुझे, मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि आप अपने किस किरदार को अपने सबसे करीब पाती हैं अभी, या जिसे लिखते समय आपको सुकून मिला या बहुत पीड़ा हुई कि इसकी कहानी ज़रूर मुझे लिखनी थी और मैं अब लिख पाई, इसका मुझे संतोष है। वो किरदार कौन सा है और वो कहानी क्या है? मैं चाहूँगा कि उसके बारे में ज़रूर बताएं कि चूँकि हर रचनाकार के लिए उसके सभी पात्र, सभी कहानियाँ अच्छी होती हैं, उपन्यास अच्छे होते हैं, लेकिन मैं किसी एक कहानी या उपन्यास से जो भी किरदार हो जिसे आपने रचना चाहा था और जिसे रचना का लिखने के बाद आपको संतुष्टि मिली हो कि नहीं, इसकी कहानी मैं नहीं लिखती तो मेरा लेखन अधूरा होता।
एक तो बांधो न नाव ठाव बंधु का जो पात्र हैं वो, दूसरा चीख कहानी की जो लड़की है वो, और तीसरा चांद गवाई की जो दिशा है वो, क्योंकि उसमें लगभग सारी एक बुजुर्ग हैं, एक बीच की बलात्कार पीड़ित लड़की है जिसका सब है, और तीसरा चांद गवाह तो आपने पढ़ा ही होगा जिसमें 2 पीढ़ियों का द्वंद्व भी है, और दूसरा प्रकृति और पर्यावरण और स्त्री को लेकर संघर्ष भी है। तो मुझे वो लगता था कि मुझे लिखना चाहिए, और इनको लिखकर मुझे संतोष मिला, और मुझे लगा कि ठीक है, कोशिश करना चाहिए। लेकिन अभी भी 2-3 पात्र हैं जो बिल्कुल बहुत ज़्यादा नाराज़ हैं कि लिखना है उनके ऊपर, और लिखने की कोशिश में अभी मैं लगी हुई हूँ।
आपके पात्र आपसे बात कैसे करते हैं? मैंने कहा था मैं आखिरी सवाल पूछूंगा, लेकिन आपने खुद एक प्रश्न करने का मुझे अवसर दे दिया।
पात्र अंदर रहते हैं, या कभी कभी बहुत सारे मेरे काल्पनिक नहीं है पात्र, कोई भी पात्र काल्पनिक नहीं है, और कई बार मिलते हैं तो खुद ही बोलते हैं कि मेरे ऊपर कहानी लिखो। और कई पात्र जिनको मान लीजिए आज यहाँ आई हूँ और हो सकता है कोई पात्र मिल जाए और वो अंदर रहेगा, फिर बातचीत करेगा, फिर सारा मैं उसके साथ जुड़ूंगी, बातचीत करूंगी, संवाद करूंगी, उसके जीवन के बारे में वो करूंगी, पूरा परिवेश देखूंगी, उसके मन को पढ़ने की कोशिश करूँ। मेरे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि मन को पढ़ा जाए, उसके बाहरी चीज़ों की अपेक्षा मन को पढ़ा जाए, तो फिर मैं उसके मन को पढ़ूंगी, मन में उसके क्या क्या है, सपने हैं, क्या है क्या नहीं है, तमाम तरह। तो इस तरह से मेरी लगातार बातचीत मेरे पात्रों के साथ चलती रहती है। तो कई बार मैं खुद ही सोचती हूँ मैं किससे बात कर रही हूँ, फिर मैं सोचती अरे मैं अपने पात्र से बात कर रही हूँ।
नई पीढ़ी के लिए कहानी लेखन कितना ज़रूरी है, या उसको कहानियाँ पढ़ना चाहिए, क्यों?
बहुत ज़रूरी है, बहुत ज़रूरी है। साहित्य मनुष्य को संवेदनशील बनाता है। आप बूढ़ी काकी कहानी पढ़ेंगी तो मैं दावा कर रही हूँ कि कभी भी आप बूढ़े लोगों से उस तरह का व्यवहार नहीं करेंगे। तो जो साहित्य वो है जो दूसरों के मन में प्रवेश करके उसको आपके साथ मिला देता है, एकाकार करवा देता है। इसलिए कहानी कोई भी पढ़ें, आप कविताएं पढ़ें, उपन्यास पढ़ें, कहानियाँ पढ़ें, लेकिन साहित्य पढ़ना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तभी आप बहुत अच्छे संवेदनशील इंसान बनेंगे, सोचेंगे, और हर कदम पर हर रिश्ते की, हर भावना की कद्र करेंगे। साहित्य इसीलिए कभी भी खत्म नहीं होगा इस पृथ्वी पर। जब तक पृथ्वी रहेगी तब तक साहित्य जीवित रहेगा।
उर्मिला जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आभार कहने का मन नहीं करता, लेकिन मैं नहीं चाहता कि ये दोष मेरे मत्थे आए, और मैं समय से अपने काम के लिए निश्चित रूप से किसी भी मंच पर रहूं। मुझे लगता है कि समय बहुत बहुमूल्य है। आप सभी से का आभार कि आपने हमें सुना। अगर कुछ समझ पाए हों तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। हम एक हिंदी भाषी क्षेत्र में हैं, और ओडिशा और कलिंग लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल का इस बात के लिए बहुत आभार कि इन्होंने भारतीय भाषाओं को और वैश्विक भाषाओं को मंच देने की कोशिश की है। भाषाओं के बीच यह बहनापा, यह समरसता बना रहे। आप ऐसे ही सृजित करती रहें, और जब भी अवसर मिलेगा हम आपसे बात करेंगे। बहुत बहुत आभार आपका।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका कि आप खोद कर सवाल करते हैं, और आपकी स्मृति बहुत अच्छी है। कभी भी कोई चीज़ पढ़ी होगी वो आपको आज भी याद है। और आप सबका भी धन्यवाद कि आपने सुना, समझा, कितना आत्मसात कितना किया नहीं मालूम, पर सुना, ये देखकर अच्छा लगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद उर्मिला मैम अपने सत्रों और अपनी कहानियों को हमारे बीच लाने के लिए, और जयप्रकाश सर हमारे मॉडरेटर और बहुत अच्छे सवाल पूछने के लिए। So now it's a high time. I request all our authors and guests to have the lunch with the audience. Go to the section and have lunch, and after the lunch we'll continue the session. Thank you everyone.
एक विचित्र सत्ता साहित्य प्रेमी माने समाज रे बंचंती समाज रे जी से माने विभिन्न उपादान संग्रह करती से उपादान को साउंटी से माने निजर वास्तवता और कल्पनार सौध निर्माण करी एही समाज रे समस्त को चमत्कृत करती। तेणु आज मधु पार्वण कलिंग साहित्य महोत्सवर एही विशेष सत्र को समस्त को स्वागत जनाऊँगी मु स्मृति सुधा साहू। एही सत्र रे व्यंगर कहानी ओडिया साहित्य रे हसर प्रतिबिंब एही विषय को आलोचना करिबा पई मु एका साथी मंच उपर को श्रीजुक्त ज्ञानहोता श्रीजुक्त सत्यव्रत पंडा और श्री वेदप्रकाश नायक को आमंत्रण करुछि। मंचस्थ अतिथिंकर परिचय प्रदान करने मो कर्तव्य भावी प्रथमे श्री ज्ञानहोतांकर परिचय रखुची। आपण श्रीजुक्त ज्ञानहोता ओडिया टेलीविजन जगतर जड़े जनाशुना चेहरा भाव में आपण ख्यात। आपण को आम गहन रे पाई आमे कृतार्थ कारण आपणकर चिंतन शैली और प्रस्तुति शैली रे समग्र ओडिशावासींकर जनमन हरण करिबारे आपण सिद्धहस्त। वर्तमान मु श्री सत्यव्रत पंडांकर परिचय रखुची। क्षमा करिवे। वर्तमान मु श्री प्रियव्रत पंडांकर परिचय रखुची। आपण श्रीजुक्त प्रियव्रत पंडा आपणकर लेखनी मुनर शाणित धार रे समग्र ओडिशावासी आज खुशी और प्रीत अनुभव करती। आपण को आम गहन रे पाई आमे बहुत गौरवान्वित अनुभव करिछु। आमर एही कार्यक्रम संयोजक रूपे श्री वेदप्रकाश नायक जे कि जने युवा कवि और से तांकर उपस्थिति मध्य एही कार्यक्रम को आहुरी सुंदर और बलवत्तर करियो एहा आमर आशा आकांक्षा। वर्तमान सत्र को आगे नवाई मु वेदप्रकाश भाई को अनुरोध कर।
नमस्कार। कलिंग साहित्य महोत्सवर द्वितीय दिवसर यही लॉन्च पर जो अधिवेशन ताको आपण समस्त को स्वागत करुच्ची। मु वेदप्रकाश नायक ये जो विषय वस्तु को लेकिन आम आज कार्यक्रम आरंभ करने को जाऊँ आर ना हूँ व्यंग साहित्य आम पाई केते आदृत बा केते अनादृत। ये जो आलोचना चक्र रे आपण को मुहरे हस अवश्य एबे नहीं। मोर आशा निश्चिंत रूप से आम पाखे जो दुई जन विशिष्ट अतिथि अच्छा तांकर वार्तालाप पर आपण को ओठरे हस निश्चिंत आसब। तो प्रथम मु प्रणाम करुच्ची ज्ञान सर को प्रणाम करुच्ची प्रियव्रत सर को। आमे आज मोर प्रथम प्रश्न ज्ञान सर को रहिबो एते बड़ जीवन भितर आपण बहुत किछि को बाछि पारि थांते व्यंग को कहीं बाछिले आउ व्यंग कहले आपण कौन बुझंते?
व्यंग को मु बाछिले व्यंग कहीं मत बाछिला मु जानी मु जहाँ करुली ताको व्यंग बोली मु जानी नथिली। बदमाशी करुली जो बदमाशी पाई पिला बेले मो गाली खाऊली बड़ हेले सेइथिपाई मु ताली खाइबी बोली केबे भाबि नथिली। आ ताहाको जे व्यंग कहा जाए एमती भी जानी जबन जहाँ जहाँ लिखा कथा मुझे लिखुली। मोर भी बयस थिला बयस नहीं बोली कहनी मोर भी बयस अच्छी बयस थिला से समय मु भी प्रेम करुली मु भी गोटे समय प्रेम कविता लिखुली मोर भी विरह होइछि ताकु ने भी कविता लिखी प्रेमिका को लिखी जिते से आजिकल कौन गोटे कहते ब्रेकअप हो गला से ब्रेकअप है बेले लिखी जे मरुभूई रे मुझी ए मेघ को कहीदे मरुभूई रे मु जी शिखिली आउ को नई रे बरसु जाई प्रिया को कहीदे ता बिना मु जी शिखिली आउ कहीं प्रेम परसु जाई।
वाह वाह वाह
प्रेम भी करुली। तो व्यंगटा मु बाछि नहीं व्यंग बोधे मत बाछि मु सबू प्रकार कविता लिखुली। ये कविताटा आदृति लाभ कला मत चहट चंपा नाम गोटे कार्यक्रम को डकागला आकाशवाणी आती व्यंग ही होता आ पपुलार है तापर दूरदर्शन डाकिले मत व्यंग कविता ही डाकिले से मो प्रेम अन्य जिनस गुड़ा मरी मरी गला बस
ताकु नहीं किसी मन रे अनुशोचना नहीं तो
मत से बाछि अनुशोचना कौन मु गोटे जन पछरे पड़ी पड़ी कि ताकू बाछी से राजी हो अनेक कथा जदि मते जड़े बाछि नेला आ जीवन सहित तमाम मो पाखे कृत्य कृत्य होकर रहा ताठू बोल कि बड़ भाग्य कौन अच्छे व्यंग जदि मते बाछि पारि मु ता पाखे कृत्य कृत्य।
धन्यवाद खूब सुंदर उत्तर। एबे आम पाखे अच्छा प्रियव्रत भाई मु से समान प्रश्न आपको पचारि जे व्यंग कहले आपण कौन बुझंती आ व्यंग सहित आपणकर केमिति परिचय है आपन को व्यंग बाछिला ना व्यंग को आपण बाछिचंती?
नहीं प्रथम कथा हूँ समस्त को नमस्कार। कलिंग लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल रे आपण माने जोग दैछन सेति आपन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद वेद प्रकाश, धन्यवाद ज्ञान भाई। जदि मते कहबे व्यंग काहेकि बाछिले सत कथा कहबे आमे भी समस्त जेमती कॉलेज रे पढ़िला बेले कॉलेज मैगजीन रे हो निजर कविताटे बाहरिबार इच्छा समस्तंकर थाए तो सेतेबेले कविता लिखिबा सेतेबेले ना व्यंग कौन प्रेम कविता ही अधिकांश लेखारू समस्तंकर आरंभ हुए। किंतु सत कथा कहबाकू गले जे जदि व्यंग प्रति मोर आग्रह केबे बढ़ी थाए जदि तार प्रकृत कारण मु कहबी ता कारण निजे ज्ञान भाई बोली मु कहबी कहीं ना सेतेबेले आपनकर मने थिबो एबे हुए तो मल्टीपल चैनल्स आसलानी टीवी चैनल आसलानी सेतेबेले जेतेबेले नुआ वर्षर शेष दिन आसे 31 तारिख रविवार आसे दूरदर्शन रे राति रे किछि नहले गोटे हास्य व्यंग कवि सम्मेलन रे कार्यक्रमटीए थाए सेठी नाच हुए घोड़ा नाच हुए सिनेमा तारका माने आसंती किंतु गोटे सेगमेंट थाए जो हास्य व्यंग कविता आसरटीए हुए आ सेठी मु प्रथमे जेतेबेले ज्ञानवता कविता परिवेषण करिवार देखिली कहीं जाने मत भारी अलग लगे नुआ लगे। अच्छा एमती भी कविता कले जो लोक हसी पारती मत कहीं भारी आकर्षित कला तापरे मु चेष्टा कली लिखिबापी कविता लिखिबार धारा सेठू आरंभ है। सौभाग्यवशतः मोर प्रथम व्यंग कवितार मंच जदि सुजोग भी देते ज्ञान भाई तांकर सहित ही मोर मंच चढ़ीबार धारा
केन्द्रापड़ा पुस्तक
मेला आरंभ होता से दिन दर्शकों ताली आ भल पाइबा बोधे मत पछू के फेरवा इच्छा करई देनी से दिन ठू जदियो मो संलाप लेखे जदियो गीत भी लेखे अन्य कविता भी लेखे किंतु से सबू को एते प्रचार प्रसार नक मु व्यंगकार हवापाई बेसी इच्छा कली आउ जहाँ आपण मानक भल पाइबा अधिकार अधिका मात्रा मत देला आउ से आज निजको जड़े व्यंगकार भाव में सगर्वे कहवाई मु खुशी मन करे गर्व भी अनुभव करे जे हाँ मु जड़े व्यंगकार एक को मु भारी आत्मसम्मान स्वाभिमान सहित कहीपे
जोटी व्यंग को आपण आत्मस्वाभिमान कथा कहउचंती जहाँ भी सार कहले किंतु सेठी देखा जाए आमर साहित्य गोटे पटरे गला बेले व्यंग साहित्य को आपण ग्रहण करंतु बा न करंतु आमे अनुभव करिछु टिके अणदेखा करा जाय भली लागे लागे व्यंग साहित्य केवल मंच पई आ बही खाता कलम रे व्यंग साहित्य जेमती मलिन पड़ी जाइछि बा रही जाइछि तेणु याकु नै आपणकर ज्ञान सार अनुभवटी कौन?
फतुरानंद को उदाहरण भाव में रखिपारती फकीर मोहन को भी रखिपारती वर्तमान डिजिटल जुगरे आपण केएलएफ रो ए कार्यक्रम को भी प्रसारण करुथिबे कारण दृश्य श्राव्य उपरे जेतिकी प्राधान्य वर्तमान दिया जाउछे दृश्य श्राव्य रे बेसी आसीबा एक स्वाभाविक घटना किंतु व्यंगकार जे लेखंती नाही आ मो 7 खंड बही केंदे लिखिछि व्यंगकार भी लेखंती ताकू भी छापंती बेस प्रतिष्ठित खबर कागज रे मु स्तंभ लिखुथिली समाज रे लिखिछि दीर्घ 3 वर्ष सकाळ रे लिखिछि सेथरे सकाळ रे लिखुथिले हाट मझरे ब्रह्मज्ञान समाज रे लिखुथिले अज्ञान विचार तो छपा जाए ना एमती कहा जाय परिबो ना आदृति अनादृति किए जदि मुंड नासिका कुंचन कला बड़ बड़ लोक हसिबा पई भल पांती नै हसिले प्रेस्टिज लीक हे जिवो बोली हसंती नै सुंगा मुहाई की बसिले तांकर अभिजात्य जना पड़िबो सेते पे सेमान व्यंग कथा को अणदेखा ही करंती सेतरे आमर दोष कोन जे हसिबा पई चाहू नै ताको हसेबे केमती
किंतु व्यंग साहित्य जो माने लेखुचंती
हां
जेंति आपण प्रतिष्ठित आपण लेखा जेमती सब आड़े पहुंचुची सेमती कोन जेमती गोटे साधारण साहित्य प्रेम कविता हला विरह कविता हला जेमती जने आपणे नउची व्यंग को कोन समस्त आपणे चंती ना आपणे प्रतिष्ठित होई पारि?
क्षमा करिवे व्यंग को आपणेबा संख्या जे कौन से साहित्य ठो अधिका यह समस्त को स्वीकार करने को पड़ो कारण आज व्यंग कवि गोटाए जगार दुईटा मंच करा जाऊ व्यंग कवि सम्मेलन एवं अन्य कवि सम्मेलन मु तुलना करूनी मुझे बहुत श्रद्धा करुँची कारण जहाँ बिक्री होची ताहा जे बेसी बिक्री होची ताहा भल जिनिस मु ताहा कहूने से माने तांको जगह महान आमे दुईटा जाक शिखिचु बिक्री करिबार कला भी शिखिचु भल जिनिस देबार चेष्टा रे भी अछि आमर बिक्री पट्टा नाही बोले आपण कहि परबिनी
नहीं आमे जदि देखिबा समाज रे हां व्यंग साहित्य मनक 100 लोक हम जे छिडा कर दउछु हां ता भितरे व्यंग साहित्य संख्या टे कमी जाउनी आपण लागुनी
साहित्यिक संख्या कमुची तो
हां
अच्छा ताहले कष्टिया काम होइतिबो जो कामटा बेसी लोक करू नाहंती सेटा कष्टिया काम होइतिबो ताकू जदि अणदेखा करूछन सेटा भिन्न कथा कष्टिया काम बहुत कम लोक करंती आको
एई प्रश्न प्रिय आपणकर उत्तर टिके हम चाहबो
जेमिति आपण जते बेले थाली धरंती गोटे प्लेट सेथिरे बोधवे आचारटा बहुत छोट देखा जाए ता अमाउंटटा ता येटा बहुत छोट देखा जाए गौण देखा जाए किंतु बेले बेले आपण चिंता करके देखंतु खाइबार जदि टेस्ट खराब थाए सही गोटे जिनिस ही पूरा खाइबार टेस्ट को बैलेंस कर दे पारे व्यंगटा सेमती एमिति पृथ्वी रे को साहित्य नाही जो साहित्य भीतर हास्य व्यंग नाही जदि आपण कहिबे एमिति किछि लिटरेचर अछि एमिति किछि साहित्य अछि एथिरे संपूर्ण भाबरे हास्य व्यंग रहित ताहाले मु कहबि ता साहित्य नुहे काहे कि ना बिना हास्य बिना व्यंगरे कौनसी साहित्य केबे लोकन को छुई पारिबो नाही हास्य व्यंग सब बेले साहित्य को सरस करिछि सुमधुर करिछि आउ ताहा बेसी आज भी आपण को गोपाल रहस्य कथा मने अछि ताहा आज भी तेनाली रामका कथा कुहा जाउछि से सब साहित्यर ही अंश से हास्य व्यंग भरपूर अच्छी जो पीढ़ी पर पीढ़ी से सब कथा लोकों भितर मन अच्छी लोक गल्प हो कवितार नुहे गल्पर भी से सब कथा लोक पढ़ुंट शुणुंट आउ हाँ जमती ज्ञान भाई कहले जोटा कष्ट कम ताकू कम लोक ग्रहण करती वास्तविक जहाँ ना ताहा लिखिदबा किसी कथा कहीकि हसईदबा बहुत सहज कथा आजिकल आम सेमती बहुत लोक देखुचे बहुत शोज भी देखुचे जोटी लोक केवल निरुता हस हसुंट किंतु निरुता हसर तो अर्थ व्यंग नुहे व्यंगे जोटी जड़े दायित्वबोध भाव में समाज प्रति विभाग को आंगुठी उठे पारुथब प्रश्न करूथब किंतु गाली करिकी नुहे बेस मार्जित भाव में बेस शाणित भाव में सम्मानजनक भाव में प्रश्न भी करूथब आउ से प्रश्नकर्ता को आहत भी करूथब किंतु से ताको देखई पार नथबो जे एथिरे मते तीक्षक बाण मरा जाउछि बा मते साटायर करा जाउछि तो व्यंगटी सेमती हवा दरकार केवल रोकठोक गाली देले ता तो गाली किंतु प्रशंसा करिकि भी जणु को गाली देई हबो सेटा होउछि व्यंगर बहादुरी आ सेटा बोध हुए जेमती कहले समस्त को निहाती कष्ट होउतबो नाही तो एमती मो ये एमती कहि कि बहुत व्यंग कविता ना रे बहुत कविता आमे शुणुचे कौटी रूप को लेकिन कौटी कौन कौन को लेकिन लिखुं बट ठीक अच्छे किस समय हसवाई से सब ठीक अच्छे कि कविता बा जो व्यंग कवितार पर्यायभुक्त करा जाई परिबो नाही से तुलना रे ओडिसा रे जदि व्यंगकार मान संख्या देखा जाए जदि आपण लक्ष्य करेंगे नेशनल लेवल रे जो माने आमे बड़ बड़ कवि कहूचे हुए तो सेमानकर गोटे दुईटी बही मिलवा कष्ट हो पारे किंतु ओडिसा जेति भी सीमित कवि थांतु पछके अनेक कविंकर बही संख्या 5 रु 10 रु अधिका से कथा आपण जेतेबेले सेमानकु पढ़िबे जानिबे ओडिया कवि माने व्यंग साहित्य रे अधिका परिश्रम करिसंती और यथेष्ट भल काम करिसंती आगामी पीढ़ी पई आ मु चाहिबी आपण मान थरे सेमानकु पढ़ंतु आ नेक्स्ट जनरेशन अंतत ए धारा को आगे नेले आहुरी खुशी लागिबो।
धन्यवाद। आमर जने चित्रकर थिले आरके लक्ष्मण सर
आगे
आरके लक्ष्मण से सब बेले सरकार को कौन जदि भूल कले ताकू नहीं सब कार्टून करुले जहाँफल लोक सब हसुले थरे मु जहाँ अतीतर कहानी शुणी थरुटे खबर कागज रे आरके लक्ष्मण से थटा करुवा सुचारित करुवा चित्र गुड़िक बाहरी न थाए पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ताकू पाइले जो पेपर रे से खोजी जे लक्ष्मण कुआड़े गले कहीं खबर कागज रे बाहरुनी एवं तांको खोजी घर को खबर पठे घटना कौन है जाना पाई आरके लक्ष्मण देह खराब है से आउ छापी पारि नाहंती जो साटायर करुवा कार्टून तेणु जी सहजरे से सरकार ग्रहण कर नौथिले कविंकर साटायर को मध्य एबे समय रे किसी समस्या उपजी कि दबे दिया जाउछि कि व्यंगकार माननकु कहा माध्यम रे ना व्यंगकार आपे आपे दबी जाउछन्ती किछि भय रे
व्यंगकार दबेला भले लागुछि कि आपन
सेमितिया चित्र तो मिलुनी ना
देखो पॉलिटिकल साटायर काले काले होता साटायर वर्तमान जिनिस नुहे एमाने कहते जे आपण से इंग्राजी अमुक से साटायर करते भारतीय साहित्य साटायर नथिला आइदर आमे जदि इंग्राजी साहित्य से पढ़ी नथिबो से माने मु भी भाबुची जे से माने एते भारतीय साहित्य बुद्धे से माने भी पढ़ी नांती जो माने कथा कहउचंती व्यंगर जो डेफिनिशन प्रथमे तुलसी रामायण रे दिया जाइए अति चमत्कार भाव में जहाँ अंतरराष्ट्रीय क्षेत्र में भी एते सुंदर व्यंगर संज्ञा निरूपित है नहीं जितेबाला अंगद जाइए रावण पाखु अंगद रावण जो कथोपकथन सेठी अंगद प्रथमे रावण को डिमोरालाइज करने दुईट राष्ट्र जितेबाला आक्रमण हुए आगत डिमोरालाइज करा जाए पाकिस्तान संगे युद्ध है ये पाकिस्तान मुर्दाबाद कहले कौन पाकिस्तान दुर्बल हो कि डिमोरालाइज हम अंगद से कामटा करने को जाइए अंगद जिते व्यंग करते तुलसीदास लिखुंट वक्र उक्ति धनु वचन सर वक्र उक्ति रूपक धनुरु वचन रूपी सर को अंगद मारुची वक्र उक्ति धनु वचन सर हृदय दहेहु रिपुकीस ये बानर शत्रुर ये को मारुची देखो केड़े सुंदर संज्ञा निरूपित ये केवल भारत वर्ष संभव ये भी राजनैतिक वर्तमान भी राजनैतिक व्यंग हो जितेबाला मैथिली शरण गुप्त पार्लियामेंट ठिया होती पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू से ओह्लैला बेले खसी पड़ला बेले मैथिली शरण गुप्त धरी पकई से जवाहरलाल नेहरू कहते धन्यवाद गुप्ता जी आपण मते बंचे देले कहले धन्यवाद कोथिपाई जेतेबेले राजनीति टलमल हम ताकू संभाली रखिबार दायित्व साहित्य नहीं और मुझे दायित्वटा ग्रहण कर तो साहित्य काम समस्ते केवल व्यंगकार नुहे जो मैंने सीरियस लिटरेचर भी लिखुंट से वर्तमान परिस्थिति को लेकर लिखुंट से लिखा उचित भी यही केबे लेखकटे कविटे डर क्या प्रथमे निर्भीक ना से लेखक कवि हो पार नहीं और व्यंगकार तो पूरा निशारे घी मारिकी बुलूची जे मु केवल अन्य मान को व्यंग करी विद्रूप करी से डर क्या आउ गोटे किए कौन कहवाई चाहते बोध माइक रे कहते बड़ पार्टी टे डिस्टर्ब हो अच्छा आगे आगे हाँ
तो प्रिय भाई आपन प्रश्न होची सोशल मीडिया रे ये व्यंगटा जबठू ये व्यंग साहित्य प्रचार प्रसार होती से व्यंग साहित्य को केते सशक्त करिछि ना एथिरे अनेक लोक पशि जा पर यह सस्ता भी हो जाए
निहाती जेतेबेले कौन सी जिनस बाजार को आसे जेमिति गोटे भल प्रोडक्ट बाजार को आसिले तार इमिडिएट डुप्लिकेट चाइना प्रोडक्ट भी बाजार को आसे डुप्लिकेट प्रोडक्ट भी बाजार को आसे से बिस्लेरी बिमसेरी बिस्लारी ये लारी तो सेमती जेतेबेले हठात जन को देखा जाए जे जड़े गोटे कविता पढ़ी की पॉपुलर होउछंती एथरे तांको पॉपुलैरिटी मिलूची व्यूज मिलूची लाइकिंग मिलूची तो समस्त को लगे अच्छा एमती गोटे काम कले हुए तो आमको भी पॉपुलैरिटी मिलिबो तापरे कौन हुए ना तार किसी सस्ता वर्जन मार्केट को आसे सोशल मीडिया रे आसे आउ यह सत्य जे आमे सब बेले जदि मास को जिबा मास ऑडियंस क्लास ऑडियंस नुहति मास ऑडियंस अनेक समय रे सस्ता कथा को अधिका व्यूज दियंती ये कथा नुहे जे जो थे अधिका ताली बाजुची जमी ज्ञान भाई कहते जहाँ को जो अधिका लोक देखिले ताहा भल सेमती माने नुहे किंतु यह सत्य वर्तमान इंस्टा आउ रील्स रो जमाना रे लोक अधिका संख्यार से कंटेंट देखुं जो थे सस्ता कथा अच्छी किंतु गोटे दायित्ववान नागरिक हिसाब से आम मैंने जो मैंने साहित्य सहित जड़ित अच्छे से जगार आमर तो अंतत दायित्व होउची जे यथासंभव आम भल कथा कहवाक ही चेष्टा करवा अंतत जो मैंने आम साहित्य सहित अच्छे कविता सहित अच्छे आम जदि से सस्ता धारा को आपणे नवा ताहले तो कथा सरला दायित्व नहीं लोकटा जदि से सस्ता कथा कहवा आरंभ कला सस्ता जिनस अधिका व्यूज अधिका शेयर आसुबली आजिकल तो एमती है माने जदि आप देखिए बहुत बड़ बड़ सेलिब्रिटी माने भी माने जो मानक आम भारी डिसेंट भावुँ से भी आजिकल सस्ता चुटकुला सस्ता कथा इवेन अधा कपड़ा ओह्लैवा भी शंका करूना केवल माने इंस्टा फॉलोअर्स आउ लाइक पाई तेणु बेले बेले ठीक अच्छे लाइक शेयर आवश्यकता ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପ୍ରସିଦ୍ଧି ପାଇଁ ଥାଇପାରେ କିନ୍ତୁ ସବୁବେଳେ କେବଳ ଆତ୍ମପ୍ରସିଦ୍ଧି ବଡ଼ କଥା ନୁହେଁ। ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ବଞ୍ଚାଇ ରଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଲାଇକ୍ ସେୟାରଠୁ ଉର୍ଦ୍ଧ୍ୱରେ ଭଲ କଥା ଭଲ କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ତିଆରି କରିବାର ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ଆମର ଅଛି। ତେଣୁ ସେ ହୁଏତ କିଛି ଦିନ ପାଇଁ ଯେମିତି କାଲି ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟାରେ ବୋଧେ ସୁମିତା ମୁଁ କଥା ହେଉଥିଲୁ ଉପରେ ସେ କହିଲେ ଯେ ରାନୁ ମଣ୍ଡଳ ମାନେ କି ସେଇ ଯେଉଁ କଚ୍ଚା ବାଦାମ ମାନେ ଆସିବେ ଆଉ ଯିବେ କିନ୍ତୁ ସୋନୁ ନିଗମ ମାନେ ସେମିତି ଯୁଗ ଯୁଗ ପଡ଼ିଥିବେ, ଅକ୍ଷୟ ମହାନ୍ତି ମାନେ ସେମିତି ଯୁଗ ଯୁଗ ପଡ଼ିଥିବେ। ତେଣୁ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ନେଇ ଏତେ କାମ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଜ୍ଞାନହୋତା ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ, ରମାକାନ୍ତ ମିଶ୍ର ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ, ସତ୍ୟନାଶ ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ, ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଆଜି ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠା ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନଙ୍କ ନାଁ ସବୁଦିନ ଥିବ। ନେକ୍ସଟ ଜେନେରେସନ୍ ବି କାଲି ଆସିଲେ ବହିଟେ ଖୋଲିଲେ ବା ଖୋଜିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ 5 ଜଣ ସୁନାମଧନ୍ୟ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟଙ୍କ ନାଁ କହିଲେ ସିଏ ଖୋଜିବନି ଇନଷ୍ଟାରେ କାହାର କେତେ ଭ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ହେଇଛି, କାହାର ରିଲ୍ କେତେ ଭାଇରାଲ୍ ହେଇଛି, ବରଂ ସିଏ ଖୋଜିବ ଯେ କେଉଁ ରାଇଟର କ'ଣ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି। ଏକଥା ନୁହେଁ ଯେ ଗଲା ଦଶନ୍ଧି ବା 100 ବର୍ଷ ଭିତରେ ଏମିତି ଅନେକ ଲେଖକ ଆସିଥିବେ ଯାହାର ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ଶସ୍ତା ବହି ବି ହଳଦିଆ କାଗଜ ଗୁରା ବହି ବି ଭାଇରାଲ୍ ହେଇଥିବ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସିଏ ଯେ ବିଭୂତି ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ପ୍ରତିଭାରେ ହେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି, ରମାକାନ୍ତ ରଥ ହେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ତାହା ନୁହେଁ। ଠିକ୍ ସେମିତି ଶସ୍ତା ଲୋକପ୍ରିୟତା ଗୋଟେ ସମୟ ପାଇଁ କାମ କରେ କିନ୍ତୁ ସବୁଦିନ ବଞ୍ଚି ରହିବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସଶକ୍ତ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଲେଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ଆଉ ନିର୍ଭୀକ ଭାବରେ ଲେଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ଆଉ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ସେଇ ଧାରାରେ ଅଛେ ବା ଆମେ ଅଛେ ତାହେଲେ ଡରିବାର ନାହିଁ। ଆଜି ଆମ ସମୟ ଆସିନି, କାଲି ଆସିବ, ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆସିବ।
ଗୋଟେ ଘଟଣା ଘଟିଥିଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନେଇକି ଯେତେବେଳେ ସୋସିଆଲ ମିଡ଼ିଆରେ ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ କବିତା ଖୁବ୍ ଭାଇରାଲ ହେଇଥିଲା ସାବିତ୍ରୀ
3-4 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ।
ତେଣୁ ସେ କବିତା ଖାଲି ଯେ ଆପଣ ଭାଇରାଲ କରିଥିଲେ ତାହା ନୁହଁ, ଓଡ଼ିଶାର କିଛି ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠିତ ଲୋକ ବି ତାକୁ କହିଥିଲେ।
4000 ଲୋକ ନିଜ ନାଁରେ ସେ କବିତାକୁ ତାପରେ ସେୟାର
ସେଇ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ରହୁଛି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ କବିତାକୁ ଇଭେନ୍ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠିତ ଲୋକ ଟିଭିରେ ଆସୁଥିବା ଲୋକ ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁ ନେବା ଉଚିତ ନୁହେଁ, ସେମାନେ ବି ସେ କବିତାକୁ ସେୟାର କରିବା ସହିତ ନିଜର ବୋଲି କହିଥିଲେ। ସେ ସମୟରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ଲାଗିଥିଲା ନା କଷ୍ଟ ଲାଗିଥିଲା?
ସେ କଥା ନୁହେଁ, ବୋଧହୁଏ ଜ୍ଞାନହୋତା ବି ସାକ୍ଷୀ ଥିବେ। ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ସେ ମଞ୍ଚ ତଳେ ବସିଥିବା ବେଳେ ମଞ୍ଚ ଉପରେ ପଢ଼ୁଥିବା ପାଠକ ତାଙ୍କରି କବିତାକୁ ଛାତି ଫୁଲେଇକି ପଢ଼ିବାର ନଜିର ବି ଅଛି। ସେ ଅନୁଭବ ମୋର ବି ଅଛି। ମୋର କେଉଁ ପ୍ରକାଶିତ କବିତା ବହିରେ ବାହାରିଥିବା କବିତାକୁ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି। ଆମେ କେଉଁ ଅଞ୍ଚଳକୁ ଯାଇଛୁ କବି ସମ୍ମିଳନୀ କରିବା ପାଇଁ, ସେଠି ଲୋକାଲ କବିମାନଙ୍କର କବି ସମ୍ମିଳନୀ ଚାଲିଛି, ଆମେ ମଞ୍ଚ ତଳେ ବସିଛୁ, ଆମରି କବିତାକୁ ନିଜ କବିତା କହିକି ଲୋକ ମଞ୍ଚ ଉପରେ ପଢ଼ିବାର ନଜିର କିଛି କମ୍ ନୁହେଁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଭଲ କଥା, ତା ମାନେ ଅନ୍ତତଃ ସେ କବିତା ତାଙ୍କୁ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଛି, ସେତିକି ଛୁଇଁଛି ବୋଲି ଗୋଟେ ଲୋକ ତାକୁ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଭାବରେ ମୁଖସ୍ଥ କରିଛି ଆଉ ତାପରେ ତାକୁ ମଞ୍ଚ ଉପରେ ପଢ଼ୁଛି। ତେଣୁ ଏହା ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ଭାବରେ ଗର୍ବ ଓ ଗୌରବର କଥା। କିନ୍ତୁ ତେଣୁ ଯଦି ଏକଥା ଏ ପପୁଲାରିଟି ମିଳୁଛି ବା ଏମିତି କବିତା ଭାଇରାଲ ହେଉଛି ତା ମାନେ ନିଶ୍ଚିନ୍ତ ଭାବରେ ଭଲ କବିତାର ଦର୍ଶକ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ପାଠକ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଚାହିଦା ଅଛି।
ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଏ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପାଇଁ ଆଉ ଉତ୍ତର ପାଇଁ, ସୁନ୍ଦର ଉତ୍ତର ଦେଲେ ଆପଣ। ବି ମୁଁ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ପଚାରିବି, ସାର୍ ଆମେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଭାରତବର୍ଷରେ ଭାରତ ବାହାରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ସବୁଆଡ଼େ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡଅପ୍ କମେଡ଼ି ହେଉଛି ଏବଂ ତାକୁ ନେଇକି ଯେଉଁ ଯାବତୀୟ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକଳାପ ହେଉଛି ତାହା ମଧ୍ୟ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ରୂପରେ। ଏମିତିକି ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡଅପ୍ କମେଡ଼ି କରୁଥିବା କିଛି ଲୋକ ଜେଲ୍ ଯାଇକି ଆସିଲେଣି, ତାଙ୍କ ଶୋ ଗୁଡ଼ା ବି ବନ୍ଦ ହେଇଗଲାଣି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମର ଯୁବପିଢ଼ି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମିଶୁଛୁ, କଥା ହେଉଛୁ, ସେମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ କଥା ଉଠୁଛି, ଏଇ କମେଡ଼ି କଥା ଉଠୁଛି, ପ୍ରଥମ ଉତ୍ତର ସେମାନେ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ, ତାଙ୍କର ଫ୍ୟାନ୍ ହେଇଯାଉଛନ୍ତି। ତାକୁ ଜେଲ୍ ନେବାର ନଥିଲା, ତାକୁ ଇଏ କରିବାର ନଥିଲା, ସେମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଲଢ଼େଇ କରିବୁ। ଯେଉଁ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଭଲଗାରିଟି ମିଶି ଯାଉଛି ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗରେ, ଆକୁ ନେଇ ଆପଣ କ'ଣ ଆଶଙ୍କା କରୁଛନ୍ତି? ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ବି ତାହା ବିପଦ କି ନା ତାକୁ ଏ ଯେଉଁ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡଅପ୍ କମେଡ଼ି ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟର ଅଂଶ ବିଶେଷ?
ଭଲଗାରିଟି କେବଳ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପାଇଁ ନୁହେଁ, ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପାଇଁ, ସର୍ବୋପରି ଆମ ଭାରତୀୟ ସମାଜ ପାଇଁ କ୍ଷତିକାରକ। ତାଠୁ ଦୂରେଇକି ରହିବା କଥା। ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟ କେବଳ ନୁହେଁ, ସବୁଠୁ ଦୂରେଇକି ରହିବା କଥା। ଏ ତଥାକଥିତ ଶିଳ୍ୟ ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ କ'ଣ କମ୍ ଭଲଗାରିଟି ଅଛି? ଆପଣ ଖାଲି ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗଟାକୁ ଆଙ୍ଗୁଠି ଦେଖାଉଛନ୍ତି ସବୁବେଳେ, ଯାହା ପାରି ତାହା ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି। କେତେଜଣଙ୍କୁ ତ କେବଳ ଯେଉଁ ପାର୍ଟର ଆଲୋଚନା କରିବା କଥା ନୁହେଁ ତାକୁ ନେଇକରି କେବଳ କବିତା ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି। ସେମାନେ କ'ଣ ଗୋଟେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ନାରୀବାଦୀ କବି କ'ଣ କ'ଣ କହୁଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ତ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଆଲୋଚନାକୁ ଆଣିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁନାହିଁ। ତ ସବୁବେଳେ ଅଶ୍ଳୀଳତାଠୁ ଦୂରରେ ରହିବା କଥା। ଆଉ ବିନା ଅଶ୍ଳୀଳତାରେ କ'ଣ କବିତା ଲେଖି ହେବନି ନା? ଆଉ କିଛି ପଚାରୁଥିଲି, ମୁଁ ଉତ୍ତର ଠିକ୍ ଦେଇଛି ନା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ? ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ନାଇଁ, ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡଅପ୍ କମେଡ଼ି ହେଉଛି, ପିଲା ଠିଆ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି, ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର କଥା କହୁଛନ୍ତି, କିଏ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ନାଁରେ କହିଦେଉଛି, କିଏ ପିଲା ନାଁରେ କହିଦେଉଛି ଏବଂ ତାକୁ ନେଇକି ଲୋକ ହସୁଛନ୍ତି। ତ ସେଇଟା ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟର ଅଂଶ ବିଶେଷ କି?
ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟ, ଆପଣ ବଢ଼ିଆ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନଟେ ପଚାରିଛନ୍ତି। ଏହା ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟର ଅଂଶ ବିଶେଷ କି? କମେଡ଼ି ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମଞ୍ଚ ପରିବେଷଣ କରୁ ଆମେ କିଛି ଜୋକ୍ସ ବି କହୁ, କମେଡ଼ି ବି କହୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ତାହା ଆମର ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ ନୁହେଁ। ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡଅପ୍ କମେଡ଼ିଆନର କାମ ହେଉଛି सी केवल लोकंकु हसैब मु सब गोटे कथा कहे गोटे व्यंगकार हूँ सापुआ केला भाया सापुआ केला कौन करे आग डंबरू बजाए डंबरू बजैला परे गोटे पेड़ी भितर साप मान को देखई थाए ए डंबरूर साप सहित कौन संपर्क नहीं ये डंबरू केवल बजाई थाए लोक मान को आकर्षित करने लोक मैंने आकर्षित है पर ये पेड़ी भितर साप मान को काढ़ी देखई थाए ये हूँ व्यंगकार काम खाली डंबरू बजाइबा काम हूँ स्टैंड अप कमेडियन आम टे आग डंबरू बजाइतु किंतु असल पेढ़ी जो समाज रूपक पेढ़ी रे जो साप मैंने अच्छा आम देखी था तो लोक को आकृष्ट करने आग टे जोटा हुए ताकू जदि आप स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी संगे जोड़ी देबे क्षमा करेंगे।
धन्यवाद ये व्यंग करिकी खाली जे आपन को ताली मिली मु भाबुची ताली सह गाली भी मिली थिबो निश्चिंत ताकू ने आपन यात्रा टिके कहिवे
नहीं जेमती कहले जेते बेले आपन निर्दिष्ट जदि हुए जेते आपन कोनोसी व्यक्ति विशेष को नहीं कि व्यंग करूछंती जदि आमे काहा को सीधा सड़क भाव में व्यंग करूना अधिकांश समय देखिथे जेते बेले आमे व्यंग करू आमे सब बेले निजे निज को नहीं कि व्यंग करू आदर निज कथा कहू निज को से चरित्र भाव में ठिया करी कहू निज लोक को नहीं कि कहू किंतु सी माने उपलक्ष्य हेले भी लक्ष्य आउ कई जने थाए अनेक समय रे देखो आपन जदि समस्त को खुशी कला भली कथा कहिबे ताहले दुनिया रे आपन काहा को भी खुशी करि परिबेन जन को खुशी करबा कहले आउ जने दुखी हबो ही हबो मु जदि तुमको एटी प्रशंसा करी तुमर प्रतिद्वंदी से ईर्षा करि पारे सी मते गाली दे पारे तेणु व्यंगकार काम क्या प्रशंसा करवा क्या टेकिकी कहवा क्या विषय रे कहवा बा क्या जबरदस्ती निंदा करवा ता काम नुहे जहाँ सत्य जहाँ कहवा उचित आ जहाँ कहले आम जन को तार प्रकृत आईनाटी देखई दे पारू व्यंगकार काम सेतिकी जदि जड़े व्यंगकार सेतिकी काम करुए किंतु ए कथा भी मिछ नुहे अनेक उद्देश्यमूलक व्यंग भी करिथा जो कथा आम विभिन्न संवाद पत्र हो विभिन्न ये जगह देखू जो किसी उद्देश्यमूलक व्यंग भी करा जाई थाए आज्ञा ताहा व्यवसाय ताहा जड़े इंडिपेंडेंट सैटारिस्ट काम नुहे जी मौलिक भाव में व्यंग लेखे स्वाधीन भाव में व्यंग लेखे ताहा काम नुहे जदि आप कौन से व्यंग देखुं जन को उद्देश्यमूलक भाव में व्यंग करा जाउछि तान भावंतु ताहा एक व्यवसाय संस्था करुछि बा किए व्यवसाय करुछि से ताकू नेकी तार लाभ क्षतिर हिसाब किताब अच्छी किंतु जो लोक निर्भीक भाव में सत कथा कहूँ आउ ताकू व्यंगरे कहूँ समाज आगे कहूँ आउ से घटना को से लोक को आईना देखा चाहूँगी ताहा व्यंगकार कर्तव्य से निर्भीक भाव में करवा उचित आउ जदि करुच्ची से धन्यवाद मिलवा उचित आउ जदि करूना ताहले किसी स्वार्थ अच्छी बोली बुझा पड़ो।
धन्यवाद मोर समान प्रश्न आपन गाली करिया तो कहार साहस ही नथिबो तेणु ताली आ गाली भितर आप केमती व्यंग को समन्वय रक्षा करिसेंती
आउथरे वक्र उक्ति हूँ व्यंग जदि सीधा सड़क क्या गाली दिगला ताहले ता व्यंग नुहे ता तथाकथित आप कहीपारती से विप्लव कविता आउ कौन कौन कहला से सीधा सड़क हाँ जमती रवि सिंह लिखुले जो बेईमान अवहेला हेला कला मातृभाषा मारता मुंडरे टांगिया फेसा एमती कौन टांगिया फेसा मार दो ना हम मु रवि सिंह सलाम करुँ मैंने से दृष्टि कहूनी किंतु ए सीधा सड़क आक्षेप यह विप्लव हो पारे व्यंग नुहे व्यंग ताकू भी मजा लगुथ जी शुणुव से भी टिके टिके खुशी हो जाऊँ एभली कि मुझे गोटे कथा गोटे तो प्रश्न समान है रिपिटेसन हो कथा गुड़ा तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री थे आउ जड़े मुख्यमंत्री देहांत हो गला से देहांत है बेले गोटे शोक सभा होता पुणी गोटे मीटिंग है से मीटिंग को मत डाकी मुझे व्यंग कहले कौन कौन टी लिखुली मत जबरदस्ती डाकी मुझे कहली से सभार मु कौन कहि मुझे गोटे कविता शुणी आग घरणी मो हृदय राणी तमर मोर प्रीति एमंत तमे शकुंतला मु दुष्मंत पुराण कालर पीरती आम तमे मो जानकी मु तम राम टेकी थमणी कहे घरणी धेत बाड़ी पड़ा केते गरजू पुरुणा कालिया प्रीति की भजू मुहेले जानकी तुई मो बिजू जी थिबा जाक करिबी रण मरीगले तोर गायबी गुण से उपस्थित थिले ओल्हेकड़ी से मत कुंढेकड़ी धरथिले कहले गाना चमत्कार कविता कविता चमत्कार बोली मुझे जानी तांकू कहाइथला आ से किछि खराब भावी नाहंती ता उदाहरण देबा पई होय तो मते कुंडे के धरिथिबे किनु मु तांको प्रणाम जणाउछि
निश्चित ग्रहणशील देबे
आगे तो साधारण तो आमे लिखि न थाउ मो बोधे सेमती गोटे दिटी कामहा कविता छाड़ी देले कोथरे सीधा सड़क कहार ना उल्लेख करनी मु एमती के गोटे पॉलिटिकल साटायर शो रे विचारक भाव रे थिली मु सेठी जते बेले मोर मतामत दिए मु केबे कहार ना उल्लेख न करिबार चेष्टा करिथाय कथाटा तांको बुझा पड़ुथबो आ से शो रे जो माने सेते बेले जहा करूथिले आद्य स्तर रे से माने व्यक्तिगत भाव रे गोटे लोकर रूप को भी नेकर वर्णना करिसंती जहा उचित नुहे बोली मु बारंबार कहिछि जन को भगवान रंग कौन करिसंती ताकू मु तो निजे निजे लंडा ही जाइछि भिन्न कथा हां किए चंदा ही जाइछि प्रिय को थटा करिबार कोन अछि भगवान करिसंती ताकू ए दुर्दशा देइसंती याको व्यंग न करी दया करिया कथा आगे
मु एबे तेणु आम तो समय सरी आसलानी मुझे आम कविता टी शुणा से व्यंग कविता प्रथम आपठू तापर आम ज्ञान शरण ठू कविता टी शुणा व्यंग कविता
जेहेतु जमीती आम कथा होते जे एठी ज्ञानी गुणी मंच तेणु एठी आ डंबुरु बजेबार उपक्रम न करी सीधा किछि निरुता व्यंग शुणाइबा चाहिए टिके दीर्घ हो पारे हुए तो किंतु आशा आपण माने ताको उपभोग करिवे एटा खाली व्यंगकार नुहे सबु कविर दशा बोली आपण बुझी पारती जदि आपण जड़े कवि आउ एमिति परिस्थिति को आपण भोगिछंती ताहले निश्चित भाव में तालीर समर्थन देवे भाविथिली कविता मो बजार रे कमाल करिवो साहित्य एकाडेमी डाकी करी श्रेष्ठ कवि पुरस्कार दबो बड़ आशा करी 110 सुध को आनिक छापिली बही 10 दिन है गोटे बही बिक्री ना से कथा भावी राति सारा मत होनी निद सकाळ पाइले संघवाला आसी मागंती सुध दिन सारा एणे घरणी रड़ी कही परा बही बिक्री हेले किणी आनीदेव सिल्की शाढ़ी नाई नाई कुआड़े गला नाई नाई कुआड़े गला निया लगाई कविता पाई कि मो कपाल रे निया लगिला सीधा कथा बे कहूची शुण पाट शाढ़ी जदि आणिब आण नहेले नाई घर सारा जते बही गदेइछ सेथरे देई मु निया लगेई मते बे देखा जाउथला जल जल आ बेसी समय घरे रहिबाटा स्वास्थ्य पाई कि जमार नुह अनुकूल तेणु किछि न कही बाहरी गली घर टिके डेरी हो गला काम सारिकी घर को फेरु फेरु जेहेतु मुझे जाए शाढ़ी किणी ना एक धार्य जे आज आम घर हबनी रोसई जेहेतु मुझे शाढ़ी किणी ना एक धार्य जे आज आम घर हबनी रोसई भाविली पाट शाढ़ी नहला ना ये बरा पियाजी गंडे नहीं जी श्रीमती पाटी स्वाद पाई तेणु सीधा जाई पहुँचली नवगुड़िया दुकान आगे सेठिका अवस्था देखी देह मोर जलिला रागरे ता दुकान चारिपटे खेली मो कविता पसरा मो सद्य प्रकाशित बहिरू फर्दे फर्दे चिरी से दौला बरा
वाह
कहली कौन कलुरे चंडाल कहली कौन कलुरे चंडाल केते आदर रे देइथिली बही खंडे पढ़िबा पाई कि हरे न पढ़िलु नाई मो कवितार एते बड़ अपमान करिलु काई कि तोर एते बड़ भूल पाई मु तते केबे हेले करिबिनी क्षमा नव कहला बाबू एटा बेपार टाइम पार्टी करनी जमा नव कहला बाबू एटा बेपार टाइम पार्टी करनी जमा तेमे आमर डेली कस्टमर जो बईटा देइथलो सेईटा मो पाखरे रखिछि आज सकाळे रद्दी कही कि भाउज बिकिदेले 20 किलो बही सेइथिरे बरा आउ पियाजी बिकुछि मो कविता भिजिथिला पियाजी तेलरे मते लागुथिला ततला तेल किए छाटी देइछि मोरी गालरे मु एका जानिछि केते बाधुथिला कविर छाती की एटा खाली अपमान मोर नुहे समग्र कविर जाति की एटा खाली अपमान मोर नुहे समग्र कविर जाति की ए घरणीर दाऊ आउ सही हब नाही ए दी चारि ढोक न पीले भी साहस करके किछि कही हब नाही घरणीर दाऊ आउ सही हब नाही दी चारि ढोक न पीले भी साहस करके किछि कही हब नाही सबुदिन परि न जाई कि बस स्टैंड खटिकी मु सीधा चलली भाटिकी सीधा चलली भाटिकी सबुदिन परि न जाई कि बस स्टैंड खटिकी सीधा चलली भाटिकी दी चारि ग्लास तेंडी देबा परे सतसिंह बल जेबे जागिला देहरे बाहरी पड़िली मो छाती की फुलेई आखि खोली देखिला बेलू चित्रालय वस्त्र पिंधा लोक दुई नौछंती मते तांको कांधेरे झुलेई पचारली भाई तमे किए पचारली भाई तमे किए मते कुआडे नौच जणे कहला आमे जमदूत तमे आम सहित जमपुर को जाउच कहली भाई एते दिने करिछि साहस संचय घर को जीवी छाड़ कहली भाई एते दिन करिछि मो साहस संचय घर को जीवी छाड़ दूत कहला 70 मुंडटा हो जाइछि माड़ दूत कहला 70 मुंडटा हो जाइछि माड़ बुझिलु धन ए घर संसार मोह माया सबु दे छाड़ी धन रे ए घर संसार मोह माया सबु दे छाड़ी एई तळुकु देख रास्ता रे पड़िछि तो डेड बॉडी सतकु सत रास्ता रे पड़िथिला मोर परित्यक्त देह निजकु अवस्था रे देखि आखिरे मो आसीगला लुह पचारली भाई एमिति केमिति हैला पचारिली भाई एमिति केमिति हैला दूत कहिला ट्रक तो ता बाटरे जाउथला ट्रक आगे ठिया होई कविता पढ़िया पई तते किए से कहला टिके भाबिली कहली हाँ कथा कौन कि भागुर बड़का टिके पी देइथिली आगे दीटा बड़ बड़ लाइट देखी कवि सम्मेलन मंच भाविकी कविता पढ़िली दूत कहला ताहले तमे जणे कवि दूत कहला ताहले तमे जणे कवि मु कहली कौन विश्वास होनी कहबी जदि ठिया ठिया एठी 4टा कविता सुनाई देबी कविता ना शुणी से मो मुह को जाबुड़ी धरिले आ मते नहीं सीधा जमपुर रे हाजर करिले आ मते नहीं सीधा जमपुर रे हाजर करिले पांजी लेउटई मोआड़े को चाहे चित्रगुप्त पचारले हयो बाबू एडे बेगी केमिति आइलो हयो बाबू एडे बेगी केमिति आइलो तमर तो आसीबार बेळ हेई नाही चकित होई प्रश्न कले जमराज एही प्राणी एठाको आसिला किपरि ताहले एही प्राणी एठाको आसिला किपरि चित्रगुप्त कहिले प्रभु ये राजरास्ता रे कविता पाठ करथिला आकंठ मद्यपान करी प्रभु ये राजरास्ता रे कविता पाठ करुथिला आकंठ मद्यपान करी जमराज कहले आहा साहित्य पई केते बड़ त्याग आहा साहित्य पई केते बड़ त्याग पुरस्कार स्वरूप ए कवि को दिया जाऊ स्वर्ग पुरस्कार ना शुणी मोर एने कुंडमोट छाती मर्त्य नहला नहीं स्वर्ग रे कृति कुमार मिलिला स्वीकृति काश एतिके देखिबा को थांते श्रीमती खाली टिके एतिके देखिबा को थांते श्रीमती हाथ जोड़ी कहले ठाकुरे एतिके सुदया करंतु मोरी उपरे अपूर्व शांति मिलंता आत्मा को मोहर आउ कहार उपस्थित रे नहले नाही मो स्त्री रो उपस्थित रे मिलु मते स्वर्ग पुरस्कार तथास्तु कहिया पई जमराज टेकुथिले हाथ सेतिके बेले को खंडिकास काशी चित्रगुप्त कहले प्रभु घरणी को यार एबे हबो नाही डाकी तांकर आहुरी 40 वर्ष आयुष अछि बाकी एई कथा सुनि देबा परे आनंद मोर आउ कहिले नसरे एई कथा शुणीदेला परे अंतरे आनंद मोर कहले नसरे साहित्य पई स्वर्ग पुरस्कार तापरे घरणी दाउरु 40 वर्ष मुक्ति आह के शांति हाथ जोड़ी कहली प्रभु आपण तो करुणा सागर ज्ञानर भंडार ए मूढ़ मर्त्यवासी आपण को ना शुणी थरंती डररे मु तो कहबी आपण को प्रतिमूर्ति तैयारी हवा कथा सब मंदिर रे मोर एतिक मात्र मिनती घरणी आयुष्य को आहुरी 50 वर्ष दियंतु बढ़ेई मर्त्यर सुखेर थाउ मो जीवन बीमा पैसा को खाई से मर्त्यर सुखेर थाउ मो जीवन बीमा पैसा को खाई एतिक सुदय कले हुअंती मु खुशी चित्रगुप्त कहले प्रभु ए कवि कथारे आपण जम्मा जातुनी भासी प्रभु ए कवि कथारे आपण जमा जातुनी भासी ए कवि गुड़ा अतीब चतुर तैलमर्दन कलारे भारी धुरंधर याकू जदि स्वर्ग रे स्थान मिलिजिवो एठी कविता आसर आरंभ करिवो एठी कविता आसर आरंभ करिवो जमेइबो खटी गढ़िबो नुआ नुआ साहित्य समिति हबो सभापति तापर भाबंतु आपणक चौकी को आनिबो विपत्ति यही कथा शुणी सांगे सांगे बदलीगला जमराज को चाहाणी कहले चित्रगुप्त मर्त्य को निक्षेप कर आकु यही क्षणी कौन करी मो पारिलिनी जानी हुतु हुतु हो जलुवा भाग्यर मोर चित्रगुप्त ढालीदेले पानी हेले मु तो कवि नुह जमा छाड़बार जंतु कहले आज्ञा शास्त्र रे पढ़ी कहले आज्ञा शास्त्र रे पढ़ी देह थरे प्राण थरे देह छाड़ी गला परे आउ कौन फेरे आत्मा थरे देह छाड़ी गला परे आउ कौन फेरे आपण मो आत्मा को मो देह को फेरेबे केमिति कहंतु मोर এই যুক্তি শুনি যমরাজ চিত্রগুপ্ত করি অটহাস্য কহিলে রে কবি খালি স্বর্গরে নুহে মর্ত্যের অছন্তি আমার এজেন্ট অসংখ্য মর্ত্যের অছন্তি আমার এজেন্ট অসংখ্য কিয়ে সে কহিলা তু যাই অছু মরি এই দেখ আইসিইউরে পড়িছি তো ডেড বডি এই দেখ আইসিইউরে পড়িছি তো ডেড বডি আমার এজেন্ট মানে ডাক্তার কহিছন্তি পরা 2 লাখ টঙ্কা দেলে হব তোর মস্তিষ্ক সর্জরি जेहेतु डाक्तरी रिपोर्ट रे तू एबे जीवित आमे चाहिले तते देई पारु स्वर्ग नहले पठेई पारु मर्त्य जेहेतु आमर विचार ऊपर तू करियछु जुक्ति तते देउछु शास्ति तो कहिबा अनुଯାयी तो स्त्री आयुष्य 50 वर्ष देइछु बढ़ेई बंचिथिबा जाक ता मथा सिंदूर लिभिबार प्रश्न उठु नाही एतिकी कहि जमराज देले को निर्देश आत्मा मोर शरीर राशि होइला प्रवेश संगे संगे खोलीगला आखि चांचल्य खेलीगला मेडिकल सारा छाती को चौड़ा कर डाक्तर कहले यहाँ चिकित्सार करामती परदिन खबर कागजर मुख्य खबर पुरस्कार पाइबे डाक्तर ମୁଁ ଏଣେ ମନେ ମନେ ଶୋଧୁଥିଲି ମୁଁ ଏଣେ ମନେ ମନେ ଶୋଧୁଥିଲି ସେହି ଡାକ୍ତରକୁ ଡାକ୍ତର ପୁରସ୍କାର ପାଇବେ ଡାକ୍ତର ଯେ ରୋଗୀକୁ ମୃତ୍ୟୁ ମୁଖରୁ ଆଣିଲେ ଫେରେଇ ମୁଁ ଏଣେ ମନେ ମନେ ଶୋଧୁଥିଲି ସେହି ଡାକ୍ତରକୁ ମୋ ହାତରୁ ସ୍ୱର୍ଗ ସୁଖକୁ ଯିଏ ନେଇଛି ଛଡ଼େଇ ମୋ ହାତରୁ ସ୍ୱର୍ଗ ସୁଖକୁ ଯିଏ ନେଇଛି ଛଡ଼େଇ।
ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଟିକେ ଦୀର୍ଘ ଥିଲେ ବି ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ମୁହଁରେ ଟିକେ ହସ ଆସିଲା। ଛୋଟିଆ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ କବିତାଟି ଆପଣ ମୁହଁରୁ ଶୁଣିଦେ ଏଇ ସେସନକୁ ଆମେ ଏଇଠି ସାରିବା କାରଣ ଆମେ ସମୟ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆମେ ବନ୍ଧା। ଜ୍ଞାନ ସାର୍
ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ହିଁ ପଡ଼ିବ। କାହାଣୀ ଆଲୋଚନା ପାଇଁ ଡାକିଥିଲେ ବ୍ୟଙ୍ଗ କବିତା ମୋ ପ୍ରିୟକୁ ଲୁଚେଇକି କହିଦେଇଥିଲେ ସେ ମୋବାଇଲରେ ଲେଖିକି ଆଣିଥିଲେ ମୁଁ କିଛି ଆଣିନି ମୁଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି ପ୍ରକୃତିରେ ମୁଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି ପ୍ରକୃତିରେ ମୁଁ ଆଜିକାଲି ସବୁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି ଗାଁ ମୁଣ୍ଡେ ବରଗଛ ଓହଳଟେ ଦେଖିଲେ ଝୁଲି ଯାଉଛି ମୋତେ ବୟସ ହେଲାଣି ବୋଲି ଆଜିକାଲି ମୁଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି। କିଏ ଯଦି ଟିକେ ଟେକା ଟେକି କରିଦେଲା ମୁଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି ଲୋକଟା ଯେ ତାର ସ୍ୱାର୍ଥ ସାଧନ କରୁଛି ସେ କଥା ଆଜିକାଲି ମୁଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି। ଆଉ କେଉଁ ବନ୍ଧୁ ଯଦି ମୋ ଆଗରେ ବୋତଲ ଖୋଲି ଦେଉଛି ମୁଁ ମୋ ପୁଅର ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଛୁଇଁଥିଲି ବୋଲି ଆଜିକାଲି ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି। ଆଉ ଶେଷରେ କେଉଁ ସୁନ୍ଦରୀ ତରୁଣୀ ମୋତେ ଯଦି କଣେଇ ଚାହିଁ ଚାଲି ଯାଉଛି ମୁଁ ବାହା ହେଇସାରିଛି ବୋଲି ବି ଆଜିକାଲି ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି ମୁଁ ବାହା ହେଇସାରିଛି ବୋଲି ଆଜିକାଲି ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛି। ଆଉ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପାଇଁ ଭୁଲିଯିବା ବି ଭଲ କାରଣ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ସାରିବାର ଅଛି।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଏ ଚମତ୍କାର ସୁଯୋଗ ମୋତେ ମିଳିଥିବାରୁ ଆଉ ଜ୍ଞାନ ସାର୍ଙ୍କ ଭଳି ଗୁଣୀ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିତ୍ୱଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ବସିଥିବାରୁ ପ୍ରେମାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ବସିଥିବାରୁ ଏ ଆଲୋଚନା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଦୁଇ ଜଣଙ୍କୁ ଅନେକ ଅନେକ କୃତଜ୍ଞତା କଳିଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ମହୋତ୍ସବ ପରିବାର ପକ୍ଷରୁ।
ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୁଁ ମଞ୍ଚାସୀନ ଅତିଥିମାନଙ୍କୁ ସମ୍ମାନିତ କରିବା ନିମନ୍ତେ କଳିଙ୍ଗ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ମହୋତ୍ସବର ସିଇଓ ଅଶୋକ ବଳ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରୁଛି। ସାର୍ ମଞ୍ଚ ଉପରକୁ ଆସି ମଞ୍ଚସ୍ଥ ଅତିଥିଙ୍କୁ ସମ୍ମାନିତ କରିବା ହେବେ। ମୁଁ ଅଶୋକ ବଳ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରୁଛି ସାର୍ ମଞ୍ଚ ଉପରକୁ ଆସି ମଞ୍ଚାସୀନ ଅତିଥିମାନଙ୍କୁ ସମ୍ମାନିତ କରିବା ହେବେ। एभली एक सुंदर कार्यक्रम रे वर्तमान सम्मानित हेउछंती श्री प्रियव्रत पंडा परे परे सम्मानित हेउछंती श्री वेदप्रकाश नायक तांको पई जोरदार करताली हे जाऊ। एभली एक सुंदर संयोजन से करिथिबारु वर्तमान सम्मानित हेउछंती जनाशुना चेहरा आम समस्तंकर प्रिय श्री ज्ञान होता। आपण मानकर धैर्य पाई समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आशा करुच्ची निहाती समस्ते किसी ना किसी शिखि थे। वर्तमान मु अर्पिता को अनुरोध करुच्ची नुआ सेशन को से आगे नेबे।
Let's move on to the next exciting session titled Rethinking Performance and Box Office, Cinema, OTT and the Way Forward. It invites us to reflect on a moment of transition where cinema is no longer shaped by a single screen and performance is measured not only by box office numbers but by reach, resonance and relevance. We are joined by Mr. Neelamadhava Panda, who is a notable Indian filmmaker renowned for his socially relevant films that addresses pressing issues. He gained prominence with his debut feature I Am Kalam in 2010, followed by his films like Jalpari, The Desert Mermaid, and Kaun Kitne Pani Mein. Beyond filmmaking, he has established Akshay Parija Productions, reflecting his commitment to using cinema to spark change. Joining him is Bhavna Somya is a film critic, columnist and author. She has been writing on cinema for almost 50 years. She is the former editor of Screen and has written biographies of superstars like Hema Malini and Amitabh Bachchan. Her books are a point of reference for students studying cinema at Whistling Woods, Mumbai, Manipal University, Mangalore and JNU, Delhi. Joining them is Nadira Khatoon, who is an associate professor at XIM University School of Communications, skilled in film studies and mass media research. She brings great academic insight into this conversation. Moderating this great conversation is Anish Chandy, founder of Labyrinth Literary and Film Agency. Labyrinth represents authors across print, film, and media. So with this, I would like to thank you and hand over the stage to Mr. Anish Chandy and our speakers for the conversation. I would like to warmly welcome Mr. Nilamadhava Panda, Ms. Bhavna Soumya, Ms. Nadira Khatun, and Mr. Anish Chandi to initiate this session.
Hello, hello. Shall we start? Okay, all right. This promises to be quite an entertaining and explosive session with our eclectic guest list here. Okay. So I'll start with the first question. Let's start with the D word, Dhurandhar. Dhurandhar has become the highest grossing Indian film, I think a couple of days ago. It is also a film that has polarizing opinions. My question to all the panelists, and I'd love to start with Bhavna ji, is that comparatively in the past, our big monster hits have been movies like Hum Aapke Kaun, DDLJ, which were fundamentally family movies that everyone enjoyed. And now something seems to have shifted. What do you think has changed?
First and foremost, I loved Dhurandhar.
Me too.
So most of the critics have bashed it up, but I loved it for the content, the projection, the way the music was used, the pace. Who is this talking so loudly?
That's the other session.
How? Because the AC of this room is low, so if we can either hear them or we can talk. Who is the person in charge here? The problem is most of the time there is no one person here who is going to be responsible for what's happening. Can you tell me how do we talk when this other person is talking? So anyway, I think they'll take a long time to settle that. So I loved the film and most of the critics didn't like it. And there was also a lot of controversy where anybody who had given a negative review was pulled out. And my review was not pulled out. So I was just wondering, either I'm not important or my review is not important. But for me, both is okay. I think to say that Hum Aapke Hai Kaun or DDLJ or any of Yashraj films was the so-called family film that the audience liked and went to and made it into a super duper hit. Cinema reflects life and life keeps changing. The dynamics of family and society keeps changing. So because of that, today everybody is clued in about what's happening in the neighboring country, what's happening to the politics, it's all up close. So Dhurandhar symbolizes that. And all the time the dynamics will keep changing. Again maybe When I'm no more, the Hum Aapke Hai Kaun will come back. But at the moment, Dhurandhar is calling the shots. And let me tell you that Dhurandhar is also inspired from the lot of South movies that are doing extremely well. Whether it was KGF 1, 2, whether it is Bahubali, whether it was, which was the next one of Rajamouli, the one that...
RRR.
RRR. So it's all, everything people want to see big scale.
Okay, thank you. What are your perspectives?
Well, I think first thing was because of Dhurandhar, it brought a nice big smile in the fraternity. We all were very happy seeing the box office. And of course, it's been 6-8 months now that is happening with smaller films also, be it Sayara, Diwani Hi Diwaniyat, you know, the films which you may not have heard also done 100 crores, okay. Cinema is economics and emotion, both. So Dhurandhar, to add on to Dhurandhar, I think this is a very new grammar in terms of storytelling, which is what I love the most. And that too 3.5-hour film, whoever you ask, hey, it's a very long film, mujhe jaunga ki nahi pata nahi, but eventually everybody's gone and seen, which is a very daring way to, for the producers and directors to do a film like that. And hopefully the part 2 is going to work really well. And the footfall, I would say that it's also, I would say it's a turning point, like what happened with Satya. That was a great turning point for Bollywood. Dhurandhar is a turning point for me as a director, I would say. I've been an indie filmmaker, I'm also working with studios, but this is actually the time where we can say that Bollywood is changing now. We had a very bad phase post-COVID, and I thought, because after that what happened with the OTTs, we thought there is always anxiety. Every time there is a new technology comes, there is an anxiety that what will happen to cinema. We always were worried about theater. But this, I thought, will take a longer time for the footfall, people to come to theater, pay the whole popcorn economy. It will happen much later, I thought, and it has really happened very quick, in just 3-4 years. Last 6-8 months, if you see, there are a lot of films which just worked. Even Lapata Lady worked in the box office, you know. So I think it's a great time for Bollywood again. Of course, South, other films were working, but I can extend that a little more later. But yes, in all said and done, Dhurandhar is a great beginning for us.
Thank you.
I have a little different answer from...
Will you be offering an academic perspective as well?
Yes. That's what I wanted to mean, that from, as being an academician and film studies researcher, so I look at these phenomena a little differently, because if you look at 1992 and when Yasha Chopra's all these films were coming, and those family-oriented films were giving a kind of hope, because again the neoliberal phase which was giving a kind of new economic perspective to new middle class people. So therefore I find that era was completely a different era, as already Bhavna ma'am has pointed out, that if you look at cinema changes as per the time. So at that time it was more of a, like, if we look at the socio-politics of the time, it was very, very different than today. And I find this particular phenomena, what Dhurandhar has just now got released and the kind of narrative it has, it's not very new, because just for last 1 or 2 decades, there are quite a few films which are coming up in the similar line, but definitely the scale and the kind of the landscape of the film, it's probably the new, because if you look at post-COVID era, the scale has become huge in the film. If you look at from Pathan to RRR and all other films, Jawan, the scale, because now it has become like, for niche market, we have OTT, and for larger than life experience, we have the theatrical release. So therefore, I find now it has become the segmentation market. Segmentation has become in such a way that if it is larger than life, then only we will go to theater. So it's like that. So I will keep it till here.
So you think scale is the #1 driver for a movie like Dhurandhar?
Scale, along with that, one more important point I just missed out to point out, that is definitely if you look at again the content and the narrative of the film, that is also quite quite some time we are just dealing with those kinds of narrative. Though the similar line of narrative we had earlier, it's not that for the first time we are making a film on against or anti-Pakistan. It was there, but the narrative, because we had quite a few war with Pakistan. So in post-1990s, at that time, the war film with Pakistan, the film were border and those kinds. But now the nature of anti-Pakistan films are also quite different.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with something she says, like few of the points. Some points I feel differently. I don't think that people are going to the theatre only for the scale. I don't think people watch the OTT only for a specific thing and go to the theatre for a specific thing. It is the audience, we underrate them. The audience is very sharp. They smell a film and they always know from the poster that they are going to watch this film or they are not going to watch. आजकल इतना ज़्यादा हाइप होता है, प्रमोशन होता है. एक ज़माने में ये सब कुछ नहीं था, फिर भी फिल्म का पोस्टर लगते ही people used to decide कि ये पिक्चर हम नहीं देखेंगे. I feel 21 has just been released.
Yeah.
It is also a war film. It is about the 70 war that we had with Pakistan. And it is not bashing Pakistan. It is for the first time where both the countries are being so courteous. Jaideep Ahlawat is the Pakistan representative, and Dharmendra, who's come for a school reunion in Lahore, represents India. And it is Jaideep who has killed Dharmendra's son. Yeah. And he's thinking how he's going to break the story. And then it happens so organically. And when he finally tells Dharmendra, you expect Dharmendra to get at least a little angry that this is the man. And I think the closing scene and the dialogue where Dharmendra is drawing from the universe, from nature, and he's saying that if the trees can recover, if the earth can recover from disasters, why are we still holding on to grudges? So every theory we define in cinema, just as he said, it's about emotion and economics, there is always a counterfact which is breaking that theory. So I have now stopped following any theories. It's just heart and nothing else.
All right.
Well, like the way we develop things, like in 60s we had seen films which are on feminine, 80s it was angry young men, 90s NRI stories. This is, I think, there is a strong nationalism emotions which is playing with us. So is in the theater. So I think walking, cinema walking in theater is because the kind of cinema people want to watch, and we are delivering that. But there is one point of time, if you see how we lost also, how Bollywood lost the plot, is also because it's a genre which has been practiced for decades, okay, and we are known for that. But in between, probably it was insecurity of the creators where we started following Southern cinema. There was a point of time where we thought, okay, there is Universal Pictures and all of them came to India, and we thought we'll make films like Hollywood, which is where we lost. If we are strict with the genre and be honest with our storytelling, probably it will never die. The genre will never die.
Okay. Do you have anything else to say about this? No, I don't have. Okay. Okay, that's the end of the Dhurandhar question. Now, because all three of you all come from very different backgrounds, okay, I have a question, and again, I'd love for Bhavna ji to answer first, because she has seen this industry for many decades. My question is about stardom, okay? Stardom, the concept of stardom, okay? And you have seen all of them, you have interacted with all of them. You're a maker and you're an academic. So, my question is, do you think the concept of stardom itself is dying? And will, if that is the case, will stars be replaced by stories? Because even today, if a movie is being set up, the first question is, उसमें कौन है? Instead of उसमें क्या है? Right? So I'd love your comments and your thoughts on stardom.
उसमें कौन है या उसमें क्या है is already changing. For a long time, ever since the corporates have come into the fraternity, we are saying again and again, content is the king. After that, we said the content is the king and the queen. Content was always of prime importance in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s. To an extent, in the 80s, it started dwindling later. The legendary filmmaker V. Shantaram, when Yash Chopra separated from B.R. Chopra to start his own films, he told him that don't run after the stars. Your name should be the attraction and people would come to see your film. For example, it is a V. Shantaram film, whether it is Jal Bin Machli or it is Geet Gaya Patharon Ne, people are going to see V. Shantaram film. They don't know who is Rajshri, who is Jitendra, who is Mumtaz, nothing. These days what is happening is, I don't know if maybe the trend is started by the South because they make very large scale films and it's all about action and background music. That the scale is so big that whichever actor, you need a big actor. And then the actor's attitude is कि अगर इतनी scale है, इतना budget है, तो मेरे को कितना मिल रहा है? And this is what is going wrong because सबसे पहले सब आके बोल रहे हैं मुझे क्या मिल रहा है? And everybody, the lion is starting to take his share away. And then from what is left, the filmmaker has to make this large scale film. It doesn't end there because the lion is taking its large share and then the lion thinks that he's the king in the jungle and also on the sets. So he has his paraphernalia. No actor travels without 5-10 people. There is once upon a time just a manager or a secretary. Today he has an image consultant, he has a marketing manager, he has a PR, he has a makeup man, he has a, if she's a hairdresser, a spot boy. It is unaffordably expensive for the producer. I don't know how the producers are alive without a heart attack. Then this olden days में there were makeup rooms. Makeup room में जाके एक AC चला दो और वो makeup करे और बैठे और जिसको मिलना है मिले. अभी it's vanity vans. They want one vanity van for themselves, one for their staff, one for something else. So it's going out of control. I just feel that it's about to crash. The bubble is going to burst any day because now the filmmakers are fed up. The producers are tired of all these extra expenditures. अच्छा ऐसा नहीं है कि if you are asking for so much, you are delivering the next day. All these figures are exaggerated and put out so that the ego of the star is to be fed. You go every time I open the phone on the Instagram and they'll say 350 crore, 400 crore. Every week I watch every film. Sometimes if I'm not able to go for the press show, I book the ticket at the nearest cinema hall, 8 o'clock show, 9 o'clock show. I swear, cinema hall में 3 लोग भी नहीं होते. अभी cinema hall में अगर 3 लोग नहीं है तो तुम लोग बोल रहे हो 350 करोड़ हो गया, 450 करोड़ हो गया. It should be a packed auditorium. Every show should be bursting. So how is it house full? Who is buying the tickets? It's becoming now a big trap. And it's soon going to crash, if it's not crashed already, according to me. Because everything virtually crashes first and then physically. In my head, they have crashed.
Yeah, I actually, to some extent, I agree to what Bhavna ma'am has just pointed out. Even your statement, you have already propagated the statement that probably it is.
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely, because if you look at, again, the biggest stars, what we tell that in the late 90s and till today, the Khans, and if you look at Salman Khan's last few films didn't work, and if he is such a star, then he is on screen, then his film is working, then why it's not working? So we need to question that as well. And also, I find as, if you look at a film like Kerala Story, there was no star in that, but the film, though, if I'm not wrong, the budget was 26 crore. And the revenue it generated, I think, more than 300 crore. 286, around 300 something, if I'm not wrong. So there was no star, only the storyline primarily. And because what I assume, because of the nature of the storyline was thriller, and it was giving a kind of adrenaline rush. Because of that, it just did that much of business, and along with that, of course, propaganda agenda was attached to that.
That's
So-
it. The propaganda is what went against it. And also, Kerala Story, of course, did well, but it's an isolated case.
Yeah.
Whereas in the 80s, when there was Basu Bhattacharya, Rishikesh Mukherjee, 70s, Basu Chatterjee, so many of them, they were all making small budget films which was appealing to the real middle class. Why I'm saying real middle class? Because she mentioned the new middle class. In my opinion, there is no middle class today. Because the lower class thinks that they are already arrived, and the upper class thinks that nobody can touch them, and the middle class doesn't want to be middle class. So I don't know where the middle class is gone. Whereas when I was growing up, we took pride in the fact that we came from middle class families.
Right, right. Now people
Because
don't say
that
that anymore.
values were inculcated in us by our parents, that, you know, this is not how our families behave.
Well, I think I would say stars are both success and failure, both aside, if you see.
But
And
also
they will-
offer some examples of films that you've done for this response.
They both survive, but I will give a larger picture, then I'll come to my films, you know. Look at Korea. So 2 decades, it is Korean era. Their food, their K-pop, music, films, OTT shows, everything has been successful. And I was in Busan this year also, last year. They're now struggling because there is a point they have reached now. They're worse than India now. And this is the time where what Bhavanaji also says, that in a way we have arrived in Bollywood, because that already people have understood the stars, idea of stars, that you spend so much, you know, each star carry about 6 or 7 vanity vans. I've seen stars taking 2 vanity vans for meetings also. They're just lying there, you know. This is changing certainly. The bigger stars will also realize nobody gives a guarantee of box office ever, you know. But at the same time, because the smaller films work, say Sayara also, even YRF didn't know the business will be 500 crore. These are 2 new actors, you know. They were not known as stars, children or anything, but film itself has worked, because be it song, be it the love story or whatever. Like I said, this is a very small film called Meri Diwani Ki Diwaniyat.
Yeah.
They're saying 100 crore. If not 100, chalo. Even 50 crores for a film like that is a very big business. So which means this is changing. And I would see, I'm more optimistic now looking at an audience of 140 crore people, looking at how South keeps inspiring you, where forget Tamil Nadu and Andhra, you know, Telugu and Tamil films, look at Malayalam films, you know. Tiny little films. There was a film I was involved which was made in 9 crore, made about 80 crore, which is no star cast at all. It's called
Which film was-
Malikapuram, okay? And they do phenomenal business. So, which is a good sign. What we were assuming last 2-3 years, we have been talking that how India can become the content hub of Asia. And we are truly driving towards that. It now depends on how we strategize, because cinema, apart from art, it is largely a business strategy also. And star will be there, star will survive, because especially in the world of image, which is your Facebook, Instagram, it is about imaging people. Image is something which attracts people. They correlate with star. You know, the stardom also comes with, we feel it's like a godly figure for our audience. That will not change. But yes, they have to be sized so that the production budget can be sized. It is scary sometimes when you plan with a script, you know. Like, say, if you give an example of that point of time when films were working really right. My first film, for example, in 2010 when I made I Am Kalam worked really well in theaters. So it was, if I see the money we spent and the recovery is 350 times, that I can't do now. Because things have changed. More is about this. Yes, something really important, everybody, we all talk now, is the distribution strategy. If that comes in right place, then I think it will be a little more secure in terms of business of cinema.
Okay. I'll just have a sub question to this, because you said stardom will survive. There's another perspective that, let's say in the 1960s and the 70s, when initially Dilip Kumar and then Rajesh Khanna and then Amitabh Bachchan were ruling the roost, there was no social media, so they were not posting that they are eating avocado toast and going to Maldives and all of that. So essentially the thing is, if you want to see them, you have to go to the movies, right? So do you feel now that an actor, let's say a random actor without taking any names, will have 20 million followers on Instagram, but that actor may not get a 2 crore opening at the box office? So do you think the nature of celebrityhood in India has changed, where people are okay looking at them on the phone, but they will not buy a ticket?
Super question. Super question. See, what is happening is all the young filmmakers are doing the promotion with that young star cast. They go to Bangalore city and they go to Jaipur city and then some kind of a mall or some kind of a public place, and everybody gathers and they are waving out and there is a adrenaline rush. And people are getting so excited thinking that हमारी picture में तो कितना interest ले रहे हैं लोग. That crowd is free.
Yeah.
They are not going to translate into your tickets. They are not going to come inside the cinema halls. The avocado or the new dress or the slits which are getting longer and longer at all the premiere parties that these girls are wearing, and the stiletto heels are getting more and more uncomfortable. It's translating into their personal likes. But it is not going to necessarily mean that tu meri, main teri, tu mera will be a super success. Because you're beaten up on one side by Avatar and the second side by Dhurandhar. Unfortunately, the middle-aged stars or actors, you know, people of my age who are playing mother roles, grandmother roles, the good actors are not getting roles because they are not on the social media. Because the casting agency is first checking you out, how many followers you have, and then calling you for an audition. You will be surprised that I have been, in the last year, called for 2-3 auditions. Because somebody must have randomly looked it up, and they must have felt, हाँ देखने में थोड़ी शक्ल ठीक लग रही है, माँ का रोल दे देते हैं. I said, you gone mad? So that is how it's operating. It's random. And let me tell you that I'm making a joke of it, but then when they offered me a jewelry ad, where I'm the mother of Aditya Rao, a grandmother, because at my age you can't be mother, you have to be grandmother. So it is a different thing that I've had a late child or something. So I'm playing the grandmother of Aditya Rao Hayadri, and I'm a happy grandmother who is looking at jewelry and everything. So I said, okay, I'll do it. मैंने सोचा ऐसे ही new experience ले लेती हूँ. कर लिया, अभी आएगा तब आएगा. कोई जूते मारेगा तो नहीं करेंगे next time. और पैसा भी लिया. पैसे के बगैर कौन काम करता है?
That's better. Now you see the point.
Only for money. Where I'm trying to do play a Nirupa Roy on screen.
We can look at this thing in two ways. One, as it is pointed out that there are like 20 million followers, but no one is going and watching the film. On the other hand, there are also bigger celebrities than the film stars, I find. Like influencers, if you look at Kusa Kapila, or there are many like her. So they are much bigger celebrities than there are other film stars.
You mean you're talking the content creators?
Yes. So I find now the whole definition of celebrity also gradually changing. It's not only limited to on-screen presentation or representation. So yeah, that's what I want to point out.
Well, I think we have to clearly define, differentiate that social media following has zero impact on buying tickets. Like in politics also. Somebody can be popular, but do you vote them or not? So, for example, Shraddha Kapoor has the biggest Instagram following, okay? But if you go and see Stree, do you want to evaluate Stree as Shraddha Kapoor's following business, or the film was a nice horror film and Rajkumar was also there and because of that you watch? Obviously, though, it was a great content, which is why people went and saw. I won't connect that with the how Instagram following at all. It stays in Instagrams, that's it. It doesn't land in the footfall of theater. Theater works in a whole different gamut altogether.
Sure. Since we are at the Kalinga Lit Fest, and I think you should start on this one, could you draw like a landscape of the Odisha film industry?
Well, again, I mean, I think it's a absolutely great time. I'm very happy this year. There are films, 2-3 films, which really worked well in the box office because everybody who comes from Odisha and anybody who is part of Odia film industry, we were devastated for good many years. None of the film were working. And I always used to say simply that we were not making film for the sake of making films. You were making film for something else. Be it somebody's converting money or somebody's idea of that fantasy of making a film. Making a film is quite a tough job. We take sometime, a script takes 3 years, 4 years. Then you come find money. When you find money, you don't get a star. When you make the film, then you hold your film on your head and go literally bag, borrow, steal to distribute. When you distribute, the theater people doesn't come. How do you make a film? It's a very tough profession. But now, look at that Bhubhuta film, which did remarkable business, you know.
Like what kind of numbers are we talking?
I think that made about 20 crore.
On a budget of?
On a budget of 1.5 crore, right, Sangram? 2 crore. And made 20 crore. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's a huge business, I would say. I think that's the remarkable point where we can say that now we are back in full form. And before that also 1 or 2 film worked, you know, which is 2 crores, 3 crores, 4 crores business, which is fair. But this is a great beginning. And again, this is a Babusan film. I mean, it's just a simple, honest storytelling. Because it's more than Babusan, I would say, the content. It's great, nice filmmaking, which is why people went to theater and saw.
Unfortunately, I'm not exposed yet to Odia film industry, and this is really unfortunate thing. I really
but you're based
acknowledge
here?
that. Yeah, for last 8.5 years.
Okay.
I wanted to add on also something which I have been trying to speak to a lot of people in Bombay. There's still the mainstream OTT platforms like Netflix, Amazon, Sony, they do not look at Odia content so far, to be very honest. That's for sure. That we always suffer. But still, I'm saying they're not even introduction of Odia language into Amazon and Netflix, you know, which is, I'm hoping this is the kind of, you know, it's also our fault. It's not theirs, I would say. I would always say, like I said, cinema is business. Apart from emotions, art, it is business. So if they do not have an audience, they do not have a number in their mind, they do not get into that. Like my show came last year in Sony, and it was the first Sony show they dubbed into Odia, thinking that, okay, there is a Odia director, we have shot in Odisha, there will be some footfall at least to the platform, but they were not very happy, to be honest. So I think this is slowly that point will come. We are changing. The landscape is changing.
I am also not very familiar with the Oriya films, but I think I've seen a lot. But it was at a Kalinga Festival a few years ago. I met this very beautiful girl, and then I got to know that she's an actress, Anu Chaudhary. And I was very hungry, and I didn't want to eat at the hotel. And I said, take me to eat some local food. And she took me to some place where some very nice, outside some university or college, some chaat was there. It was so good that Anu and I have become now very good friends. And I keep seeing her videos and what she does. And I feel it's very interesting what she's doing. So it must be changing, Oriya cinema.
Food we are box office hit. Food we are 1,000 crore to 1,000 crore, we can say. So ask all of us would be thinking, what are we going to eat in the dinner? We love it.
Chaat.
Anything you ask, right in the corner. In 100 feet, you will see 10 or 20 shops, you know, yeah. That no one can compete with us.
Do we have time for any audience questions, or do we not have time for it?
I think they've taken the hint from me where I told them that I have, no, because I told them that at all festivals, before it is 5 minutes time, the person stands right in front and does this.
This time they gave me a chit.
That's it.
Yeah.
So no questions, no?
There's a question
anybody?
there.
We can
There.
just take 3 questions.
Okay, 3 questions. Here, you can pass on the mic too.
Hello, ma'am. This question is to you, Sumaya, ma'am. Do you think the goalpost in last decade or so has changed? From acting, it has moved to how many crores a film makes. And you think success of Dhurandhar has kind of even made it solidified the entire...
The goalpost. What has changed, you said?
I said, has the goalpost changed? Now, we don't talk about the acting bit or the story bit. What we talk about is how many crores the film has made.
I don't know when this changed, but it is a fact. And everybody is a business analyst. It's not just people in this room. Like everybody is a film critic. In the morning when my doodhwala gives me the packet and I'm half sleepy taking the packet, he says, Didi, wo aapne 2 star diya, wo galat kiya. Main hota to 3 deta. So I am telling the Big FM people to hire him as a reviewer. So I don't know what has happened where everybody thinks everybody is an expert on everything, and somewhere we've lost our soul. You know that people used to make films out of passion, like he just said, it is a very tough job and it is a breaking job. It takes a village to make a film. And it is really like each time you are being born again, and each time your bank balance is starting from 0 again. And then critics like me are finishing it off in 5 minutes. That's what they feel. We are spending a whole night thinking that what is good or bad about the film, and we are the ones who feel worst when people whom we rate high don't make good films. So I think you're right. It's sad that we are running, all of us are running behind money so much.
Ma'am, you think for every Dhurandhar, you feel happy that there is a Homebound or there is Ikkis. 120 Bahadur got lost completely.
No, it didn't get lost. It got very good reviews.
Yeah.
It got very good reviews. You can't get, see, it's like a mother has many children. All children cannot be beautiful, all children cannot be intelligent, and all children cannot be successful. It is each child's destiny. Some are meant to be successful, some are meant to be beautiful, some are meant to be intelligent.
Good evening, everyone. I am Nadira ma'am's PhD scholar. I am working on films right now. My question would be to all of you about the star system we talked about, but till date, we have not seen the stars releasing a film on OTT. They have back projects, they have been producers, except I think Akshay Kumar, for a brief time, he released a couple of films on Hotstar. But apart from that, Shah Rukh, Salman, Amir, we have till date, it's been, I think, over 5-6 years since OTT has come. Post-COVID, there's a huge time. Till date, they have not come. And that's what my question is, that we are seeing, like, stardom is on a decline right now. But these kind of situations are making me question again. I think stardom is here to stay. So what would you say, ma'am? And everybody.
मेरा अगर छोटी सी खेत है ना, तो मैं ज़मींदार को नहीं दूंगा, पहले खेत में जो भी उगाऊंगा मैं डायरेक्ट मार्केट में जाके बेचूंगा. इट्स एज सिंपल एज दैट. बिकॉज ये जो ज़मींदार आए लास्ट 5-6 साल में, यू हैव नो आइडिया हाउ जो शोषण होते हैं ना, आप जो देखें पेजेंट शोषण, ऐसा ही हुआ है हमारे साथ. तो पहले फिल्म की अपनी डेस्टिनी देखते हैं. थिएटर में डेफिनेटली नो स्टार्स विल गिव द फिल्म डायरेक्टली टू द OTT बिकॉज that's a different game. We have to depend on our audience, you know. We have a very, we are living in a very, we living in a great country. We have our, which is why we don't depend on a foreign market at all. Fine, I mean, there are like Dangal went and did a 200 million business in China, but we have a great audience here. So we have to try our luck first with our audience, then OTT.
Yeah, hello. My name is Chitra, and I have a question for Bhavna ji. But of course, the others can also. I have a pet peeve. First is that I think that wherever you go in the world, wherever you go, Bollywood is a name, okay? And I feel ashamed that whenever all these big foreign dignitaries who come, prime ministers, whoever, our film people are not at the high table. You know, it's always the same. India Inc. and all, they're irrelevant. So the question, okay, that is my pet peeve, and I think someone like you should. But the question is, there was Dhurandhar, but there was also Haq, you know? So my question is, is that people are, you made the point that the audience is extremely smart, and I think we're going to go towards that. You can't sell rubbish. And I feel that Dhurandhar was big, but so was Haq. Absolutely. So would you like to comment on that? I mean, are people writing better and better?
Everything is very good. I think our crews are absolutely wonderful. The technical department is flourishing. The cinematographer, our production design are outstanding. We are on par with the international standards. The writing is also improving tremendously. And performances, it's not just about the lead stars anymore. The supporting cast is brilliant. You know, once upon a time, only the art cinema got the national awards. Today, you pick up any film, everybody is absolutely to the mark. I mean, Jaideep Ahlawat and everybody just blow your brains. And what was wonderful about Haq was that there was no hype, there was no great promotion. Like a everyday, I mean, there was a little bit, which is normal and a routine. And we entered the cinema halls for watching the press show. And there was a stunned silence because it was flawless. She was fabulous. So was, what is the hero's name? Imran Hashmi. And particularly his important scene, he is brilliant. It's a woman-oriented film, but he is absolutely brilliant. And what I felt very sad about was that Shah Bano, at such a old age and so long ago, initiated this, and she got justice after so many years. And here is a filmmaker who is making a true portrayal of your mother's story. Yeah. And then the daughter puts a case. For what? For money. That's answering your question. Everything, not just in cinema, even आपसी रिश्तों में, लड़की के लिए लड़का देखने जाते हैं, परिवार तो बोलता है कि आर्थिक कैसी है. हमारे ज़माने में माँ बाप बोलते थे कि if the tree is robust, then there will be an orchard. You don't look at the orchard and think that the tree is going to grow.
Thank you for this insightful session on cinema. Now I'd like to request our volunteers to step on stage and help Mr. Anish Chandi to felicitate our guests.
Hello. Check. Hello.
The distant echoes and foundational moments that build the architecture of our life. The stories, the sounds, the sights that stay with us long after we have grown. To guide us through this nostalgia, it is my honor to introduce Chitra Subramaniam, the legendary investigative journalist who famously uncovered the Bofors scandal and whose fearless career was built on the values of a lifetime. Joining her is our moderator, Ashok Kumar Bal, a distinguished author and former civil servant with a profound gift for uncovering the human side of history. Please, sir, ma'am, applause. I request everyone to welcome them with applause. Before we begin this dialogue, a brief session timeline. We have a total of 45 minutes, and a subtle reminder will be given at a 35-minute mark. Sir, over to you.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. We have the great pleasure and honor to have Chitra with us, the legendary Chitra Subramaniam. I say legendary because she has done the legendary work of toppling a government and changing the Swiss law on sharing of information. So on these two accounts, she is legendary in my views. So we are discussing today about her childhood memories. See, memories, in my view, are a part of literature. The memories need to be preserved and shared. So we are here where she is sharing her childhood memories. See, Chitra Subramaniam did her BA English Literature from Lady Shri Ram, I believe, Lady Shri Ram. Then MA in Communication and Journalism from Stanford University. And she had a very checkered career in journalism spanning over 3 decades. But she has worn many hats. You see, after the stint of journalism, and particularly her investigative journalism in Bofors, which is considered unparalleled in the history of Indian journalism, she, became a part of Norwegian Prime Minister's campaign for the post of Director General of World Health Organization, where the President, the Prime Minister launched the Tobacco-Free Initiative with the mandate of negotiating the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, FCTC. And because of her unstinted initiatives and efforts, the FCTC was born in 2003. And as of today, FCTC remains the only treaty the World Health Organization has successfully negotiated. So give her a big hand for the wonderful job she had done. Then she, from a journalist, she became a watchmaker. She co-founded the Swiss watch. I think if I pronounce it, Borgers. Oh, I can't pronounce that. So she set up that, and that is the only watch which was costing about ₹1 lakh in 2006 or 7. And that is the only watch which, reminds you of your bad times. Rahu Kalam. Okay. So, and so from a journalist to a public policy expert, then she became an entrepreneur. And then she has become again another type of entrepreneur. She set up a consulting company called CSD Consulting, which has, the top 500 companies, one of the few of the top 500 companies in her list, including Tata's and a few other, the top ones. And let me tell you, she was part of the TCS team that built the brain for the Ferrari Formula One car. See, I mean, when I saw your career graph, I was amazed, and I was really, it was a piece of information to me. And see, then, she had a lot of other activities. And let me tell you, she is also from a very, very illustrious family. Her grandfather, I think Mr. Subramaniam, who was the royal advisor to Mysore king? Her great-grandfather, Subramaniam Iyer, was the royal advisor to the Mysore king, Warrior 4, I believe. Yes, Warrior 4. And then her father, K. Ramaya, grandfather K. Ramaya, he is called the Rice Ramaya, because when India was facing the gravest food shortage, he was the answer. He set off the CRRI, and in fact the Cuttack CRRI, I think she has a beautiful story on that. She would tell that. And then she is the grandniece of the Nobel laureate C.V. Raman, and I have the pleasure of informing you today that the daughter-in-law of C.V. Raman is also present. Is she there? Yeah, she is there. Dominic. Dominic. Yeah. So, her mother, Mrs. Janaki Ramaya, Janaki Subramaniam, was an accomplished, singer, musician. I know all this because I have to do a little bit of research. So, she was an accomplished singer and musician. Yes. And her father, again a very distinguished person, Ramaya Subramaniam, who is the father? R. Subramaniam. R. Subramaniam, again a very legendary person. So more about him, she will tell you. So, she was, I think you were born in Sindri. Yeah. She was born in Bihar, and she was born in though born in Bihar, but she spent a good amount of time in Bhubaneswar, Orissa. And so this is her background. I thought I will not tell you about her childhood memories to the extent I know in Orissa. This is what we need to listen from her. But then my first question to you, ma'am, would be, oh, Chitra ji, yes, Chitra, yes. My first question to you, Chitra, is that, I think Orissa occupies a very special place in your heart. Could you tell me why? Why do you love Orissa so much?
Thank you for that introduction. I was surprised that you know so much. You went, but anyway, thank you for that. And speaking about my great-grandfather and the Vodiyar family and all that, So, why does Odisha? It's just, I think it's culturally very rich. And I'm very attracted to culture. I think of Raghunath Panigrahi, I think of Samyukta Panigrahi, I think of music, I think of dance, I think of Konarak, I think of Puri Jagannath. And my grandfather, Dr. Ramaya, who set up the Central Rice Research Institute. This is the book that came out this year. Do read it. He was called Rice Ramaya because it was his work in Cuttack was a response to the Great Bengal famine because we needed, there was no food. So as the story goes, he went to set it up in Bengal. And I just want to focus on that just now. He went to, he was in this train that he went to Calcutta. But then I suppose the reception was not all that good. So on the train, he met Nityananda Kanangu, another legendary person from Orissa. So he said, why don't you come to Cuttack and set up? So he gave him land, and then the Central Rice Research Institute was born. And that was, the rice that we eat today, Sona Masuri, which is a very common rice, is because of Tata, my grandfather, we call him Tata in Tamil. And he gave a lot of his work is still, you can go and see the CRRI in Cuttack. And he didn't want to patent his work. He said that my work should be to spread all over the world. So it went to Philippines, it went all over the world. So even today, it's called IR8. It's a special type of rice, the breed. And I remember one of my first visits he was also the Vice Chancellor of the Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology in Bhubaneswar. So I first came here in 1969 when I was all of 11 years old. And I'll never forget, there was this big, OU80 was set up with American collaboration, and there was this big reception. I think John Kenneth Galbraith was the ambassador, the American ambassador, the extremely striking American man. So I went, I'll never forget this. I wore a pink frock, and I wore pink shoes, and I thought, oh, I'm looking so lovely, and I wore black socks. So my grandfather, Dr. Ramaya, was a very distinguished gentleman, tells me just before we enter the house that your socks and your shoes should match. So can you imagine the horror of discovering? Lovely memories. Why do I like Odisha so much? Because I finished my school here in St. Joseph's College School. My uncle went to Ravenshaw. My uncles went to Ravenshaw in Cuttack. So there's a lot of Odisha in me, a lot of it. And then, of course, Dr. Raghunath Panigrahi, Dheera Samir, and all the entire, dance and music, and Sanjukta Panigrahi. And so, we are very, very attracted in the family. All that is cultural here. So that's one reason why I love coming to Orissa. And thank you for inviting me. Bofors is one part of my life, but there's more to my life than Bofors.
In fact, see, when she talks about Raghunath Panigrahi,
Dheera Samire.
She's very fond of Raghunath Panigrahi and
Yes. Sanjukta Panigrahi. Both of whom I know more.
In fact, she had sent me a video clip, which she's very fond of.
Ashtapati.
And it's a Gita Govinda.
Gita Govinda, yeah.
And
Can you hear it? Can you listen? No, that isn't.
so this is the one you are sending. So,
Dheera Samire. You can try Dheera Samire.
Dheera Samire, this is the Dheera
Dheera
Samire.
Samire, yeah.
So she had sent this video clip. In fact, she desired that it should be played. But somehow we do not have a screen.
But what you didn't know, and this is that I'm a trained dancer, because I learned Bharatanatyam in the Ramaya Pillai tradition.
Okay.
Yeah, and then some people thought I would become a dancer, but I decided to be a journalist. But I'm very attracted to all that is fine, dance and music, and I'm a failed artist.
So have you learned Odissi dance?
Not as well, but I like the back kick in Odissi dance.
Okay.
I knew Minati Mishra and Raghunath and Sanjukta Panigrahi, both very good dancers. I didn't learn Odissi, no. no.
Unfortunately, both Sanjukta and Raghunath
are no more. Yeah, yeah. And Dr. Mishra also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then my father set up the Talcher fertilizer plant.
Yeah,
So
I was just going to ask that.
yeah, there's a lot of Odisha in my life.
See, this
Yeah.
Talcher fertilizer plant has been built by her father, R. Subramaniam. So could you tell more about Mr. Subramaniam? Because, we like to know about Mr. Subramaniam because he was a fertilizer
Expert.
expert.
Yeah, Mr. Subramaniam, my father, I think was the biggest influence in my life. I'm very fortunate to have had a father like that. Dominique is, my aunt will tell you, my aunt is also very fond of my late father. My father was perhaps the most humble man I know in the world, and the most brilliant and the most humble man, a hard-working man. Never ever spoke about himself, built a fertilizer plant, also built 2 plants in Panipat, 2 other in Panipat and 1 more. And when I was young in Sindri, he introduced me to the world. I was weaned on the BBC. I was weaned on reading the Time magazine, and the whole thing. The reason I became a journalist, and hopefully a good one, was because he opened up the world to me. And I'm writing a book, a second book. It's all the short stories in my life. And my father told me when I was young that they have, he was in the UK, and then Tata said that we have to come back and build India. So a lot of our family came back, and my father told me that they have walking cheese in Europe. So I imagine cheese with shoes. It's actually gorgonzola. So a lot of cultural influences in my life, the openness I have, hopefully the acceptance of difference and diversity, all that comes from my father, from Appa. My mother was very religious. She also came from a distinguished family. Her father was the first professor of physics in, I forget the college. But, there was a lot of knowledge in my family. But interestingly enough, I do want to make this statement without offending anyone. None of us were bureaucrats, and bureaucrats have a way of, how can I say, bureaucrats have a way of promoting themselves. I hope you're not a bureaucrat. You were a
But I totally agree with you.
God, I have a big mouth, Moopad, so, we're all in the family, basically we're all kirkus. As in everybody is a little kirku. Kirku in Tamil means crack. So we're all a bit crack, but the crack in a good way, You can be a good kirku, you can be a bad kirku also. So a normal family discussion would be like this. Very high on politics. Everybody has a view. Very high on food. We're all very food. Okay. We're very much interested in food. We'd get into, details about food, details of how to make this, how to make that. So my father was the biggest influence in my life. Honest, funny. I'll give you an example. He was diabetic, so he lost part of his eye. So I told him one day to keep an eye on my son. So he said, that's about all I can do. I can only keep one eye. So, he never took tragedy. Or I lost a brother in Bombay. He was stuck in an ambulance in a traffic jam. So, to see your parents grieving, and I think it's the worst thing that you can go through. I live with cancer. I live with what's called multiple myeloma. It's a form of blood cancer. I was diagnosed in 2001. I had a transplant, which my own stem cells, and a second transplant in 2018. So I don't, how can I say, I don't accept,
defeat.
I do that very badly, I do that. Do I make sense to you? I'm not able to accept defeat. I do it badly, you know. I want to find out what's happening on the other side. For example, when I was, with cancer and I had no hair and everything, I wanted to know what was going on. So I was very curious. So in my curiosity, I refused to accept defeat. It's a way of dealing with difficulty. So this I learned from my father, You don't. Thank you. And I think that we need to speak about cancer, mental health, illnesses. It's okay to have cancer. It's okay to have a mental issue. We've got to speak about these things. And I hope in my book I'm writing, I want to talk about, I am writing about these issues. Okay. So please buy my second book. Buy my first book also, which is on sale upstairs.
I totally agree with you that the curiosity, and I feel that the curiosity is the hallmark of your personality.
Thank you.
And that is the book, the book or the Bofors investigation.
Yes.
Is a testimony of that. In fact, 3 countries and 10 years of investigation, has resulted in your, that book, the classic book, Bofors Gate, In Pursuit of Truth. Yeah, this is the book, yes. Journalist's Pursuit of Truth. And can you believe that the book, when it was released in March, my information is that the Stunborn, who was the Lindstrom,
yeah.
Lindstrom was the whistleblower, and he was the head of the Swedish police, and his daughter was present.
She released the book.
Yes, she released the book. Yes,
and I have an interesting thing to say about that. But she is. Her name is Ylva Lindström, and she is a student of Advaita. She studies Advaita Vedanta. And can you imagine, she is, we study this Bhagavad Gita every Tuesday. And the second chapter we are studying. And the second chapter is all about karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Don't focus on, don't focus on what you get. Do your action, do what you must do without looking at the results. So can you imagine, he was like a guru in Bofors. And his daughter is an Advaita study, and I was blessed by Swami Dayananda Saraswati, who initiated me into Advaita. And she is also his student. So can you see how life comes around in an interesting way, if you're open? But there's something else I want to tell you. It's about Schumacher. Yeah, it's about Schumacher, Formula One. He was hurt in an accident and he's no longer. But he used to tune his cars. The man is a genius. He would tune the cars by listening to their sounds. These are the people I have met in my life. So my standards are that. I'm a nobody. I'm a nothing compared to, you say legendary and all that. I don't think so. Because I really, I'm very humbled by music. I'm very humbled by musicians. I'm very humbled by people who know so much, who read. Somebody who can recite the Bhagavad Gita, my God, And so Ylva came and released the book. And she is a remarkable person. She's an Advaiti, so Advaita Vedanta student.
In fact, though I'm tempted, but I do not wish to discuss about this Bofors Gate book. That is because Mr. Satish Padmanabhan is dealing separately.
Yeah.
So therefore I'll confine again, I'm coming back to your childhood. But probably you were not born in 1946.
No, I wasn't born. I was born in 58.
I know. You were 58 born, I know. Yes. So 1946, I think your grandfather,
Tata, yeah.
He wrote a seminal book, and that book was a point of reference for everyone. That is called everything about rice.
That's right.
Is that correct? Everything about rice. And that book is like a Bible for everyone. If an agricultural scientist or if anyone who is anything into rice, if he has not read that book, then he doesn't know rice. So could you tell something about
he laid the foundation stone of the Green Revolution, basically. Dr. Swaminathan was his student. But talking about rice, I'll give you a funny story. Yes, he wrote this seminal book about rice and rice breeding, and this book has come out from CRRI this year, so please do read it if you're interested. So my husband comes from an Italian region where they grow rice, north of Italy, where Arborio and all comes from. So when he came to meet my grandfather, the grandfather spoke to him about rice, and my husband then didn't know anything.
He's a mathematician, I believe.
Yeah, mathematician and an engineer. So, so interestingly enough.
And he was with you in Stanford.
That's right.
Yes.
And when I met him, he was trying to prove that 1 is greater than 0. So I said, my God, what a I'm not going to sit anywhere near this person. Everybody knows. So he said, well, if everybody knows, why don't you prove it? So that's how I met my husband in Stanford. But to come back to Tata, Tata was very passionate about rice. And one of the stories that I must tell you is that he had seen difficult days in Tanjore. So he would tell us not to waste anything. I mean, we had to sit and eat everything on the plate. And he terrorized us by saying that if you don't finish your plate, I'll tie everything on your head. So I had visions of rasam and sambar and all flowing down my rice. So, and I used to admire him. And after meals, we would listen to All India Radio. He was also very much into music. So we would learn all the ragas, Shankarabharanam and Mohanam and all that. So just to give you an example, I grew up with all this. So, when you say Bofors and all that, yes, Bofors was interesting, but he was also very close to Mrs. Indira Gandhi. He was a Rajya Sabha member, the longest member. So he would tell me, why are you doing this? So I said, Tata, I don't have an option, because I felt India had been cheated, and there is this patriotism. We grew up, earlier Bhavna ji was talking about values. India was cheated, corruption was done, Rajiv Gandhi had made money. I didn't want to find out that he was corrupt. I say in my book that it came to me as a shock that, this Mr. Clean, who was supposed to take us to new heights of economic growth and all, ended up taking money. So it was quite a shock. So I don't know where I'm going. I'm digressing a bit. But I just wanted to talk about my life, and that's it, yeah.
Tell me, suppose you are given an opportunity to do something for Odisha.
For Odisha?
Yes. What would you like to do?
Mentor journalists. Mentor.
Okay.
Hopefully, I would get an opportunity to work with the younger generation. Because I had good mentors. I met people who gave me values, who told me lots of interesting things, opened my eyes to the world. So if I was given an opportunity, I would like to sit with a room full of young people and encourage them to go and be ambitious. Be ambitious, think big. Don't let anything come in your way. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of fear. Try and overcome fear. So.
Do you have any reminiscence of your school days? Because you were a student of St. Joseph Convent.
Yeah.
So do you have any friends, who are still there in Bhubaneswar or Odisha?
Unfortunately not. I mean, I know a few people, but unfortunately not. No. But I finished school here, so. And
how did Bhubaneswar look like, in those days?
Lovely. Bhubaneswar looks lovely even now. In fact, we were talking, Dominique and I were saying it's very clean. It's a beautiful city. And it is really a beautiful city. It's clean. And Naveen Babu, you know, I mean, I have a lot of respect for the Patnaik family. My grandfather and Biju Babu used to play bridge in the Katak Club.
Yes.
And I used to hear all these stories about this daring when he went to Bandung and all that. So I grew up with all that. But and Naveen Babu has done a lot for Orissa. And I don't know anything about the present chief minister, but it's a beautiful city. Clean, wonderful. When we came today, Dominique and I were saying it's beautiful. It's got tree line. It's really, really very clean. So in those days also it was very clean. I remember Bhubaneswar.
It was a small village kind of a thing. A large village, you can say.
No, it wasn't a, well, you know, I was young, so everything looked big, I'm sure. But then it was a beautiful city, peaceful. What I like about people here is lovely. They are God-fearing. There is a lot of respect for the other person. I mean, it's not a random violence place, you know, which I'm not, I don't like that.
Yeah, today also it is the same, you know,
Yeah.
it has not changed.
Yeah, so it's, I'm very, very fond of Odisha, very fond of Odisha, and please invite me next year. But it's a lovely, lovely place. There is so much, I don't know.
In fact, let me tell you, when I saw a mail, first time, you know, I saw a mail, you know, you had mentioned about your connections in Orissa.
Yeah.
See, that excited me to go deep about you. And then
But I
thought
can't believe you've done so much work. I didn't tell you all that.
And coming back to your grandfather, you see, OUT, Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology, OUT is one of the finest institutions of, you know, the country. And that is because I think he was either the first or the second Vice Chancellor. And he, in fact, you know, laid the foundation of that university.
Yes.
And that foundation was so strong that OUT was known and still known as one of the finest agricultural institutions in the country. So he was there for quite a number of years.
Yes.
And do you have any those memories of that?
I used to go with him. I mean, we were living in Sindri, and I used to go and sit there and be terrified. But I don't have anything interesting to say about his days in the. He was a very strict scientist, and his brother-in-law was Sir C.V. Raman. You know, so they were men of science. They were men of great. How should I say? They were very patriotic people, and they wanted to bring the best to India. So Tata was, you know, very open and very, very keen. And our time is up. We have to hurry up. But I don't have any memories of, which would be interesting for this crowd. I just know that he was the Vice Chancellor. And when you're the Vice Chancellor, I'm the granddaughter, I sit there, you know. Everyone is good to me, but I don't know why, you know, so.
I think my final question would be to you and Dominic. So, do you have any, you know, what is your fond, you know, memories of C.V. Raman?
I met him once, and I remember, I don't think I've told Dominic this story, but I think he asked me to go and bring some flowers, and I didn't know who he was. So I brought them and put them on his table, and I think I destroyed something he was working on. So I think he was sort of angry. But Dominic, would you like to say something? But she's very, very shy. Dominic is a very shy person, so she'll be mortified.
So Chitra, in fact, we can go on, but because of the time constraint, we have to.
But do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Anybody?
please, you have any questions, please?
Please, anybody has any questions? Oh, I hope tell me, did I do something stupid? No.
I do not know, but I believe long back I had met you in B.K. Jutsi, he was ambassador to Geneva.
Jutsi in Geneva?
Geneva.
Yes, he was the ambassador to GATT.
GATT, and
yes.
he used to call Chitra. Then now I recollect, because although I lived there also 4.5 years, somehow or other we never met.
In Geneva?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You were with Gat as well?
Yes, I was in the mission from about 4.5 years from 2008 onwards.
Okay, I'm sorry we didn't meet.
But I do remember, we met in Mr. B.K. Jutsi's room.
Zuchi's house. Okay. Yeah.
Madam, you said something about this IR8.
IR8.
What is the full form of IR? IR.
Rice, Indian rice. No, it's a variety of rice.
No, IR stands for
IR.
what?
Yeah.
Oh, Indian rice.
If you
I didn't know.
It's a breed.
I know.
Yeah.
Breed.
It's a breed of rice from which comes Sona Masuri.
Yes.
And that whole Sona Masuri, what we eat today, a lot of the Sona.
I thought R stands for Ramaya.
No.
Oh, thank you.
No, that's what he was. He was a very modest person. He wouldn't say anything like that.
But Ramaya is otherwise called Rice Ramaya.
Rice Ramaya, yeah.
Thank you.
And this is the book that just came out. So if you are interested, here is from Central Rice Research Institute. He explains all his work. So,
in fact, I had written to the CRRI here and also to the Vice Chancellor OUAT. I informed them about your visit, and I don't know, if anyone from CRRI or OUAT has come and attended. I'm not sure, but then I did invite them.
Thank you. You're most kind.
So thank you very much, ma'am. It was
My
pleasure
pleasure.
meeting you, and we really enjoyed your conversation. Thank you very much.
This was such a heartfelt conversation, and it reminds us that the roots she talked about that formed such a formidable career, it reminds us that we are after all a sum of our earliest memories. Thank you, ma'am, and to convey our thanks formally, I would like to call our moderator, sir, to please felicitate the guest.